Here.
Here.
I can't hear anymore.
How about, can you hear us now?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
Here, I can barely hear Anita.
Present? Okay, so we are going to go ahead and go into closed session and be back at 6:30. So those of you who'd like to join us then, come back for the meeting then. Thank you. Is there any public comment? Not seeing any public comment. We're going to go ahead and yes, there's a word from it, not adjourn. Is it adjourn? We're going to adjourn into closed session. Thank you all.
March 21st, 2023 for the regular city council meeting, City of Marina. We just came out of closed session, and so we'll ask our city attorney to report out what we did the last hour and a half.
Mayor, thank you. Before I begin, would you like to introduce Councilmember Biala and allow her to make the disclosures?
Yes, Councilmember Kathy Biala is remotely joining us tonight. Kathy, do you have some disclosures you'd like to make?
Yes, I have been recuperating from a cold and I have a pretty bad cough, especially when I talk, and I think it would be distracting to be on the dais. So I am on Zoom and I will mute when I sneeze or cough. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember, and we hope that you get well as soon as possible. City Attorney Heidi Wade Quinn, can you continue, please?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Tonight, good evening, council members of the public. Tonight, the council met in closed session on 2 items. Both were real property negotiations. The first property, Desert Star Systems on Imgen Road. The second, commercial property at the corner of Del Monte Boulevard. As to both items, staff provided an update, council provided direction, but there was no reportable action taken. And that concludes my report, unless you have any questions.
Okay, seeing nobody that has questions. Councilmember or Mayor Pro Tem Christina Medina Dirksen, did you have an announcement about the Pledge of Allegiance tonight?
Yes, I do, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much. We're pleased to have the members of the Marina High School Junior Varsity. All right. Varsity, I'm sorry. Ooh. I just know several of you are juniors, so I thought about that. Anyways, members of the basketball team who made it to the CCF playoffs, is that correct? Went to the second round against a school in San Jose, Hartford or something. See, Harker, and competed very, very gallantly and representing us. And I've asked you to come and introduce yourselves, say the pledge. And if I'm not mistaken, and even if I'm wrong, I'm going to say this was the first team to go off to the CCS playoffs. And most importantly, because of the gym, I would like to say the Nakagawa gym, you all had a place to practice and to get better. So if you'd come up to the podium, please, and introduce yourselves, and then together recite your pledge, please. Thank you.
And before you start your recitation of the pledge, we'll have a brief moment of silence. So if you'd like to introduce yourselves. My name is Philip. I'm a senior and I all right, thank you. And who's your coach? And was there someone else from the high school behind you? Okay. Anyone else from the Marina High School here tonight? No. Okay. All right. So let's all stand for a moment of silence, and then our high school stars and coaching staff are going to lead us in the pledge. Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you very much, gentlemen, for being here and leading us in the pledge tonight. It's good to see you. And good hustling out there on the courts. All right, that's great. So now we'll go to public comments. But first, sorry, getting ahead of myself, council and staff announcements, and then we'll go to the public. Anyone in the council that'd like to announce out anything? Mayor Pro Tem Christina Medina Dirksen.
Right. I had a request of an event to notice. Is this the time for that?
Yes.
Okay. There's going to be a Monterey Bay Moves teen yoga occurring on, let me get the date, please. It's a teen yoga that is free. There's 15 spots for teens. It's strength and balance. It is going to be held March 26th at DiMaggio Park. Anybody who is interested can look up montereybaymoves.com. This is our resident Elizabeth Plant, business owner, offering this. All you have to do is just drop off your teen. They have all of the equipment. The other thing I wanted to note was the passing of a longtime Marina resident, Chris Ethlin, who passed away, and the services were held at Marina Methodist this past weekend. I heard it was a very wonderful ceremony, and she was a good community volunteer and very well known. So I just want to mark her passing. That's all I have.
All right. Thank you, Christina. Best wishes to their family. Let's go to City Manager Lane Long.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to confirm with everyone that we have our annual strategic planning and budget retreat, and that is scheduled for, we normally do it on a Friday and Saturday, but we're not able to do it with too many calendar conflicts. So it is Thursday, March 30th from 6 to 9 o'clock. And then it'll be the next Friday, March 31st from 9 o'clock till noon. So Thursday, 6 to 9 in the evening, and Friday, 9 to noon in the morning. And it will be at the library, our community library this year. And we'll get this posted on our website.
All right. Thank you. And I'd like to start off with a couple of thank yous. A couple of Sundays ago, volunteers got out for about 6 miles of roadside and cleaned up Lapis Road, the bike trail, and Del Monte Boulevard. They do that once a month on a Sunday. The next one would be the second Sunday of April. And this weekend, thank you to the Irish Festival staff and volunteers who put on a great Irish celebration here at the community center. So that was a city event, and coming in on the weekends to do that is great. So thank you to everyone involved with that. We have a couple of good events coming up. Our last native planting event is April 1st. It's on city to be property where we're constructing a new park called Hilltop Park on former Fort Ord at 9th Street and 4th Avenue, April 1st from 10 a.m. until 1 p.m. And there'll be live music. There'll be a live Dixieland jazz band playing for us while we're on our hands and knees planting plants in the dirt. So that's April 1st, a Saturday. And then on April 15th, we have one of the largest events that happens in the city. It's called the 17th annual Marina Earth Day event, and it'll happen as it normally does at Loch Padden Park. So that's from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. It's one of the larger Earth Day events in the county, and it's unique in that its main focus is service work. So for the first 2.5 hours from 9 a.m. to 11:30, there'll be about 12 service projects to choose from. And then when that's over, everybody will get a free buffet lunch provided by our wonderful Hoa restaurant in town. And all the kids will go home with quality toys and prizes. There'll be face painting. There'll be a fairy house workshop for anyone aged 2.5 years old up to 100 years old. You'll be able to participate in that workshop. And it's outside the Marina Library at 190 Seaside Circle with parking across the street at the Calvary Baptist Church. Oops, is it a Baptist church? Okay, Calvary Baptist Church. So lots to do for all ages. April 15th, Saturday from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. And we'll have a live band there playing music as well. Okay, did you have something more, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, I just wanted to give a congratulations to our firefighter of the year, Jason McCoy. Is that correct? Yes, that maybe the fire department was about to say that, but he was most recently named it for his commitment to outside activities and to the department. So I'll leave it at that and give it to you, Doug.
All right. Doug, were you going to say something? Sorry. No. Okay. I want to tag team. I want to follow up on what Mayor Pro Tem just said. It was an incredible ceremony. It was to give a badge pinning uh, ceremony to about 15 of our fire staff, starting with our division chief and including about 5 reserve firefighters, several firefighters, I think a couple of captains, and maybe a couple of engineers. But the amazing thing was I walked in the room about 5 minutes late and that room was packed, like maybe 250 people. I don't know, but it was packed. And mainly family and friends of those being honored. It was really wonderful to see so many people at a ceremonial event. I just didn't expect it, but it was wonderful. And the energy was through the roof. It was just a great event. And I would like to thank the hotel that basically comped the room, which saves, practically, I don't know, $1,000 or whatever it might cost to rent the room. So after the ceremony, everyone went into the lobby and we had the greatest food from Tico's restaurant here in Marina. It was just a wonderful event, really well organized by, I believe, the fire department staff. So thanks to everyone, Chief McCowan involved with that. We had former police officers, the police chief. It was just great. And then Jack Lundgren, our former assistant chief, was there all the way from North Carolina with his wife, Sandy. And it was just, that helped a lot to have one of our past, higher brass there. And it was just a wonderfully spoken and wonderfully celebrated event. So thanks to everybody involved with that. And thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for remembering to open that. Thank you. So now we'll go to the public, and you have 2 jobs at this point. The first job is to tell us what's on your mind, whatever that might be, as long as it's not on tonight's agenda. Later on, we'll get to it if it is. And the second job you have is to make the kind of announcements we just made. Anything that's on your mind or that you'd like to tell us that something that's coming up, like a kind of event or a thank you or whatnot. This is the time for public comment. And we don't have anyone raising their hand yet, so we'll give the public a couple of moments. If you'd like to speak, please raise your hand. All right, looks like we have Vili Matthews. Good evening, Vili. Anytime you can unmute would be great, Vili.
Can you hear me now? Sorry. Here we go.
Loud
I
and
just
clear.
wanted
Welcome.
to thank
Good
all
evening.
those. Sorry. I just wanted to thank all those community members who came out March 4th for our park cleanup day at Los Arblos. It was a lot of families from our current baseball and softball programs and just community members as a whole. And it was a beautiful sight to see as we cleaned up those parks. So I just wanted to send a huge shout out to them for doing that and to take notice that we do care and value our parks and maintain them as much as we can.
Thank you, Vili. And I had it listed to thank everyone that did the park cleanups and opening day. So I hope that we can stay in touch with how things are going with your games and practice and field conditions. Thank you very much, Vili. And the city attorney reminded me to do something I thought I just did, but I must have missed it. That your real job here is also to comment on consent items that are on our agenda, but not on anything that's going to be later in the evening on our agenda. So this is your time for general announcements like Vili just made. And also secondly, anything that's on our consent agenda. If you have comments or questions about those items, please use this comment time for those as well. Okay, Melissa. Thank you for joining us, Melissa.
Hi, hello, Mayor and Council. Thank you so much for letting me share a comment. Yeah, I wanted to share a comment on one of the items in the consent agenda. So I'm assuming this is the time I can do that. Is this for the adoption of resolutions?
Yes, and let me tell you and everybody here in the room and online that we are going to pull the library signing about overnight parking. That has been pulled from the agenda, but I neglected to say that. And so item 10F1, which regards parking at the library, overnight parking, that's been pulled from this agenda, but you can still comment on that or anything else that is on the consent agenda. So go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, thank
Melissa?
you. Yes, that was actually exactly what I was going to comment on. So I just wanted to share that So yes, my name is Melissa Mejia, and I do work at the Marina Library, and I have been serving the Marina community now for almost 5 years. I've really enjoyed that experience, and one of the things that I've enjoyed the most is serving, all members of the community, and that includes some of our most vulnerable in the community. Many of these people have unfortunately been struggling and are finding shelter in the library during the day, and often are also observed in the parking lot or camping around the facility. These are people that are huge library supporters, and we do keep our Wi-Fi in the facility on for 24 hours, and that's for a specific reason. That's because we understand that there's a lot of people in the community that don't have access to Wi-Fi as readily as others might have. And so having this service open 24 hours is something that we do as a service for people that need the internet at all times of the day. So I just wanted to also share that the city of Seaside had similar issues, and they worked to create an ordinance that allows, they refer to it as a 7 to 7. So that's from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. Anybody who needs to rest their head and find some type of shelter near the library in Seaside are able to do that, as long as they clear any camp, before 7 a.m. So just considering, asking for you all to maybe consider having more discussions with, different community members, including local social services organizations that are serving some of our most vulnerable, and being able to, have just more discussions about what we can do to offer different alternatives and different options for people. These are, really kind and compassionate people. And, I just hope that we can offer the same level of compassion back to them as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Melissa, for joining us and for all your work at the library. Okay, anyone else wishing to comment? And especially in person, because you came here, but just wait now that I should have taken you first. But let's go to the rest of the folks online, starting with Tommy Bolea. Welcome, Tommy.
Hello, good evening. You guys sure look professional there in the city hall. I wanted to go out there, but kind of under the weather. But I just wanted to rebuttal a few things. The mayor had said that he took a trip to Lodi, and we took a trip up there too. It was years earlier, because we were referenced it by a woman that had served during World War II. She was a nurse, and that's where she lived. And she went into Normandy after D-Day. And so we wanted to know where she lived in that community. And so we did visit the community of Lodi. To the west is the Sacramento Delta. And maybe we were probably looking at that place to live. But the more I looked around and the more I talked to the people, it became interesting. It's a nice town. I wasn't there to look at the casinos or the pot shops or anything like that. I was actually looking to live there because it was warmer. But then I discovered, when you pay your water bill, you pay the city. They manage that. And when it comes to your electricity, they buy wholesale, and the city residents pay the city on their electric bill. So they kind of run all that. And then there was this one story. It kind of came to me, and then I was following up on it, that they wanted to build a super Walmart. They had a Walmart, and the people banded together. They joined two nonprofits, City for Open Government and Lodi First. And they got their lawyers, and the developer got their lawyers, and they were opposed to this project. No one would hear the case. It went to the appellate court, the Supreme Court of California, the highest court. They heard the case. And I had to read all the litigation because it's all online now. You can find it yourself. And they were fighting all the way tooth and nail, but somewhere along the line between lawyer-client privilege and other items, they didn't have access to the information that the city had and how they changed their environmental impact report. And so eventually the people lost and the project got built. And it set precedent. It actually sent a shockwave throughout the state of California that you guys do have power. And I could do the same thing here in Marina, but it would be a losing cause because now that that has been passed, it's referenced any other case that becomes before them. I was astonished. That's how much power you guys actually have. I hope you're listening to us on future projects and developments. But
Thank you,
guys have-
Tommy. Tommy, I have to
right.
tell you that your time is up. Sorry to do that to you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, have a nice evening.
Yep.
All right, let's go to Grace Silva Santella.
Hi, Mayor and City Council. Thank you very much for a few minutes of your time. Can I please request that in future meetings, now that you're doing a hybrid, that we could get the clock back up for those of us doing this on Zoom so we can see the time going down for us? I'm usually always really, really good at making sure I stay under my 3 minutes. I was fortunate enough to have my Saturday free. And what I
What's that?
did on Saturday was
Yep.
I walked down to I'm sorry, did I just get muted?
Yeah, you were muted accidentally when you said you were walking down to,
Okay, thank you. So you can hear me now,
Yes, loud
Mayor
and
and
clear.
Council? So I had the pleasure of having a full day available to myself on Saturday. I walked from my home on Susan Avenue down to the Marina Civic Center and really had a fabulous meal and listened to some great music at the Irish Heritage event. And then I walked on over to the Marina Library and I enjoyed a classic film that the library staff put on, which was also a really nice, wonderful, fun event. But what I think we struggle with here in Marina is knowing how to get the word out about our activities and our events. And I'd like to suggest that the city, perhaps in partnership with the Marina Foundation, hold a nonprofit summit. The Marina Foundation used to do that in the past, but I would suggest that we hold a summit specifically to talk about how we can get the word out on Marina-based nonprofit organizations. I know, Mayor, that you announce a lot of events. I know council members announce a lot of events. We're often using Nextdoor Marina. We're using Marina Community Facebook. We have our own email list. I've actually thought it would be great if the city could create a site specific to the city of Marina's own website that could be used to draw tourists to come and stay in Marina and stay at come specifically for some of our events going on. And I understand that there is a new person with the Recreation Department, Megan Mock, who is, I think, one of her specific job descriptions is to promote city activities and events. I know that we're all still hurting with the absence of Terry Segrist, and I know that you'll be soon hiring a new recreation director. And Terry was fabulous in getting flyers up on the screen and announcing events. But I would think we need to go beyond just that and find a way that we can pull all of our nonprofits together and our city activities and events and talk about how we can be better at promoting what we have going on here in the city. And I just wanted to celebrate to you all what a great time I had on Saturday. And then at the end of the day, I walked from my home down to CVS to buy some cold medication for my husband, who I think unfortunately has the same thing Councilmember Biala has. So just wanted to share that with you. And I am available in any capacity that I can to assist in such a nonprofit summit. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Grace. Anyone else online? All right, let's go to in person. And usually I'll try to have the in-person go first, but today I forgot to do that. But come on forward to the podium and speak, please. You have up to 3 minutes. Yeah. Right.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ruslan Bajadaev, and I run a sign business. I came here to contribute for the new sign ordinance, whatever discussion. But this thing, I want to take this opportunity to talk about something else. So I was looking at this agenda, and it says Marina will grow and mature from a small town bedroom community to a small city. And I have to say that for this, you need maybe some marketing. Identify points of interest. There's a lot of interesting stuff that's hidden and displayed. That's actually how I started the sign business. I learned, I walked around, city governments and I asked them, what the plans are for the city. And so one of the cities said they want to become like one-day tourist attraction. So I was on the road looking around, like my friends coming from Ireland, and I was looking for some wineries, and I stopped at one. It's like pretty nice. I said, guys, you're the first one on the road. They said, no, we're like third or fourth. And the sign's missing. Like nothing tells you that, anything else is there, right? So, and I had this idea, another thing about making city more attractive, especially Marina. I tried to kind of pass it, but, no success yet. It's busy too. Anyway, when I was working in Carmel and putting Bodega Veneta sign in that place, right? There was a Richard McDonald, sculpture that they ran and put there. They call it the heart of the city. And I was like, where is the heart in Marina? I tried to talk and say there would be a really good idea to put something, anything, doesn't have to be like a square, new square creation, right? Something like what they did in Carmel. And the city sculpture, very attractive, point of direction, point of attraction. You put it, this is the heart. I'll contribute and donate whatever I can to make it happen. And that's the thing. And then that's it. Later I'll talk about the science. Again, new science. I'll give you the idea. Remove the old cabinets. Replace them with chandeliers. There is a lot of advantages. And I have to say, I consult. Like a big government organization. I did the projects like Lift Every Voice in San Francisco, Golden Gate Park, some amazing. I have a lot of inventions patented one. So I know what I'm talking about. It will be very, very, helpful, useful for the city. Thank you.
So we'll go ahead and close public comment, and reviewing what was said during public comment. I think, Lane, do you think someone can get in touch with Grace to follow up?
Yeah, we'll reach out to her,
Okay.
or she can email us.
Okay. So Grace, if you're still listening, please email Lane or anyone else that you already know it'd be you, Lane, or anyone else. Okay. Lane is who's our acting recreation director? Is that you, Matt, or is it me?
That is me. So
Okay.
email me.
All right. So email Lane about your ideas. And then about Ruslan's comments regarding signs and heart. What should we do with that? Anything?
We'll just talk about it internally. We're having our retreat. We can probably talk about things like that.
Okay. So stay tuned, Ruslan, and you and everyone's invited to our 2-year retreat. Every 2 years we have a retreat, and that kind of indicates where we're going to go the next 2 years. So ideas like yours could be discussed at that meeting. Do we have a date yet?
Yeah, 30th and 31st.
So the evening of the 30th of March.
And the following March. So March 30th and Friday the 31st.
Okay, so Thursday evening, Friday morning, we'll have that retreat, which would be great for these kinds of ideas we're hearing tonight. Okay, so I think we're ready to move on to the business end of our meeting, which is our consent agenda. We didn't have any comments on our consent agenda because the one comment that Melissa made was regarding the item that was pulled. So do any council members have any questions, brief comments, or wish to pull anything? We'll start with our city attorney, Heidi Quinn.
I just have a comment, Mayor. Tonight, there were some minor non-substantive corrections to item number, let's see, it's F. Thank you, 10F2. So there were just minor typographical errors and a revised version was circulated to the council for consideration tonight. So nothing substantive, but just to note for the record that there is another version.
And that was regarding the California building standards.
Correct, Your Honor.
Commission. Okay. All right. So let's go now to Councilmember Brian McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. Realizing that we have a packed agenda tonight, I'd like to try to keep my comments as brief as possible, but I do have brief comments that I'd like to make on F3, the housing element item, K, scratch K1, and then M1, just some general comments. So those two very brief comments.
Okay, so let's start. Thank you, Brian. Let's start with F3, 10F3. Any brief comments you have or
So
questions?
with the housing element, I just had a comment. One, I think this is great work. I think it's really represents well in the city of Marina the hard work that the planning department has done to be compliant with the housing element and not only plan for housing, but actually turn those plans into actionable units. I did have a question about the Abdi Way subdivision. It doesn't seem to list the ADUs for that. Is that included in our numbers? So I think each unit for the Abdi subdivision has an ADU associated with it. I don't see that.
Through the mayor. I'll have to go back and look at that, Councilmember McCarthy.
Okay.
That was an omission on my part, so thank you for catching that.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we're getting credit for all the hard work that we're doing to increase housing. The other brief question is just, I see this owner renter column, and I'm curious what the significance of that is. Is that something the state is actually looking for? And then also, how is that determined?
Yeah, so every year the state adds more and more to this form. It used to take me like 2 hours to fill this out a few years ago. Now it takes quite a bit more time. It really is just the type of housing. So yeah.
Okay, thank you. Those are my only comments through the mayor and city manager. I would like to have some more further discussion. I'm sure this is not the first time we'll see something like this. So I find it really interesting and again, reflects really well on the work that we're doing. Thank you.
More discussion in the future.
In the future, yes, Mr. Mayor.
And your next item? About M?
The next item was just, I just wanted to acknowledge the hard work that council appointees did in appointing these folks. Mayor, are you going to speak to that? If so,
No, but I think appreciations and congratulations would be in order.
I think these individuals represent our community well as it stands and will continue to represent our community on these commissions. So I appreciate them stepping up and I'm glad to see this happening. Thank you. That's it for me, Mr. Mayor.
All right. So thank you and congratulations, Sheila Baker and Sean Adams, as Councilmember McCarthy says, for being appointed to our Recreation and Cultural Services Commission. And that's expiring in February 2025, which is on our consent agenda. And I guess my general comment is to the planning department, community development department, you're knocking out, one issue after another. It's like deferred maintenance in the planning realm. And to Guido and Alex and Allison, everybody in the planning department, the community development department, thank you very much for getting done all these languishing items that I know you have a full plate, but you're finding a way, seems like every meeting, to get something off the plate, which is really great. Okay.
You're welcome.
Thanks,
Mr.
Guido.
Mayor, I had my hand raised on the consent agenda.
I saw it and I ignored it because I'm looking for lights that are on.
I know.
It's funny.
Yeah, it's really
Please
tough.
continue. All
Okay.
right. Thank you, Kathy. Sorry about that.
I just wanted to make a comment also on 10M1 in a little bit different vein than we've heard from Commissioner McCarthy. I don't know this Sean Adams, but I will say that in the packet, when there is nothing on the application to questions 4 and 5, 4 being civic or community experience, group memberships, or previous service appointments. Nothing was entered. And 5, experience and or knowledge pertaining to the area of interest. Nothing was written. I think that our process is very, is very lenient, but when these 2 questions are left completely blank on an application, I hope that in the future that these kinds of applications with this missing information, important information, may I add, is not accepted until completed. I think that was a little disturbing when you don't know the person and these critical questions were omitted completely. So that's just my comments. I'm glad that they stepped up to volunteer. It's a wonderful thing, but at the same time, I think that was an unacceptable application. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Kathy. And just to clarify, do you mean it was an unacceptable application or was it unacceptable evaluation form?
Well, I'm not talking about the form itself. The applicant completely left those 2 places blank.
I see what you're saying now. Okay, so on page 3 of that item, civic community experience was not answered and experience of our area was not answered.
Exactly.
On page 3. I see what you're saying now. Okay, thank you, Councilmember Viala. Good points. Okay, we'll see any other desire to discuss or ask questions. So I'll motion that we approve the consent item with the modification that our city attorney summarized for us. Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen.
I'll second your motion.
Okay. All right. We no longer need roll calls unless there's an ordinance involved. So all those in favor, or must we because someone's remote? Do we need a roll call? Yeah, the city manager pointed out that we do have a couple of ordinances on our consent and we might have to do it anyway with a remote council member. So can we have a roll call, please, Anita?
Yes.
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 Yes, that motion passes unanimously with the 5 of us voting. Thank you to staff for all these items you brought to us, whether we discussed them or not. We appreciate their passage. Okay, so now we move on to I lost my agenda for a moment. Now we'll move on to a public hearing regarding our sign element, our sign ordinance of the Marina Municipal Code.
Thank you, Mayor Delgado and members of the City Council. Staff has before you today 3 recommended updates to the sign ordinance. We were guided by a few goals in looking at this ordinance that was last updated in 1994. The primary goal being that there is some language concerning religious and political viewpoints in the sign ordinance that is inconsistent with the Religious Land Use and Institutionalized Persons Act, or RLUIPA. And that language is not legally defensible. So that was one of our primary goals. Getting some feedback on the microphone, I apologize.
Alec, while you're taking a minute, I just want to make sure everyone knows that you are Alec Barton, a contract planner in the Community Development Department. And you make quite a splash when you are present.
Apologies about the microphone issues. So that was our primary goal is updating this outdated language related to religious and political viewpoints. Some secondary goals would be making staff the review authority for compliance signs to improve the customer experience, and also some general ordinance cleanup that will facilitate staff in assisting customers. So I want to walk you through those changes in more detail. Staff came up with a review structure, a 3-tier review structure for signs. Currently, there are exempt signs in the ordinance that do not require a permit. That will not change. Staff is also recommending that there be a tier for compliance signs that would be reviewed with an administrative sign permit by the community development director or staff, and that any non-compliant signs would go to the design review board or the planning commission for approval, which is the current process for all non-exempt signs. We've included a couple of tables to improve the customer experience, illustrating what the sign requirements are in commercial and industrial districts. The material standards in the ordinance have not changed. We've simply collected these in a table so that it's easier for customers to access. And we have a similar table for signs in residential districts. I want to walk you through some of the more notable updates. In addition to the title in section 17 pertaining to signs, the City Council 22 years ago adopted a document called the Design Guidelines and Standards that included a variety of standards pertaining to parking and landscaping, as well as signs, among other things. And so that has been a separate document that staff has referred to in providing staff information about signs. This update to the ordinance would incorporate those standards into the code so that it's all in one location. And two specific items within the design guidelines that would be adopted within the code pertain to the height of monument signs and then background color for cabinet signs. We have an updated list of definitions in the ordinance before you. Again, we've strived to make the regulations content neutral so that they're compliant with federal standards in RLUIPA. And then some general ordinance cleanup. As an example, there was a section in the sign ordinance that talked about signs on the pedestrian overpass over Del Monte Boulevard that is no longer there. The action would be exempt from CEQA under the general rule exemption, and staff recommendation would be that the City Council adopt these amendments. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Alec, can you summarize briefly the Planning Commission involvement in this issue?
Yes, this item was taken to the Planning Commission for review and their recommendation, and we received a unanimous recommendation from the Planning Commission that it be approved by the City Council.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Marina Dirksen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Alex, can you go back to page 7, please?
Yes.
What is a cabinet sign?
A cabinet sign is an example of a cabinet sign is the well, an example would be a sign that's attached to a building that it is generally backlit with fluorescent lighting or some other type of lighting. And the light shines through the cabinet to illuminate the face of the sign.
Kind of like Papacello's.
That's a great example. Thank you.
I'm not remembering what their sign looks like. I'm thinking the dispensary level, higher level.
We don't talk about other cities' businesses.
I'm not
No, no, no,
familiar
no,
with
no.
the sign. I'm sorry.
Not other cities. Okay. Yeah, I was just, and then what was the background color of choice?
The standard in the design guidelines is that if a sign is utilizing a white background, it needs to be made opaque so that the light coming through the sign is not creating excessive glare. And currently any signs that are approved are meeting that standard in the city. This would just be moved into the ordinance so that it's all in one place.
Okay, just last question is this. What if signs are out of compliance right now? Are they grandfathered in? And also who will be the enforcing agency for this?
The code enforcement officer would continue to be the enforcement arm for this. Any non-compliant signs are not compliant with the ordinance, and if the applicant were to propose a change to the sign, they would need to become in compliance with the current ordinance.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you both. And we're going to move to Councilmember Vischer.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. My question was also about enforcement, because it states that the regulations shall be enforced. And my question is especially about temporary signs and specifically political signs. How is the city, how is staff planning to enforce that? Because I know that has been an issue in the past. Are there any changes for that planned or?
Thank you. Aside from changing language or generalizing language about signs that with a political or religious viewpoint, staff haven't recommended any changes to the amount of time that temporary signs could be placed in the city. So enforcement would be at the discretion of the manager and council as your priorities dictate.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Councilmember Ryan McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. Hi, Alec. I'm wondering if you could walk me through the Rupola piece and maybe use an example like real estate signs. So if there's a real estate A-frame that we allowed and it has to be content neutral, does that mean we would have to allow any type of A-frame, or am I kind of misunderstanding the content neutral piece?
It's tricky, and I'm not an expert on the issue, but I'll give you a local example that informed staff's decision to bring this before you, and this is out of the city of Salinas. And I'm just going to grab my notes real quick. It was the New Harvest Christian Fellowship versus Salinas. This is a 2021 case. And the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals found that the city impermissibly treated this religious assembly on less than equal terms as compared to other assemblies. So the major takeaways for staff in light of this ruling would be that cities need to generalize language to assemblies. We can't distinguish between religious and political assemblies versus other types of assemblies. And the best practice would be to make that consistent throughout the ordinance. Beyond that, I'm not an expert on content neutrality and how those standards would apply to signs or to other uses.
Okay, thank you. And in terms of color, I think Councilwoman Medina Durson kind of touched on it, but we wouldn't regulate. So I understand that the opaqueness of the color has to be a certain opaqueness, right? So that the light shines through, but we're not regulating color in any other way. So under this proposal, any color would be acceptable, whether it's neon green or, am I understanding that?
That's essentially correct. The only standard right now that pertains to background lighting is that a white or off-white color needs to have an opaque cabinet.
And Alex, I would also point out that, we do try to work with customers. We don't necessarily regulate ugly, but, we do use our professional judgment. And if something's really out of bounds, we do try to work with customers in terms of making it try to fit with the neighborhood or with the shopping center that it's in. So there is some discretion there in terms of helping customers make it consistent with the surrounding area. So.
Thank you for that. And last question for now is the public input piece. So currently we allow public input for certain kinds of sign applications. Does this remove the public input altogether, or does the public ever still have an opportunity to input?
Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy. I should mention here that currently the ordinance, and this would not change, requires that any shopping center with 4 or more tenants have a sign program. in order for a sign to be placed in an individual business. That would not change, and the sign programs have to go before the Planning Commission or the DRB for approval. So that would be opportunities for public input. There would also be opportunities, for any non-compliant signs that would be heard before review bodies for the public to provide input as well.
Okay, thank you, Alec. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you both. Alec, I noticed that around town, some businesses may have been here for 2 years, maybe some for 7 years, and they still have temporary banners up. And then on page 21 of this ordinance, there's been some new language inserted and some language deleted. 11.B.1 on page 21. It says, sign permits for temporary signs regulated shall be granted for a period of not more than 6 months. But we already had language saying as long as Planning Commission finds it to be approved. But so what, before tonight or currently today, what's the rule on how long a business can have a banner up before they need to put up a more permanent sign?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not familiar with the existing standard. I would need to look that up. But I speculate that there, as you pointed out, that there are a lot of businesses in the community that have temporary banners that have been up for longer than the allowed time.
Okay. Okay, so they probably were not compliant before this new language, and this new language seems to be clearer than the existing language. This new language seems to be clearer. It says for not more than 6 months. So do we have the ability for signs that banners that have existed for a long time to go tomorrow or next week or a month from now when this is in place to say, hey, you gotta give us a design for a new sign and you gotta put a new sign up when we approve your design?
We do have that ability, and that would be done through the code enforcement officer.
Okay. All right. And then maintenance. I saw in here that there needs to be the signs maintained in good condition. 17.46.150 on page 15. Signs and sign structures shall at all times be maintained in a state of good repair, including braces, bolts, supporting frames. When I go around town, I see bases of signs that are crumbling, that are not in good repair. And I see those signs of multiple businesses where old businesses go away and you can just see the light bulb with no covering over it. So to me, that's in disrepair. Is that primarily an enforcement issue, not a ordinance need fixing issue?
That's correct. That would generally be an enforcement issue. One way that staff is addressing that currently is if a business comes with a proposed sign replacement, that's an opportunity for us to tell them the sign needs to be compliant with the standards of the existing ordinance. If the structure of the sign is not meeting that standard.
Okay,
that's an
well,
opportunity
how about if
to
a
see
city
that.
staff person of any department drives by and sees a sign in disrepair? Is it that we don't have enough code enforcement salaried staff to address those issues? Maybe that's a question for our city manager.
We are still recruiting for code enforcement. So we have a position. We just haven't filled it yet. We are recruiting for that. And I think when that is filled, we will be able to more proactively go after some of these code enforcement issues.
Well, this issue has been going on for several years. So has it been that we've just been short-staffed these many past years?
Yes.
And in the future, we'll be more fully staffed?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes,
Mr.
I just have one more question.
Oh, great. Okay, thank you. Didn't want you to
Councilmember
forget.
Right. So this maintenance issue, do we have the ability to try to enforce maintenance? If a sign's base or structure is not, I know it's not, we're not regulating ugly like Guido said, but if it's in sort of disrepair, there's nothing stopping us from addressing the property owner and asking them to upgrade it.
Correct.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's go to Councilmember Fiala and then back to Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I think that in looking at the few changes that this resolution has altered, the one that I'm celebrating is the one sentence that has been struck out, and that is any decision of the Planning Commission may likewise be appealed to the City Council. Having omitted that, I've sat on in Planning Commission for several years. This is music to my ears that in terms of that decision of signs being held at the Planning Commission level is really appropriate and very important. The other thing is that the DRB is mentioned several times as probably an Planning Commission level, but I just want to ask, are we intent on bringing back the DRB? Because if we're not, then we might as well not have it in the ordinance. I haven't heard anything about that.
And DRB stands for Design Review Board.
Mhm.
And so the way we've left it with the council, there's two, the Economic Development Commission and the DRB. We're going to come back to council at a later time with recommendations on what to do with those.
Okay.
And just to clarify, the ordinance it uses the term review authority for a body that could review signs. And so that could be either the Planning Commission or the DRB, but either of those bodies would retain that authority under the ordinance.
Yes, thank you.
All right. Did you have anything more, Kathy?
No, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's go to Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Alec. I'm looking through this and I'm looking for some language as to special event signs. Maybe I'm overlooking it, but book sales or Oktoberfest or those kind of things have been typically hung in various places around town with property owner or city. Yeah, so can you explain what will happen this event for those special event banners?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. These signs would be regulated under 17.46.200, the section that is regulations for temporary signs. So we haven't distinguished between banners for certain types of events as you've described versus other temporary signs. It's all contained within that one section.
Can you just quickly summarize that? I know the length and the size, but do they require a permit?
Temporary signs do not require a permit.
Okay. Another question is, I noticed that A-frame on property is not allowed. Does that include private property?
Give me just a moment. I can't recall, but I believe it does.
I think it's 17.46070.
Thank you.
A, portable signs. Would you like me to read it?
Thank you, if you will.
Sure, no problem. Signs such as a board or other such signs capable of standing without support or attachment to a structure or the ground. And this is under the prohibited signs, but it doesn't speak to whether it is on private property or just in the median somewhere.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. That it doesn't make it, you're correct that it doesn't distinguish between private and public property. I think that's the existing standard in the ordinance. If that's something that the council desired to change, we could certainly take a look at that.
If I may ask, I'd like to see it. I'd like to see some conditions to that, because if there's a sandwich shop with a A-frame right outside or a bookstore with an A-frame right outside on its property, I think it's reasonable, in my opinion, to allow it. And then my last point is having secured a sign for a nonprofit. There was a fee waiver. And maybe this goes to Guido or somebody else. Does that fee waiver for nonprofits still stand?
I don't believe Marina has been keen to giving out fee waivers, but I'd have to defer to the city manager on that. But yeah, I believe, yeah. Obviously, we have very tight budget, but yeah.
So to answer your previous question on the A-frames, I think it, again, those are temporary signs. And so if you go back to the ordinance on 17.46.200 under number 1, no temporary signs can be anywhere on a public street, alley, sideway, right of way. And so they're not allowed in public right of ways. Then you go down to number 7 and talks about they have to have the consent of the owner of the private property, the signs to be there.
Through the mayor, so that's a way of saying they're allowed, but you have to go to 2 places to understand that. Maybe we can make the language a little cleaner.
Certainly, we can do that.
Through the mayor, and my question about the nonprofit, might we be able to revisit a waiver for signs of some sort for nonprofits?
So you want a waiver for,
If a nonprofit is looking for, put up a sign, the permitting fee, when you go through the process, there is a fee that is charged. I'm just wondering if we might consider for
the
a fee waiver for nonprofits, just because they don't make money.
that's something we can consider and come back to the council. If the council wants to look at that.
Yeah, it sounds like we might be on track to pass this tonight, and then there's a cleanup of several issues that have come up tonight that we might need to have another go round. That's one of them. You know, nonprofits probably include churches and lots of other nonprofits, and they do make money. They just don't get taxed because nobody goes home making a profit, I suppose. But, you know, nonprofits can be very, have a large income and still be a nonprofit, right?
Through the mayor, yes. However, the missions are to pencil out for whatever comes in, goes out the door. So if they're small, oftentimes unforeseen expenses can stop them from doing business, meeting their mission.
Right. All right. Thank you. So let's go to any more input, Christine? Okay, let's go to Councilmember Ryan McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Would not offering something to nonprofits different than you offer someone else be a violation of the RUPALA? Or, I mean, is that the content?
Yeah, that's kind of why let us go on the staff end and look at that. We'll talk with Heidi and we can come back to you on that. Because you're right, there's a whole set of issues we want to review with that.
So, and I would have that same question regarding the nonprofits and the A-frames and all of these things. And I'm just trying to understand really if we're meeting the intent of what staff has asked us to do. That was my only question, I guess, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. What we're asking staff to do. So I heard council members talk about making exceptions for X, Y, and Z, but it sounds like that in and of itself is kind of against what we're trying to accomplish, which is be content neutral. But maybe I'm misunderstanding.
You are correct in that. We're cleaning up some of the language to make it very clear on the content neutral. We need to go back and look at fee waivers or reduction of fees. We do that for certain nonprofits in some of our fee categories. So we just need to look at that and come back. Like
then
an example on rents for facilities, we'll have a different rate for nonprofits.
to the mayor, so we're really focused on the sign ordinance. Fees are in the master fee schedule that potentially could be a separate follow-up item. I don't know if the council wants to tie its own hands about putting fee waivers in the ordinance, which is kind of codified forever until it's changed. It would probably be more appropriate if the council is supposed, wants to approve this tonight, to have that be a follow-up item. Yeah, so.
Thank you, Guido. Councilman McCarthy, do you have any more input at this time?
No, Mr. Mayor, thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Councilmember Vischer.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, just a remark about being very careful about fee waivers for nonprofits. Just for an example, the Montage Health Foundation is a nonprofit, and I don't think they will need any discounts from our city. So thank you.
All right, good point. And tonight is kind of like a first reading, and so we'd have this come back for a second reading. And after that, we would have 30 days before it went into effect, these new changes.
That's correct. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, great. Okay, let's go to the public. Anyone in the public wishing to comment on this matter? Let's go to Grace Silva Santella. Welcome back, Grace.
Hello again, Mayor and City Council. Just a couple questions. This is specific to the sign, though it may sound like this question isn't specific to the sign ordinance. You've mentioned code enforcement. The city manager mentioned there's a position out there that hasn't been filled yet. Years ago, we had a full-time code enforcement officer, and even then it was difficult for him to keep up. My understanding is that for a number of years now, we've had a code enforcement for only 1 day a week. So if you could please, when you close public comments, answer what exactly will we have for code enforcement of this sign ordinance. Second, sorry if I didn't catch this anywhere, how does the sign ordinance revisions apply to really tall, narrow, vertical banners? There is a gas station on Del Monte Avenue close to Starbucks that has had for a few months now some big, tall, narrow banners. Are those always going to be allowed? Will they be part of that temporary 6 months? Personally, I would say they shouldn't be allowed unless it's maybe for a month to celebrate, say, the Quick Quack car wash opening. And then third, this is more history that I think it would be something interesting for you to consider. Many, many years ago, in one of our first iterations of downtown conversations, there was talk about allowing businesses to have professionally designed and built A-frame signs to address the problems we have, especially in Central Marina, with businesses located at the back end of our older shopping centers. We have two very popular businesses at the top end of Reservation Road. One is our Community Friends bookstore, and one is Tico's Restaurant. Both of those could benefit greatly from some professionally designed, professionally built A-frame signs that could draw people off of the street. I'm not saying add that in at this moment right now, but your action tonight could ask to have that come back to you, the feasibility of that. And I think it could benefit a number of the businesses in Central Marina. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Grace. Okay, anyone in the public? And I'm so sorry I didn't let you go first, but I'll get used to this. Ruslan, welcome back.
Hello again. First I wanted to clarify with the sign cabinet, it's just a box. Okay, aluminum, steel, whatever, it's a box with acrylic or a polycarb face. And inside it has some sort of lighting, so it's internally illuminated. Proper term is like it's a front lit, a sign cabinet or a light cabinet, internally illuminated. Yes. So temporary signs. I want to comment on this. The idea, I think, it should be, you're moving or you open in a business, you put a temporary sign, you're waiting for your, permanent sign to come, right? So if it takes city, to approve or, a certain time and it takes time to fabricate, yeah, it's half a year, it's a reasonable time. And then that's it. So, as soon as you do your final inspection, there's no reason to keep it, right? So it could be from the city. I'm coming open a business. If I didn't apply, something's wrong, right? Maybe I'm in process of design. So I'm a little time, to apply. But then, this is it, like, how you remove it, you have your final inspection unless your, permit expired. And then, a temporary sign should not be there. Okay. Those like a big, whatever, something they call like a vertical signs. I think it's they're talking about the feather flags or something. Yeah, I believe they should be for events only. They're pretty disturbing. I was, just wondering, there was no cover for dynamic LED signs that change, like displays and stuff like this. Those are pretty sometimes disturbing for the drivers and stuff, right? You may want to, address it. So the reason I came here is that look at the Marina Village Shopping Center. They used to have those cabinets. And then the property owners, the property management asked me to, remove it, create a new sign program, remove it, replace with channel letters. There is a big differences between, cabinets and channel letters. Let me just, cabinets, heavy, right? They consume more energy. Those fluorescent, something, they're ugly. I mean, not ugly, they're poisonous, and it's high voltage, and it's unsafe. Some cabinets, like not proper hardware, they get rusty and then they're falling down, and they're pretty much, like outdated. The LED, let's say, channel letters, separate letters, they're light, it's a letter job, if they fall, it's not as dangerous. They're energy efficient, they're attractive, very safe, and a low voltage. I've done another plot, Salinas and stuff. It would be really great if we could, move this direction. It also makes the city more, beautiful, attractive and stuff. And, sign programs, they cost money. Nobody would do anything, to spend extra money, right? If we could somehow, encourage people, like create something for the city that would allow them, to apply and, like for those types of signs, to replace the ugly boxes, to kind of encourage them, that would be great. Otherwise, like, yeah, you're stuck with it. Like I approach, let's say the owner wants it, and then it comes to the whole, a plaza or a building, and it costs money and time, a lot of time.
Excuse me,
my policy-
Ruslan.
Yes.
I have to ask you to stop
Yeah,
because your
okay.
3 minutes is up.
Okay.
Thank you very
so
much.
much.
Okay, before we close public comment, anyone here live in person who wants to comment? All right, we'll close public comment and come back to address the questions that starts. Let's start with Ruslan. I believe moving lights are one of the prohibited types of signs. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mayor.
And A-frames for businesses to be put out in front of the businesses, are they prohibited?
A-frame signs are listed as a prohibited sign.
Okay.
That's
And then
correct.
the large tall banners, are they prohibited?
That would be considered a temporary sign, so that would be regulated by the standards in the temporary sign section.
Okay.
Um,
And so if they're up for long periods of time, they're probably not compliant.
that's correct.
And then I guess to our city manager, if there was an impetus that the city wanted to move to LED for the reasons that Ruslan stated, we would We might have some kind of incentive program that might cost us money to provide incentives. Would that be legal? To give out grants, for example, or help pay for them, partial grants. Is that legal?
We'd have to look at from a gift of public funds might be an issue with that.
Okay. Heidi, our city attorney, can you weigh in on this? Can we provide incentives for people to update their signage?
Thank you, Mayor. There are circumstances in which a city might establish a grant program or incentive, but that's something we have to take a look at and make sure, again, there are no restrictions that prevent the city or any, liabilities that would stem from that.
Okay, so it would have to be, first of all, fair to everybody, not,
And how do you decide what's the criteria? So it's more complicated, which just takes some thought to think through, but
Yeah.
certainly something we can consider.
okay. I remember when Matt worked very hard to come up with a business loan and a business grant program, and we had the same starting point. This is a gift of public funds. It's complicated, but he worked through it, and I think Lade helped out a lot. Okay, and then to Grace, she asked if large banners are allowed. We've heard from Alec that yes, for temporary signs, but not for longer term signs. And Grace also asked, what code enforcement staff capacity will we have in the near future after we hire, who we're planning on hiring?
Yeah, so we have a part-time right now, and then what we've approved is a full-time code enforcement inspector position. And we expect that would probably give us an additional 20 hours so we can start being much more proactive in our code enforcement.
So will we have 1.0 or?
Yeah, probably close to 1.0.
So we'll go to 0.5 to 1.0, close to 1.0.
Correct.
Okay, well, that answers that question. Did I miss any questions that staff or anyone else noted? Okay, all right, let's go back to council. We'll start with Councilmember Brian McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. So these sign ordinance issues are kind of near and dear to my heart. I've been involved in sign issues for a long time in this state and in others. I've been on the planning commission here in Marina for 4 years and dealt with many sign applications. And I'm really kind of struggling with this item. I'm kind of breaking it up into several different issues. One is the RLUPA content neutral piece, and I support that 100%. That's the law of the land. The city of Salinas was recently sued over RLUPA issues. I don't think we want to be in that position. But the other piece is a little bit more subjective, and it's the piece about the identity of our city. We discussed on the dais already that enforcement has been lacking for a long time. And so I'm wondering if we're putting the cart before the horse with this ordinance. I completely support staff's intent of the ordinance, but I'm really wondering what it looks like in practice. We have seen numerous sign applications at the planning commission level where what these businesses do is they have, let's say, 3 prototypes of signs, and they have the gut punch sign that, if they can get it through, great. And if they can't, they kind of go down to a tiered, level of solutions that are maybe less bright or have a different color scheme. And so I think that when we pass this ordinance, staff will generally go with that first option that these businesses present. We saw it with T-Mobile, and that's mentioned in the staff report. We saw it with KFC, right, where they had these. They didn't let us know they had 3 series of signs, right, but they had them at the go in case the first one got rejected. So I'm really struggling. I know there's a lot of subjectivity in this issue, and it's I don't know what the answer is. I'm sensing that the council supports some reform here, but I'm worried about removing the public input piece and removing even the review and design review piece, quite frankly, on this issue. So I'm really interested in hearing what my fellow council members have to say, but that's kind of where I'm at. Thank you.
Brian, you mentioned a couple things that you think are too lax, like expediting the process, basically. And I wanted to ask you if you thought that the rest of these changes, which I thought were making it more accountable, do you disagree with some of the other changes that don't don't relate to expedition.
And so what I'm hearing you ask, and correct me if I'm wrong, is kind of the subjectivity piece. Is that like the
Well,
the
it seems,
color? And
well, yeah, it seems like a lot of these changes are making it more clear and more accountable what they can and can't do. So there's a lot of changes in here besides expediting the process. And you mentioned that you may not appreciate expediting the process to cut the public out, to cut the planning commission out. But aside from that, are there other changes proposed here that you think are not good ideas?
I don't, but what I would say is that it's hard to plan for every scenario, right? We can only write in our code so much. And so if a sign application comes in that doesn't meet that kind of short definition of our code, then, I don't know what staff does, but I would assume they lean on the side of approving the application. So that's part of my concern.
Okay. I have a slightly different opinion. Councilman McCarthy expressed some hesitancy about, I think what it would look like if we allowed too many signs of poor color or poor taste, essentially, not your words, but trying to summarize. And I'm kind of the other direction because for about 5 years, we relaxed our sign ordinance so that for about 5 years, we allowed A-frames, we allowed banners, we allowed characterization signs such that an ice cream store could hang an ice cream cone to characterize the product that they were selling and get more eyes on their business, because our justification was that businesses were hurting after the 2008 crash, and getting more customers in and keeping the businesses from becoming empty storefronts was much more important than worrying about aesthetics, but that we would do it as a trial. And so we had a 2-year trial that we copied from Colorado, Rockland, Colorado, I think, or maybe it was Rockland, California. So we copy and pasted their sign changes for this kind of the same reason. But we said if there's any complaints, or if this town turns really ugly with signs everywhere, if everyone puts up an A-frame sign and everyone puts up a banner, this town is going to be very junky. And it didn't happen. There were no complaints about the signs that were put up after we relaxed the regulations, and kind of without notice. After about 5 years, staff started telling people in town, you got to take down that sign. You can't have banners. You can't have A-frames. And so I had hoped that we would come back to that issue because it was working well, and without any fanfare, it was changed back to the old way of doing things. The experiment was ended without any review or evaluation of how well it worked or didn't work. And so when we come back to this, those are the kinds of things that came up in the public and that I'm bringing up. A-frames, banners, those prohibited types of signs should be reviewed for why are they prohibited? What's the worry? And in 2012, the worry was aesthetics, but it didn't turn out to be an aesthetic problem that caused any complaints. So that's kind of an answer to Councilmember McCarthy. But as far as Xing out the public and Xing out the planning commission, I can go either way, leave them in or cut them out, which is being recommended tonight. And maybe if we do have another sign round of deliberation, we can readdress that. But even if we pass it tonight, we could readdress making it back to a more public process. But I would like to keep this moving because I don't think it's broken or severely flawed, but I do see that there's some interpretation on whether it's good or bad. But if it comes back within a few months or within 6 months, a second round to cover these loose ends, we could also add that to it. So if all of us told staff what issues we like to be addressed on the next go round, we could still move ahead with what's being proposed tonight if at least a quorum approves it. So Councilmember McCarthy asked the rest of us to comment on what our thoughts are in regards to his comments. So I've made mine, and anyone else would like to speak, let's go to Councilmember Biala. Kathy?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I keep hearing that we're eliminating the public and we're eliminating the planning commission. I didn't get that from reading this. I got that we create an ability for staff first to, if they're compliant with the sign ordinance, then they get approved. And then if there's some issues, it goes to the planning commission or the DRB. And what's eliminated is it doesn't have to come to the city council. So it's a great expense for businesses to have to do DRB and then go to the planning commission and then go to the city council for a sign. And so I think that, our competent staff can make those determinations, and oftentimes, they can make suggestions. Because we have objective standards doesn't mean a staff can say, well, that red is a little bit too red in relationship to the building or whatever. I think it doesn't eliminate sort of some of the subjective qualities that could be negotiated in an informal basis. But I think that the main point is we're not eliminating the planning commission, and I don't believe we're eliminating the public comment, right? Because if it comes to planning commission, then we make room for public hearing, right? So I think we have to just see this as a streamlining and a cost saving to the customer. So I think if you look at what we're supposed to be approving today, the first one is just compliance with, a new state ordinance. And then the second one is what we just talked about, is streamlining the process. And the third one is just updating, simple updates to the ordinance. So it wasn't meant to be, let's all now take apart this ordinance, because it's going to take a few more months if we're going to look at everything, to change, and things that we want, whether it's becoming more energy efficiency with the LEDs, or whether it means, whatever. I mean, I think we always have to look at what we're being asked to decide on any topic, because we can take apart anything. If we're looking at an agreement, we can go back to 3 years ago and start challenging all kinds of things that were in previous agreements. So I think that, to me, I think we should pass this. And then if there are other significant things that come out, when we look at our fee structures for permits or whatever, these things will come up. But right for this minute, I think the staff needs to show that we're compliant with certain changes in the law, and it needs to be done, expeditiously. So I am in favor of, passing this as it is written on our staff report, with an additional hearing that's coming up too. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's all I have.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Biala. Let's go to Councilmember Fisher.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do not have any issues with the staff report as I read it. I've never been a planning commissioner, so that might be a different view. But I can tell, as just an example, that several cities around us, the staff can approve minor sign types that are compliant with the standards. There's no reason to deny them. And I trust that staff will be able to do that. And of course, the general cleanup is very much needed. So thank you for having worked on that. Anybody who's worked on that. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Marina Dirksen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too want to thank all the staff working on the cleanup. I also interpret this that there is a possibility to come back to the Planning Commission for any kind of appeal or weighing in. Is that's correct?
That's correct.
If right. So I think there is an opportunity for relief should the sign applicant not be happy with the decision. I mean, we are dealing with a very subjective area, and what is art, or what is nice and what is not, is an eye of the beholder. But I trust that our staff, with this general direction, will be able to come up with, or we'll be able to enforce a standard. And I think that's what we're getting at here. One question is that when do we at all talk to, as the gentleman here from Ensign, do we ever, or does our staff or does our city do any sort of outreach with the companies that are making these signs? In that, I'm just imagining I'm an applicant, I go to Mr. Oh, I can't remember his first name, but I go to Ensign, which is located in the shopping center near the Otter Den, right? Yes, Wells Fargo, I should say. And I go in and I say, I want a particular type of sign. How is he supposed to know what our sign ordinances are, what our objectives are? Is there any sort of nexus between the work that you do, staff, and the actual people that create the creative product for the customer?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Oh, go ahead, Guido.
I was gonna say absolutely, and some of the impetus for this work is year and a half ago when I started reaching out to the customers, and several customers did express concern about some of the provisions being confusing. So absolutely, we do, talk to the customers and get feedback. And if the council's open to approving it, Alec will be updating some new forms and handouts to better educate the sign companies and property owners about how we've modified the ordinance. So
I do think, thank you very much. I do think that's an important element to it, because otherwise the sign creative is going into something blindly and not really understanding the intent of our ordinance. It also goes back to some of the political signs that I know that I've worked in various jurisdictions, and they all have different roles. So it's sort of incumbent on the creatives to know, to have good communications with our enforcement agencies, with the cities that they deal with. So thank you for that foresight. I appreciate it.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In an effort to kind of move this along, I'll make some brief final comments. I sense that there is the support for this. I am likely to abstain, and I know that Councilmember Biala likes to have an explanation when somebody abstains. So I will just say it's just kind of some concerns, and I don't know what the right answers are, right? I don't want to vote against it, and I don't want to vote for it, because I do think that there are some issues in there. But what I will say, in the effort of progress, that I do hope that we look strongly at enforcement of our existing ordinance or any changes that we make. I hope that we do reconsider some of the language in the ordinance itself, whether that's to consider the allowance of A-frames, whatever the case may be. And then the final thing that I just want to say, two things really. In terms of appeal to the planning commission or somebody, yes, that would work in favor of the person submitting the sign, but not in favor of the public, right? So in the example of T-Mobile, for example, that sign was staff's recommendation. It would have been approved. The planning commission as a body decided they didn't like it. So I think what we're saying is that in my mind, that the planning commission was wrong. And I just don't know that I agree with that. Again, just an opinion. And then the final thing is, if we do look at redoing our sign ordinance, we're going to have to make some tough choices. Do we want to be like the Carmel, who says, okay, only 3 colors and it has to be on wood and this and that, and they have a very strong identity? Or do we want to be like, another city that doesn't have that strong identity and strong set of design guidelines? And it's going to be, some tough decisions when we reach that point. But those are my comments. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. I'd like to make a motion largely consistent with the staff report, that we have introduced the ordinance and that we recommend the proposed amendments in this ordinance. And secondly, that we ask staff to prepare a second round of sign ordinance related issues that we can discuss, and that include the potential allowance of prohibited signs, maybe another 2-year period that could end if it is not successful to approve signs such as A-frames, banners, characterization signs, and that staff consider how we might incentivize an upgrade to our sign types to LED from the fluorescent old style signs. And then we used to have vehicle signs allowed in that temporary period of 5 years. And so it'd be nice to include basically all of our prohibited signs and make sure that we want them to be prohibited. So that would be my motion.
Mr. Mayor, I second.
Thank you, Councilmember Viola. Okay, any final comments from council members before we cast our votes?
Question for me, Mr. Mayor. To clarify your motion, so are we saying that effective the adoption of this ordinance that we would be allowing all prohibited sign? No,
No, just that those would be some of the issues addressed at the next go round.
we'll come back. Thank you.
Okay, and if there's any friendly amendments of other issues that any of us are thinking to be included in that second go round, then be a good time now to say so, and I would take those friendly amendments, but it doesn't stop you from having thoughts later and talking to staff about additions to this list of issues that we might discuss at the next sign ordinance meeting or sign discussion. Anything more comments or friendly amendments?
Mr. Mayor, just as staff, just like I said, that second round, that would come later in the future, right? Yeah, just 6 to 9.
Whenever it's convenient, right?
Okay,
Basically,
lovely.
whenever
Thank
it's
you.
convenient.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Okay, so if we could have a roll call vote, please, Anita?
Yes.
Abstain.
I can't hear Anita. Did she call me?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Yes. All right, so Elizabeth, did you vote? Okay, so that was unanimous with the 5 of us, and kudos to all the staff that had anything to do with this. 4-1 with, well, 4-0-1 with Councilmember McCarthy abstaining. Thank you, everyone, and Heidi. But thanks to staff for processing something that's been a long time coming. And I know it must be really tedious to go through all these details, but thank you for doing a good job with that. All right, so we're going to move to our next item, which regards accessory dwelling units. And Alec is back up for us. Thank you, Alec.
Back for more. Thank you, Mayor. This item tonight is the latest round of updates that we've received from the state with regards to the accessory dwelling unit ordinance. The legislature over the past few years has made this sort of an annual practice of updating and tweaking the state legislation pertaining to ADUs. So we are working to incorporate those changes into our local ordinance. At the state level, these are mostly minor changes, but there are some significant changes at the local level that I want to walk you through tonight. SB 897 is the major one of the 2 bills that relates to ADUs. This was signed into law last year and became effective January 1 of this year. So I have a table summarizing the major changes. Currently, detached ADUs are permitted to be up to 16 feet in height. The new requirement is 18 feet for ADUs that meet certain requirements, which I'll walk you through in just a moment. A more significant update is to attached ADUs. The height limit again has been 16 feet historically. That is now up to 25 feet. And so that's a pretty significant change. The other 2 changes that we're looking at are related to parking standards and fire sprinklers. So the parking standard requirement used to be that if an ADU included an application to create new single family or multifamily dwellings, we could require them to provide parking for the ADUs. State law now says that these parking requirements no longer apply. And with fire sprinklers, the construction of an ADU in the past could trigger the requirement for fire sprinklers in the primary dwelling and in the ADU as well. The new law is that unless the primary dwelling already has fire sprinklers, you can't require them to be installed in the primary dwelling or the ADU. The map before you, which was referenced in the staff report, and I think I failed to include in as an attachment, shows the locations in the city where detached ADUs will be permitted to go up to 18 feet in height. So it's a function of how close you are to a major transit stop. Anything within a half-mile walking distance of a major transit stop, as shown in those colorful circles, can now go up to 18 feet. So I just want to walk you through the sections of our ordinance that will change. We had the height limit that's been struck out and clarified to reflect the new standards in state law. We've added the exception to the parking rule. There's 5 that were already existent in the ordinance and in state law. We have that new 6th one, which is that an application for new single family or multifamily dwellings cannot require parking for an ADU. And the fire sprinkler section has been updated as well. And then I just want to walk you through one minor change that wasn't reflected at the planning commission level when we took this ordinance last month. State law has clarified that in addition to front yard setbacks, the city can't regulate street side yard setbacks. So we had a section in our ordinance that limited the setback if you were a street facing side yard that was greater than that 4 feet that pertains to interior side yards. And so we've just struck out that language so that it's consistent with state law. Staff conducted a zoning and general plan analysis and found that the ordinance update would be consistent both with state law and the city's zoning ordinance. ADUs and JADUs would continue to be allowed in the zoning districts where they're permitted under state law. And the update is consistent with several goals of the general plan to promote the construction of new housing, meet the needs of all economic groups, and accommodate a broad range of lifestyles. So staff would recommend that the City Council adopt this ordinance amending section 17.42.040 of the Municipal Code. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you have. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Alec. Questions for Alex at this time, Council? Councilmember Vischer?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just curious. I read that there are 2,100 parcels within half a mile of major transit stop. How many total parcels are there in Marina? Do you know?
I don't know the answer to that, but I will find the answer and get back to you.
I could have looked it up, but thank you. I was just curious. And then the other question I had, and I already received an answer, but the public might want to know. My question was, is there anything being done to add transit stops to multi-story, multi-family developments that are outside of that half-mile radius? And the answer that I received was yes, that it's there, that it's being worked on. So.
Thank you, Councilmember Vischer. That's correct. That's one thing that's being looked at as part of our general plan update that's underway.
And I was very happy to hear that because I hope that anybody, any resident can be within that distance of at least a bus stop. Yes. Okay. So thank you. And thank you very much again, anybody who worked on cleaning this up. I think that was a big job, but it's very necessary. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you both. Let's go to Councilmember Kathy Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Alec, do you know how many ADUs are currently in Marina? I have absolutely no idea.
I don't know the answer to that. And Guido, I wonder if maybe you do, since you've been working with the building department recently to track down that information.
Yeah, we would have to dig for that. We do have on the planning server, Alec, all of the old deed restrictions and then some of the newer. So we could certainly come up with that answer pretty quickly in the next week or so.
I would really like that. I mean, I have no idea whether we're talking about 50 or 300. I have no concept of what's being built in Marina. And it seems like these annual changes and all kinds of push for the ADUs is pretty significant at the state level. So, and you know, it was meant to be developing affordable units. And if you can also know how much are people charging for rentals of these ADUs, it's almost like it could be affordable by design, meaning that just because you reduce the square footage, it's every bit as expensive per square foot as a larger unaffordable unit. And I just wonder if that's happening. So you get a tiny space for still a lot of money per square footage. So if you could find that out.
Yeah, so the first part, so you guys just approved the annual progress report So we did approve 12 this year, up from 6 from the previous year. But we can certainly dig for, how many past years. And then in terms of affordability range, ABAG, the regional agency that I'm a part of as a San Jose resident, actually did a breakdown, and ADUs actually are helpful across multiple income levels, moderate, below moderate, very low, low. So we can use that as an example. Unfortunately, AMBAG has not done similar work, but it's generally consistent across the state. So.
Okay, so it sounds like it's been a pretty small amount thus far. You're saying, 14, 15, about that units?
For this year, we approved 6 the previous year, and like I said, we'd have to go back
Okay.
a
So
couple years before that.
Mhm. Thank you. That gives me at least an idea. It seems like it's a slow growth, actually, to me, but okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Kathy. And I want to remind everyone that this time is for clarifying questions. If you see specific references in the staff report that you want to ask about, but we'll have time later to ask about questions that are, let's say, more thoughtful or out of the box, or ones that aren't addressed in the staff report. But it's a tough issue. I'm still trying to understand the difference between clarifying questions and non-clarifying questions. All right, let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Marina Dirksen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Directing your attention to Exhibit A, where it has the draft of the ordinance, page 5. There's a mention there of a fee schedule for ADUs, and at this time, no change to the adopted fee schedule is proposed or required. I'd like to know why. Is it something that's done outside the ordinance? Is there, so I'd like a clarification as to, is that something done in addition to this? And might we be looking at a different fee schedule for ADUs?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. That's correct. That would be done outside of the ordinance update. The state does not allow the city to charge fees for ADUs that are under 750 square feet, which I'll just note is the majority of the ADUs that we've processed over the past few years. For ADUs that are larger than 750 square feet, we can charge fees, but I don't think there's currently an item in our fee schedule for ADUs.
That was wonderfully clarifying. Thank you. The other thing that I see that's silent in here is materials used. So oftentimes you might see like containers or, forward thinking materials. Is that also outside of this? Is that regulated by another code?
That's correct. And actually the state is very restrictive on what the city can and cannot regulate with regards to materials. Generally, as long as the ADU meets the provisions of the California Building Code, the city needs to permit it, provided that it meets the city's development standards. So that is something that building staff look at with each application that comes in over the counter.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. Maybe a question for the building staff. There's a statement in here that says local agencies cannot deny an application due to building code violations unless they present a public health and safety threat. And so I'm just curious, when someone applies for an ADU, is there a walkthrough process that happens, or we're obviously an older community, and I'm curious, is there a determination that's made if it's up to code in terms of health and safety?
Yeah, so the building department does do the residential property inspections. So that would be the more appropriate time to assess, the habitability of that. But what that statement is it's referencing state law. In years past, to limit ADUs, some cities were making applicants do a whole series of modifications to their properties just to be eligible for the ADU. And then the state stepped in and said, no, we want to encourage these. So you can't, unless it's tied to a life safety issue, you can't make them correct things on the property. So that's what that's more specifically referencing. So.
Thank you. And I think I'll have some more comments on that when the time is right, but just to understand, so there's no walkthrough that actually happens inside the house. It's maybe just exterior, if anything.
The
So if I
resident,
want to build sorry, Guido, if I want to build a junior ADU in my garage, but I've got a, 60-year-old house that is wildly out of code, there's no observation process that happens there before the permit is granted.
so according to the residential property inspection ordinance Marina has adopted, there is an exterior inspection. And then if in the building department's opinion, an interior inspection is mandated, they can follow up. So there is a follow-up for the interior, but it's only
Thank-
at their discretion, so.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you both. Guido, can you clarify what you mean by mandated? Who would mandate an interior inspection?
So the way that the ordinance is written, it when the property changes over, or if potentially somebody wants to ask for it, they would do an exterior inspection. And then, if there is deemed to be some code violations, then they would work with the property owner to assess the interior.
So if they're inspecting the exterior, how would they catch interior violations?
Because oftentimes the exterior will not match the rest of the house, and that's usually an indicator that some work was done without the benefit of permits.
Okay, so if outside you see an unpermitted room addition, then you would say, hey, we think we're mandated at this point to go inside.
Right. And it's actually, it's laid out in the ordinance. It's a little more detailed than that, but yeah, basically.
Okay, but the mandate would be your interpretation of the law. Should you see non-compliance from the exterior that indicated there might be some non-compliance inside?
Exactly.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's go to the public. Anyone wishing to comment on this? And we'll start with the people in person here today. And not seeing anyone, we'll go to Jeff Markham online. Good evening, Jeff. Trying to unmute you, Jeff, but it might be a problem on your end. Oh. Okay, looks like we're ready to go, Jeff. Oh, maybe not.
Okay, I think I'm unmuted now.
Thank you.
I just wanted to point out, as a Central Marina resident, where there are clusters of ADUs that have come in, we already have a parking problem with those, and I understand that we can't deny ADUs on it. But I'd like the city council to consider, as a former West Santa Cruz resident with student housing, you can actually have residential parking permits that are allocated per household and get control of the situation, because if we have as many ADUs built as potentially could be, you're going to have a really bad parking problem on a lot of streets that aren't accommodating for that type of impact. So it would be something I think the council should consider of what they can do to get ahead of the problem before it gets out of control. Thanks.
Thank you, Jeff. And we'll get around to that as soon as we're done with public comment. Anyone else remotely want to make comment at this time? We'll give you a moment to raise your hand. Okay, we'll close public comment. And with that one question, staff, what are our abilities to issue household parking permits?
Mayor, that would be outside of the scope of this ordinance update. I'm sorry, Guido, I didn't mean to cut you off there.
No. I was gonna say, yeah, that would be kind of a separate issue. We are very limited in terms of mandating parking. And then even this ordinance now further limits if we're near major transit. So it would be challenging to tie that to this specific ordinance. Parking obviously is a citywide issue. That might be something for a separate discussion with the full council. As part of the downtown, as part of the retreat, as part of the general plan. Those are some pretty broader topics, but for this specific ordinance, we're kind of preempted by the state in many instances, so.
Okay, so I hear another time if we wanted to take that up. Okay, thank you. So let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
I didn't know I still have my light on, Mr. Mayor, but I'm happy to make a motion with some comments if we're ready for that.
Yeah, that'd be great.
I'll move that we introduce ordinance number 2023 amending section 17.42.040 accessory dwelling units of the Marina Municipal Code. As stated in the agenda packet. If there's a second, I have a couple comments.
Does anyone wish to second that motion? Councilmember Fisher?
Yes, I would like.
Okay. All right. Any final comments or questions from council before we go to a vote? Councilmember McCarthy?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just say this is a tough sell and it you know, in the sense that it removes local control. Let me back up. It's not a tough sell. I support this fully. But it does remove local control, and that's always an issue for cities, I think, to be cognizant of. It's interesting. We learned at a conference this weekend that oftentimes these kind of ADUs actually don't pencil out. And so that's one of the reasons why we don't see a big increase in numbers of ADUs. They're simply don't make financial sense. It tends to be the quadplexes and above that make more sense. And so I just think that's kind of an interesting thing. The last thing I'll say is these aren't going to be affordable by design. They're incredibly expensive. Based on what I've seen in the city, ADUs tend to be just as much as 2 and sometimes 3 bedroom units. It's just market forces at play. There's a big demand for single room units. So it's just kind of a really interesting thing. But nonetheless, I think this is a progressive step to try to tackle our housing problem. Thank you, Mayor.
Great, thank you.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm not sure if I was called, but yes.
Yes.
Yes, so we're having a problem that Councilmember Biala isn't sure when we're asking her to vote. I don't know what that is, but thank you, Kathy. And that vote passes 5-0 unanimously. So now we're going to move on, and thank you, staff, for all that work. Now we're going to move on to Marina Equestrian Association or Marina Equestrian Center issues.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, I'm Brian McMinn, the Public Works Director. This is an item related to equestrian boarding and equestrian boarding here in the city of Marina. And rewind to last October, the city approved a concession agreement for operation on the Marina Equestrian Center. But the other thing that resulted from that is the city terminated the agreement with the Marina Equestrian Association. And some of that was related to boarding restrictions on long-term boarding. But the city does have properties that don't have those restrictions that weren't deeded from the National Park Service, that the city council and the city could entertain possibility of long-term boarding there. You know, staff has talked with the MEA, the members of the MEA board, and they seem interested in exploring that possibility. So what this item is for city council to approve that staff continue negotiations with the Marina Equestrian Association. And if agreeable terms for an MOU to explore that possibility can be met, that staff would bring that back to city council. What staff is not asking at this time is to come back with some sort of an agreement to implement that at this time. We just want to look at and work with the MEA as to what type of facilities would be needed. And we also have consultant Baker Tilly on board to help with some of the analysis of, you know, what kind of lease type structure or agreement structure for the actual operation of that would be sustainable. And so it's just a kind of an agreement to explore things. And if we can come to agreeable terms, return to council with something a little bit more concrete. And So that's the recommendation before you, that you authorize staff to negotiate with the MEA, and if we can come back with an agreement, we will, and return to council. So with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Brian. Questions for our Public Works Director on this matter? Councilmember Medina Dirksen.
Thank you, Public Works Director. Can you tell me a little bit about this consultant, Baker Tilly? Do they have any expertise in running? Is it just strictly contracts, or do they have any expertise in the equestrian world?
They have expertise in government, and so they were management partners. And so the people that we have on the consulting staff, we have one person that was former recreation director for recreation and type programs, and then there's also a person on their team that has a lot of experience with procurement and agreements and those types of negotiations.
Okay, thank you. I do have one more question, clarifying question. In reading through the resolution, one of the questions I had, or clarifying question, is does in any way, I understand this is an ask to enter into some negotiations, but does in any way will terms that the concessionaire have be put on the Marina Equestrian Association? Or is that to be determined?
I guess I'd ask a clarifying question. Terms that the concessionaire has be put on the MEA, is that related to programs that they would be providing under the concession agreement, or?
Yes, exactly.
So, you know, as we've kind of broached the subject, we've kind of made it clear that probably one of the parameters that we're going to be interested is that we don't have a competing interest necessarily between the two of them. There's a need for long-term boarding that can't be satisfied on the Marina Equestrian Center property. And so I think there's opportunities for some synergy there. If there were boarding on an adjacent property, that the boarders could use the facilities of the Marine Equestrian Association. And it would be, even though we would know there are deed restrictions and different things that are in play there, but we would be looking for something that they can work compatibly and build off each other.
Through the mayor, thank you very much. I guess I'm reading the first line of the agreement, and that's what brings up my question. May I read it? Whereas a companion effort to finalizing the new concessionaire agreement with Chaparral Country Corp to provide public facilities and programs at the Marina Equestrian Center, staff has been assessing the possibility of constructing boarding stables adjacent and to continue to provide equestrian boarding related services. So I guess what piqued my interest was that second line was to provide public facilities and programs. So I just wanted to make, I guess as we move forward, ensure that the intent was not to put programming that the concessionaire is responsible for on another party.
That's correct. Yes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Councilmember Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think in the aftermath of all the controversy about the chaparral and the facility at the site, I thought that this was a particularly out of the box thinking and a way in which a major concern was being addressed through alternate sites and city-owned property. So I have to say that I thought this was a novel solution to see if we could ease some of the issues that were brought up in the initial issues with the MEC. I do want to say that it sounds like we're going to be entering in as mutual business partners in this kind of endeavor. So I understand the motion is really just to be giving staff the ability to begin some sort of initial feeling out of what the possibilities might be. But I do want to stress that it really.
Councilmember Viola, Kathy, sorry to
I'm
interrupt, but
sorry. Got
we're
it. You
trying
want
for
clarifying questions. Okay, so let me just ask from the city side, what benefits would this have, this kind of agreement have for the city? I know for the other side, for the MEA, there could be potentially significant benefits. What benefit is this for the city to engage in this?
And Councilmember Viola, we'll hear the answer in just a second, but the city attorney is telling me that's not really a clarifying question. It's probing beyond what's in the staff report, which is fine later. But right now, we're trying to clarify things that are said in the staff report. But please go ahead, Brian.
To answer the question, Ms. Mayor. Yes, so like an example, not necessarily that all of the boarding stables would be for long-term tenants that were always there. There may be some that were open for a period of time, and where the boarding may be limited to short-term on the Marina Equestrian Center itself, there might be options for people that wanted to stay a little bit longer in the area that could be accommodated on the MEA side.
Not sure I understand that. Does that benefit the city?
That's kind of why we have the Baker Tilly on board, to kind of see if this is a sustainable structure as far as what that benefit would be to the city.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Kathy. All right, let's go to Councilmember Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I only had the one question, and it already was kind of mentioned. It says that in the staff report that MEA can continue to provide equestrian boarding related services. I think it should say restart, because they left. MEA has left in last December. So, and I think all my other questions are for the next round.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Elizabeth. All right, let's go then to the public on this matter. Just raise your hand if you'd like to comment. You'll have up to 3 minutes for your comments or questions. Let's return with Jeff Markham. Welcome back, Jeff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One of the historical things about MEA was that some of the horses that were boarded were not owned by residents of Marina. So what provisions would be to make sure that any, city-owned property that's given out to the Equestrian Association would actually be usable primarily by Marina residents? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. Any more questions from the public or comments? Please raise your hand. We'll give you a moment. That's the remote folks. And so right now, let's go to the in-person folks. Anyone here in the room that would like to comment on this? All right, we'll go ahead and close public comments. And let's take up Jeff's question. Is there if we went ahead with this memorandum of understanding, might we include in the discussion of the memorandum of understanding ways in which primarily Marina residents would be using these boarding facilities?
We can certainly do that, Mr. Mayor, as we're working through some of the language and doing the analysis of sustainable structures for this.
All right, thank you. Okay, to all those other kinds of questions, and let's start, if you would, Mayor, Councilmember Viola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, this is another question that I didn't think of until now, but has there been any needs assessment? I mean, I'm looking at this as a business agreement. And so when you build something, you don't build it without first knowing that your business has a potential to be successful. So is there still a need for, and for how many horses do we expect to be boarded there before we embark on something that will require some expenditures from the city, as well as the use of our public land?
Yes, Council Member, that's the exact nature of this initial MOU, is to kind of explore those possibilities and look at the needs and see if the needs are being met. That's why staff is not recommending that we go to the level of actually implementing an agreement where they actually build boarding or people are moving horses in. We're just looking at doing the business analysis at this point.
Okay, and how do you assess how many potential horses would be able to be housed at our site?
Well, some of that we're relying on the experience at MEA, but also having the consultants on board to look at kind of more of a regional look at boarding possibilities and availability in the region and see, you know, if it's competing with that or what types of needs or what if there's any segments of the market that this would be filling.
Okay. And going back to my initial comments, you know, if we looked at this as a business partnership, the MEA, I would expect to hold a very big responsibility for ensuring that that there is enough customers for this kind of business. So I don't, you know, I think it was originally conceived, and I think by our city manager, which I commend him for really thinking out of the box and really trying to resolve some of the issues in a very creative way. But at the same time, you know, it's going to entail a real commitment, I think, from MEA to make this successful. It's not just that we're trying to appease people. This is about a business venture, and if we're going to go into this, then there is a lot of responsibility in terms of you know, making this thing work. And so I'm really concerned that we see it that way as a city, that you know, that we prepare for it as a business and we expect a full partnership to make it successful. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't have an MOU, but I'm just saying that even if I could even understand a little bit more about, you know, hear from MEA, you know, how this will be a benefit that will satisfy people. You know, sometimes I get a little squeamish when, like, for example, we're talking about the sports pavilion, and then I hear from people who are actually doing, you know, the sport, saying that they wouldn't use the pavilion. So I don't want to get in that situation here where the people we're actually trying to help say that we don't need it or we don't have enough. Yes, they might need it for 2 or 3 people, but we need a lot more than that if we're going to go forward with this kind of venture. So that's what I'm just emphasizing at this point. It could be a wonderful solution, but then again, it could just fall flat. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Kathy. And let's go to Councilmember Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, my questions probably will all be handled by the consultant in the business analysis, but I will list them anyway because I wrote them down. So my first question was, is this a revenue option for the city? Are there funds to construct the equestrian boarding facilities? And just like the Jeff Markham asked during the public comments, you know, will there be a priority for Marina residents? If there's more demand than boarding spaces, who determines the priorities? Will there be a waiting list? And it seems that other equestrian centers charge, I think, considerably more than the city used to charge the MEA. So just like Councilmember Biala said, it's a business, and I think it should not cost the city any money, but it would be wonderful if we could offer this solution. So thank you. Those were my questions and remarks. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. Did you have any questions you wanted answered at this time?
if you already can answer some, or will you say that it's part of the business analysis?
Yeah, I would say, this is good input. These are things that we'll work on as if city council were to approve this MOU.
Thank you very much.
I can add you just one comment to that is the property there is currently vacant next to the stockade and we don't have any immediate use for that in the next 5 years. And so that's kind of the big picture, that it's property that we have. We don't have any immediate use. We are busy enough in all these other developments and properties that we're looking at. And so we aren't looking to develop it. And so it just is a natural to explore that it's vacant property. If it's something that we put a business plan that meets our needs, meets their needs, then we'll bring an MOU back to the city.
So thank you, city manager. So my question was primarily, that it will cost money to construct the facilities. And so are there funds for that?
That'll all depend as we go through the process. We'll see if MEA what they want to build, if they have funds for it. If they don't, then we certainly have general funds, but that'll be a council decision at that point.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you very much. Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Marina Dirksen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank you, Mr. McMinn, and our city manager for, yes, thinking outside the box. And we all know the restrictions that were on the property there at the Marina Equestrian Center that created quite a bunch of debate. And I want to ask a few questions. First of all, I'm going to acknowledge that we have and we've had a very robust equestrian community there. Having spent time out there myself, whether they were from Marina or not, made a lot of friends out there. People came and went. So it was a community that was dismantled because of the restrictions on the land. So starting with that premise, I want to ask the city manager, did the operations under the Marina Equestrian Association cost the city anything? Did they pay for everything?
There are just lots of problems with the agreements. Like we never did cost of living increases that should have been that were in the contract, and so we should have collected a lot more revenue, but we didn't do that. There were certain improvements that should have been made that weren't. But again, I think that's a two-way thing. There needed to be much better oversight on the city's part, and there wasn't.
Did we ever ask for a rent increase? Because as tenants, I would imagine, how often do tenants actually ask to raise their rent?
I don't think that we had the proper oversight on the city's end.
Right. So the concerns that Councilmember Biala has are very real concerns, but from my understanding, they paid the water out there, they paid the electricity, they paid us rent. So I'm not going to say it was cost neutral, but it could have been much more. Could it have been much more financially viable for us?
Yeah, in my opinion, it could have.
It could have been, right, okay. So starting at that point of view, whether it's a business arrangement, which we will get into at some other point, depending on what the consultant tells us, I think this is a good starting point, because if we have a footprint of what happened before, they were already paying electricity, they were paying their water, they didn't ask for us to fix their bathrooms or any of those things. I think they might have been brought themselves up to ADA compliance. So in my understanding, they were, perhaps it's a question, were they a good tenant for us?
Yes, there are problems on both sides, but I think a lot of it is just communication and oversight. But I would not say that they were bad tenants, no.
Right. And then that comes back to us as well, as we're looking through our portfolio of properties. Having to be the landlord requires work on our end. So it goes back and forth, and there's a mutually agreed upon set of understandings and expectations. So I'm excited by this agreement. And I actually see this as adding to our portfolio of recreational activities. Because if we think about it, the equestrian activity itself is quite expensive. And I can't think of anywhere on the peninsula, perhaps Carmel Valley, and definitely down South County, there are some facilities, but giving an option to, just as we look to roller hockey or maybe some other pickleball activities that people partake in, this is just one more sort of gem in the collection, I think. So I'm very excited for this to move forward. I look forward to hearing from the MEA and the partners. I think this adds to our rich history of horsemanship and boarding. And overall a draw for our community that no other city, as we talk about, oh boy, we talk about sort of branding our city and putting our mark on who we are. We're definitely not any other peninsula city. So in my mind, this is definitely a capitalizing on a niche need that could very well grow to something much bigger. Even in my mind, thinking, having a quick conversation with the school official, equestrian programs in schools. I mean, we might be able to pull something off should that be part of any conversations. And I can't think of any public schools in our area that offer that. So I'm quite excited by this. And I really want to thank you all for your diligent work on and making a possibility move forward. So thank you.
All right, thank you.
Oh, one last thing.
Go ahead.
And if it's possible, I'd like to make the motion when we get to that point.
What's this property zoned as?
I think it's business, commercial at this point.
Right, it's a commercial zone.
So how would zoning be consistent with a public boarding facility?
That's part of the analysis is working with planning to see what kind of changes would have to be made to allow this.
Is it within the city's authority to change the zoning? Or is that part of a longer term? Well, could it be general plan amendment or wait for the new general plan?
Correct, the city complete controls that property. If the zoning, if the use is not, needs to be changed, we can bring that back to the council and change that. I don't think that's a problem at this point.
Okay, so the change could be one of the 4 opportunities we have every year to change our general plan and rezone it.
Yeah, I don't think there's a problem.
Okay.
With the general plan.
Don't need to go there yet.
Yeah.
Then. Okay. As far as benefits and whether it's all Marina or primarily Marina residents, we don't have that requirement on the current concessionaire that they primarily serve Marina residents. We don't have that requirement on the Dune City Park that we're planning on building. We don't have that requirement on the Marina Youth Soccer and the Marina Youth Softball and Baseball leagues that play in our parks. So I don't know why we would pick this park or this new facility out and say, you need to be primarily Marina residents. So I hope that we can take steps toward this. And the benefits that I would see are that they could have festivals. I asked staff if there was any Easter festivals planned at the new concessionaire run facility. They said they didn't know. If they don't know by the end of March, it's probably because they don't have any festivals planned. If they do have it planned, they haven't been advertising it. So it's hard to get Peninsula and Marina families ready to go on an Easter excursion there, but they can still pull a rabbit out of their hat, but I don't sense that they're going to. So this group, if it's anything like the Marina Equestrian Association used to be, one of the benefits will probably be they'll do community festivals. They'll have lots of volunteers because they themselves are volunteers and can best inspire volunteers to help them. It will increase public access to horses, which is very therapeutic. And it's a way to have families coming to Marina for public boarding or trail rides or free trail rides, free lessons, and it's kinds of things the MEA used to do that are not going to happen at the new place. At least they haven't said they're going to do anything for free. And those families that are using are attracted to a new facility if this were to see fruition. they would, of course, probably dine and shop before and after they visited this facility. So there would be economic impacts in the form of increased tax revenue coming into our city. And as our Mayor Pro Tem said, it's a good image for our city to be rather unusual in offering such extensive equestrian benefits or equestrian uses, because it's just it's an extraordinary type of land use that you don't see repeated in many cities, especially around here. I guess if we're done with comments, well, we're not. We're going to go back to Councilmember Biala. Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we're not just doing questions right now, right? We can talk about anything.
Right.
Okay. I am very encouraged by Mayor Pro Tem's comments about her optimism for what this new venture could be, and I hope so as well. And I hope that the things that our mayor is talking about the volunteer events and that have been of the past is also worked through with Chaparral so that there is a synergy among the two entities, and all of which will then benefit the city. I don't know how that is ultimately going to look like, but I hope that it doesn't become competitive and that they work together. When I said about the business structure of what I see as being included in a memorandum of understanding is not that we have to make a profit. I don't want to insinuate that that's the part of the business. I just don't want the city to lose money. So however we do that, in terms of just breaking even, I think it is fine. I'm just trying to clarify my thought about how this business will run, but I just don't want the city to lose money. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, and I hope that you recover as soon as possible. I want to provide a little bit of add-on to what Councilman Biala just said. If we're about to give $850,000 to improve the Marina Equestrian Center, and we don't get that much back in revenue, which I don't believe we're going to, that would be an example of losing money. But hopefully we profit somehow from the Marina Equestrian Center run by the new concessionaire. I don't think that's going to happen, but it would be great if it did. Okay, so let's go to Councilmember Vischer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. About soccer and baseball leagues, if I'm not mistaken, I have read in tonight's staff report that for a different item that it seems that they are required to have a majority of Marina kids. I think quite, but I'm
Where is that required?
the soccer and the baseball league in Marina. I read that for tonight's meeting. But anyway, it doesn't matter. For me, if it doesn't cost the city any money, then for me, there wouldn't need it to be a requirement to have a majority of Marina residents participate. But if the city does put money in it, if it does cost money, then I would definitely like to see a majority of Marina residents benefit from it. That's the wrong word. So, and just to let you know, the current or the new concessionaire, I happen to be at their opening, and I know that they do offer summer classes, and several of my neighbors already arranged to have their grandchildren come to Marina from the Bay Area to enjoy a week of summer camp. So I think it might be working very well. And it's like I said earlier, it would be wonderful if this second option for the boarding could be next door, and if it could all work out, and Marina could have many horses. So thank you.
We'll go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I was hoping I could get to this item without providing input, but I just, excuse me, do want to say that I think there's an opportunity for staff to come back and evaluate what the benefits of offering maybe discounts for Marina residents. Maybe it's veterans, given our rich military history. Maybe it's a discount for people that provide community service but live outside of Marina. So maybe it's kind of this a la carte series of benefits that is well crafted. But I think to not look at that at all may cause problems. So, and I know we're not voting on that tonight, but I would hope that staff would come back and at least have that discussion with us. And maybe we decide that we don't want to even discuss the residency piece, but I would like to see a basic analysis of that.
Okay, so what I said earlier is that currently there are no parks in Marina that are required to serve primarily Marina residents. And yet currently, these nonprofit organizations are not required by anybody to primarily serve Marina residents. So that was why I was saying, why would we single out this park for requiring that? That was my thinking. Okay, so Mayor Pro Tem Christine Medina, did you want to make a motion?
Yes, I would. I would make the motion to authorize our city manager or their designee to negotiate a memorandum of understanding with the Marina Equestrian Association, also known as the MEA, for equestrian boarding at a designated city-owned property, and directed the city manager to return to the city council with a resolution to consider adoption of a mutually agreed upon agreement between the city and MEA.
Right,
like
thank
to
you. Is there?
second.
Okay, seconded by Councilmember McBeala. Is that what you were doing, seconding that?
Yes,
Okay. Any other input, Kathy, at this time?
no, thank you.
Okay. Any input from others at this time? Okay. We don't need a roll call vote unless Heidi tells us we do because Kathy is remote.
Mayor, I think you should have a roll call vote because we are taking advantage of the hybrid meeting.
Okay, so it's not because we have a council member that's remote, it's because we are a hybrid meeting.
No, it's because typically we have all the council members in person and tonight we have one participating virtually. So I would recommend that you do a roll call vote.
Great. Okay, because I know Anita likes to do a roll call vote anyway.
Councilmember Fisher,
Yes.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Yes.
Councilmember Fiala.
There you go. Thank you. Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen. Yes.
Yes, that motion passed unanimously and thanks to staff, I think, and especially our city manager for bringing this together tonight.
The good part, Mayor, is we'll have a new recreation director on board and this will become his or her project and Brian McMinn will be very happy to turn that over. And so
What kind of food does he or she prefer to eat?
we don't know yet,
Okay.
but
All right.
we're honestly, we're very excited about it. I felt bad when you asked a question about is there anything bad about the equestrian center? I said, no, but the reality is they're great people. Every time anyone went up there, they're very nice and very welcoming. And so we're excited. I'm glad that council gave us the authority to move forward with this. I think it can be something great, another great thing for our city.
Yeah, and it seems like they and city staff, including our public works director and city manager, have been working very well together, even though they essentially were booted. They're not holding that against us in a passive aggressive or revengeful way. They're right. And you've had very positive relations with them even since they're no longer there. Okay. So now we'll move on to the promenade. And who will be, let's go to Councilmember McCarthy. Did you have input at this time?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, quick point of order. It's 9:06 and I see that we've got these two items. I don't know how long they're going to take, but I suspect we have people that are interested in talking about Dunes Park. Is there any value in reordering the agenda at this point?
Well, ask our city manager.
Actually, it is critical that we do the dunes, the promenade, the dunes went in that order. They have some agreements that are pending on that.
Thank you.
All right, and just to mention that we have 18 people attending virtually, and it looks like about 4 or 5 of them are here for that Dunes Park item. So if we don't get to the Dunes, this Dune City Park, if we don't get to the park issue, we'll probably have several people that are frustrated, feeling frustrated after waiting all this time. But we have other issues that we just heard from the city manager that are pretty urgent that we do tonight, probably because of timelines and money transfers and that kind of thing. So I guess we'll keep the order that we have here unless other council members object. Okay, but thank you, Brian, for checking in on that. I didn't know the answer to your question, so it was good to hear from Lane. All right, so we'll go to the promenade. I hear it's a great place.
It will be a great place.
Hello,
So
Edry.
good evening, Mr. Mayors of the council, members of the council. This is Edry de los Santos Engineering Division, going to hopefully quickly, but not quickly and succinctly, describe these two items on the agenda. Hopefully this image is showing regarding the final map here of the what is called Phase 1B, but is what we know as the Dunes Promenade. Here, the first item is for the public improvement agreement. And what that is for, it is one of the conditions of the tentative map that was amended and approved by council last May. And that would be, in essence, incorporating the following parcels here in blue into the city right-of-way, including all of its improvements, the sidewalks, curb gutter, lighting, and storm drain improvements. The $2.7 million of bonds for these improvements will be held until the improvements are completed. Been noted here in sheet 8, this is 9th Street down here, and that has already been dedicated to the city. So this would be the rest of what we know as, here we go. Now Ocean Bluff and Sand Dune, Maritime Street, 10th Street, and Jetty Street. So all these dark gray areas here are what's being dedicated to the city and covered under this public improvement agreement as a condition of the tentative map that was approved. Open to any questions. We also have members of the Dunes development team on board as well for questions.
Thank you very much, Edry, for introducing that. Brian McCarthy, are you ready to comment or? Okay. I have a question and that is, are all those colored areas that you pointed out, I think you said they were gray, are those to be maintained by the city in the future?
So yeah, those same dark gray areas are now here in blue, just to make it a little bit simpler, but they will be incorporated into the community facilities district that's funded by the residents here.
Okay, so the CFD Community Facilities District will include responsibility for the park, north to south park area?
Actually,
7 and
it is
28.
within the right of way, but as currently showed by the exhibit provided by the Dunes, it is incorporated into a masters association for maintenance.
Okay, so the 7 and 8 rectangles that are labeled 7 and 8 in your previous slide.
Yes,
Those
that
would be
7 and 8 is roughly shown here
Okay,
as
yeah.
10th Street. Yes.
So is that part of the linear park or is that part of the commercial area and streets?
This is part of the linear park as per the specific plan.
Okay, so the CFD will maintain that portion of the linear park in 7 and 8?
Oh, the CFD does not include any landscaping. So the CFD is specifically hardscape, that's concrete, asphalt, sidewalk, and utilities for streetlights and storm drain facilities. But landscaping will be covered by the maintenance, the
Okay,
Masters
can you use your cursor please to
Sure.
indicate where the landscaping is that the city would be responsible for?
The city is not responsible for any landscaping within the promenade.
Yeah, so let me clarify. We have a CFD and then we have the HOA, and the HOA, they have one with the commercial and one with the residential. So between the HOA and the CFD, all the landscaping, lighting, roads, everything is completely covered, and the city is not responsible for any of that maintenance.
Okay. Thank you, Edry. Thank you, Lane. Any other questions at this time? Let's go to Councilmember Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question. So presumably we approve this today, and then what is the timeline for these streets to go in?
That is a good question for the Shea team. If any of them would like
Okay.
to provide input.
Matt, can you help bring the Shea team over to panelists? Okay. All right, Don, would you like to respond to that question? Mr. Don Hofer?
Sure. Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. If you've been out there recently, you may have noticed there is work ongoing. The site's been graded and we're installing utilities currently. We anticipate that we will be paving the streets in the July timeframe right now. And so, you know, it's somewhat dependent on our schedules with PG&E, but likely in the July or August timeframe, we'll be paving streets.
Great, thank you. That's wonderful. Mr. Mayor, can I just make a quick comment, or do I have to wait now to the next round to make a statement rather than question?
Yeah, I don't think we're here for questions, for statements at this time, but I could ask the
Okay.
city attorney.
That's okay. I'll wait. I'll wait.
All right. Let's go to Councilmember McCarthy. No? All right. Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As I'm reading through the agreement, one of the things that strikes me, and perhaps for the people that are listening, water. Can you just describe quickly whether there's enough water for this project? And secondly, if you'll be using recycled water or any opportunities to reclaim water, especially when it comes to your greenery.
Yes, so there was, as part of our review, a analysis of the adequate water allocation. The findings that we have provided by the developer has shown that there is adequate water for the site and for the remaining portions of the Dunes development. Recycled water is now available for this project and has been incorporated into its design.
Thank you, Edry. And I'll point out that on the next item, 13C, there's fairly extensive 4 or 5 pages all about water for this area that we're talking about now, but it is the next item. Okay, let's go to the public, seeing no more lights on from the council. And let's go first in person. Anyone here would like to comment before we go to virtual public? Not seeing anyone come into the front, so let's go to anyone in the virtual realm that would just like to raise your hand to let us know you want to talk. We'll give you one more moment. Let's go to Vili Matthews. Welcome back, Vili.
Can you hear me? I'm sorry. Is this for the
Yes.
Dunes? Sorry, for the Dunes project? I just want to make sure I don't miss it out.
No, it's for a kind
The
of a
light?
mixed use area that we
Okay.
call the promenade.
Okay, I'll wait. Sorry.
Okay, that's no problem. No, it's good that you'd make sure you don't miss it. All right, so we'll close public comment and turn it over. Let's go to Mayor, let's go to Councilman Briala first. Go ahead, Kathy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I just want to make a comment that these are just sort of the final touches, the agreements that have to be made now. And the ground breaking has long been, in progress. But I do want to say that this is like an 18-year process that started, so long ago, and I don't even remember when it first started, but we're fortunate that Doug Yount has been a part of this from the very inception, so that I think that this process for the city has been really kind of blessed by the stability of the Marina partners, community partners, and so I think that this has been an unusual process and in a positive way, I would say. So I think I don't know how long Don Hofer has been involved, but certainly Doug Yount has been involved for 18 plus years. I just want to make note of that. It's very unusual that we have the same persons involved in the planning and execution of such a project. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not trying to squash debate, but I do want to make a motion. You can continue to discuss as long as you want, but I move that we consider adopting the resolution approving the Phase 1B Promenade Public Improvement Agreement between City of Marina and Shea Homes, and we authorize City Manager to execute the public improvement agreement on behalf of the city, subject to final review by City Attorney.
All right, Brian, could you confirm that you want to approve the resolution or just consider adopting it?
I guess I turn to the City Attorney. Are we considering adopting tonight or?
That's the action before you is to consider adoption, but I think your motion is to adopt the resolution.
Thank you, Mayor. So yeah, just to clarify, the motion is to adopt the resolution approving the Phase 1B Promenade Public Improvement Agreement.
And authorize the city manager and city attorney to do their due diligence.
Correct, as spelled out in the staff report.
All right. Is there a second for that motion?
I second.
Okay. Elizabeth Fish, Councilmember Fisher seconded it. Kathy?
Okay, I couldn't see.
So we'll put her down. And Elizabeth or Councilmember Fisher, did you have any further comments?
Yeah, just a very brief question or comment. I noticed, thank you for the presentation, Edry. And I noticed that the streets are, let me go back. The streets that go east-west are named streets, and the streets going north-south are avenues. I hope that's not a coincidence. I hope that it's a choice to keep the system that has been there for I don't know how many decades. Because I know that it was not done in the earlier phases of the dunes. And I hope that in phase 2 or 2 West and 3 that system can be maintained, but it might be too late if it's not done. So it's more a comment than a question, I think. But I liked seeing it.
So we have avenues going east-west or streets going north-south?
Streets, no, the streets go east-west and the avenues go north-south.
So we don't have an inconsistency yet.
Not in the first phases of the dunes.
And we wouldn't have one in this phase. the
Well,
way-
now in this, yes, here I see it consistent. So I was hoping that somebody chose that on purpose.
Okay. but
Yes,
there-
and I was hoping that it would be for the entire phase 3,
Got it.
but it
Okay.
might be a.
Could staff clarify if the future plans are also to have north-south be the avenues?
Yes, Elizabeth, you have a very good eye. We did do that intentionally.
Okay,
Thank you.
And I'll add yes, otherwise I'll get confused myself.
okay.
So,
Well, do we need 4 yeses to proceed? Yes, okay.
I'm very
Make-
happy about it.
Making a
Mr. Mayor.
reference to America Has Talent or whatever. All right. So let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen.
Thank you very much for the presentation, Edry, and Mr. Hofer for your comments. I too want to echo what Councilmember Biala had to say about some consistencies. We've been through some ups and downs, but you've stuck with us and we've stuck with you this entire way. So I'm looking very much forward to continued progress on this, and just seeing the blight removed is like 1,000,000% better. So I want to say thank you for that commitment to our city, which brings a question that I have for our city manager. I hope, city attorney, this isn't too far off, but as they were taking blight down, could there have been a possibility for us to piggyback and bring some blight down alongside them or with them out there? Did we consider that?
They've made that request and we're looking at that.
Okay, I think it seems efficient. I just had one comment, and I think Mr. Yount's gonna know what I'm gonna say. I really would have liked to have seen some streets much more reflective of our history, that being our military history, other than continuing the maritime theme. That's just my only little squabble here. But other than that, I'm very pleased that this is moving forward, and once again, adding to our trajectory, our forward trajectory of our city, and adding to our identity and keeping the momentum going. So we are catching momentum, and I appreciate working with all of you developers and this council and our staff to make this happen. So thank you very much.
Okay. We went to public, right? So we're ready for a roll call vote, please, Anita.
Yes,
Yes.
Yes, I don't know if I've been called. I can't hear.
Councilmember Biala.
Oh,
Said
yes.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, everyone. That passes unanimously with the 5 of us. Let's go to 13C regarding the promenade final map.
So the final map, which follows the public improvement agreement, incorporates 30+ parcels that will be established for the right-of-way, private roads, private access, residential, mixed use, and commercial lots that make up the promenade. The establishment of the final map requires various reviews, including, as what the mayor said earlier, the analysis of water allocation. That is included in your report, and it shows that there's adequate water supply for this specific phase 1B of the promenade and the remainder phases of the dunes. Another analysis requires our legal counsel to review the CCNRs that will be established for the commercial and the residential portions, and the parking uses for the different parcels on this map. Those are being reviewed by legal counsel and will be approved by legal counsel prior to recordation of this final map. After the final map is finally recorded, annexation into the CFD, establishing the CFD in the blue areas shown here, can take place as soon as the assessor's office at the county establishes APNs. We could take this back to council to establish the CFD for these areas and the continued maintenance for it. Open to any questions for the final map.
Thank you, Edry. Questions from council? Or, I think Councilmember Bayala, I believe.
Thank you. I didn't raise my hand, but that I have some questions anyway. I was just looking at the graph on the water utilization on page 15, and the numbers didn't quite add up to the 593 acre feet per year. But the city manager assured me that they will not go over this allocation. I could imagine that they would have a tough time if they exceeded that. So however they figure out how they're going to use this, I think that I don't have to worry about that, whether the numbers actually add up or not. So I'm not going to go there. My question on the potable water being converted to recycled water, when might you expect that this would happen, and how much would it be? It looks like it's 100 acre feet that might be designated for recycled water. So when might that be anticipated? And also on some of the graphs, I remember that we looked at 51 units for affordable unit townhouses that we had negotiated a lower bedroom count in order, and also a lower parking accommodations for. But on the charts on page 16, it just seems like it's townhouses 18, and on the lower graph it's 18 also. So I'm not sure what flats are, but again, I'm assuming that the Dunes has done their homework. Maybe they're just renaming these things in a different way, but I presume that these charts are reflective of the 51 affordable units that we had designated. That's all my questions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, can we get staff to respond to how many affordable units there are and where they are in the tables and what flats are?
Turn that over to our CDD department for that one.
Who's left? Guido online or Lane Long will
Well,
start us off?
I can tell you on their affordable units, the first one was the South County housing, that was 109. And then the remainder of their affordable units is already under construction. That's 140. And so that covers all their affordable unit obligations. We had different townhomes and flats, and those, as the agreements have been amended over the years, those have changed. And then our workforce housing, a couple of years ago, we changed that because the workforce was in reality the same as market, and so the workforce housing. So those have changed over time. But as far as the affordable, those are being met, and that last 140 units are under construction right now. And those are all for rent.
All right, if it says a December 2022 document, why does it still show flats and maybe some other housing types that aren't no longer included in the plans?
Because those aren't affordable. The flats are just, they're gonna be their market rate units.
Okay. And what are flats? What do they look like?
Don could probably explain it. It's a type of their residential unit that they're building on the promenade. It's actually, it's a beautiful design.
All right. Don Hofer, can you describe the bedrooms and the square footage of the homes that are flats?
Sure. Good evening, folks. Yeah, so the flats are single-story condominiums. That we call them flats because they all of your living is on one level, either on the ground floor or on the second floor of the building. I wish I had the square footages right in front of me. You're catching me a little bit off guard. I wasn't quite prepared to talk about that, but if memory serves me, the flats are anywhere from I believe they're just over 1,600 square feet in that range. And so they're pretty typically 2-bedroom, 2-bath units. And so they're a little more efficient, but they all live on one level. That's why we call them a flat. So if you notice on that page 16 of that report, there are a total of 84 residential units on the promenade. And that's broken down between 13 live work units, 18 townhomes, and then 53 flats. So that's, and the townhomes and the live work units are all multi-level. So they'd be 2 stories or in some cases, 3 floors. So.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman McCarthy, did you have input at this time?
Mr. Mayor,
Oh,
I
sorry,
have one
Kathy.
other question. One other question that didn't get answered is on the recycled water. They're anticipating converting some of the allocation to recycled, and my question is when that might be happening.
I'm happy to answer that, Mayor, if that's okay.
Okay.
We'll be using recycled water as soon as it's available from Marina Coast Water District in the site. So we're scheduling to use it in our larger areas of the promenade. That was part of a settlement agreement that we reached many years ago with Save Our Peninsula, and the city was part of that. And so we're putting in the pipelines. We're planning for recycled water now, and as soon as Marina Coast Water District can put it in the pipe, we'll deliver it to the site.
Great. So we're looking at maybe this year. I mean, it's not going to be in the long-term future. It's happening.
Very soon. Yeah.
Great. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Kathy. Thank you both. So let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. Edry described that the CCRs would be approved by the city attorney. To the extent that it doesn't take too much time, can you kind of describe what our role is in the CCNRs? Do we really have much say in how those are written? Do we have all the say, or are those written first by the developer and then kind of just approved through the city? How does that work?
Through the mayor, I understand that we were recently provided a copy of the CCNRs, and I think there are some adjustments that we could recommend, but typically a lot of those CCNRs are pretty standard, and we would really be looking at the maintenance obligations.
Okay, so the CCNRs are really controlled by the developers, kind of what I'm hearing. Is that
Correct, other than what you see, that we have this agreement that allows us to have some review.
okay? Thank you.
All right, thank you. And in my mind, I thought we already had public comment, so we're still actually in the clarifying questions period. Let's go to Councilmember Fisher.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I was wondering, I might need to wait. I have some questions about the irrigation systems that are required and whether they have been installed in other phases. So this might be related. Thank you.
Yeah, I think other phases would be later. Okay, let's go to the public, starting with the folks here in person. Anyone wanted to speak to this matter? All right, let's go to those people who are virtual today. Anyone linking in, if you'd like to speak to this matter, please raise your hand. Okay, we'll close public comment and let's come back to Councilmember Vischer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So it states that the agreement imposes requirements for the installation of water conserving facilities in residences throughout the specific plan area. Satellite controlled evapotranspiration based EB irrigation control systems. So my question is, have these systems been installed and are they being used in the earlier phases? And will this be the same for the new phase?
Well, that's a clarifying question. You should have asked that
Oh,
earlier.
okay. So sorry, I still don't know. Am I allowed to ask it now? Thank you.
Okay. So the improvements per the Sunland Agreement and the conditions all have been met. Normally irrigation, water connections, those are through the Marina Coast Water District. But we make sure that the conditions meet the requirements for this, for the project, for all phases.
Thank you. Thank you. And just out of curiosity, how is the actual water usage compared to the allocations for the earlier phases?
I think the actual uses are on that table in the report. I believe, speaking with the specialists who created the report, they're slightly adjusted from what was proposed, as they are showing as actual acre feet. So everything, all the projections so far have been nearly spot on, if not a little bit lower than what was projected.
Okay, I'm sorry if I overlooked that, because now that you mention it, I think I read something, but it was like a book that I had to read for tonight. So I apologize if I overlooked, but it's good news. So it's definitely not that it's more, that more is being used than what has been allocated. Yes, okay.
Elizabeth, will you allow me to jump in here just for a moment?
Yes, please.
Edry, the exhibits A, B, and A and B that talk about water, they all say demands. They don't say actual. Is that synonymous, demands with actual?
Exhibits. So I'm looking at page 15, where we have the
Okay.
constructed versus proposed. So the constructed is my understanding, that's the actual. Those are
All
what
right.
the developer and Marina Coast Water District have worked together to project what is actually being used versus what is proposed and what they're planning to build out, and what Marina Coast Water and the developer have again agreed upon in terms of final allocation.
Okay, so the column B that says on page 15, constructed or approved means actual?
That is my understanding.
I don't believe that's correct. But I do know that Marina Coast Water District looks at the actual use and compares it to what is projected. And my understanding is it actually is quite a bit less. And it definitely does not exceed, and that's the critical part, that everyone verifies that. And one of the questions that is asked sometimes is, well, if it is the actual is less than what they've proposed or build it for, can they use that in future phases? And the answer is absolutely no. It's because 10 years, 15, 20 years from now, if they build a different unit or something, it changes, that water use is still tied. And so we're not, even though the actual is less, it still is not going to be able to be used for future additional housing or development down the road. But I do know that Marina Coast Water District, they check that and they verify that regularly.
So to answer Elizabeth's question of actual, do you think that we could ask Marina Coast Water District for those numbers?
Yes, we can certainly do that.
All right. Elizabeth, were you finished with your input?
Well, I did get the answer that the city makes sure that the requirements are in place. I'm still not sure whether that EB controls, whatever the EB irrigation control systems, whether they are working in the first phase, but that might be out of tonight's questions. I don't know. Because it says it needs to be for the entire area.
Right, so I
I
don't
can
think,
also hold and,
no, I don't, I think that's relevant.
yeah,
So
okay.
is anyone able to answer that?
And maybe Don Hofer or Doug could answer that.
Okay, to the Shea team? Can you answer that
So,
question?
yeah, so I think the question is whether or not satellite controlled evapotranspiration based irrigation control systems were installed. And so the equivalent to that was installed in the first phase of the development, I think is the question, which and all these conditions were met. So the homeowners association at the Dunes is now responsible for maintaining those systems in the single family residences that are on the east side of Second Avenue.
So can we answer the question if they're working as expected?
There have been some issues, my understanding, and I think that's partly what the council member is asking about, is there have been some issues with some of those, Mayor, that the homeowners association is continuing to work through. And, you know, I think my understanding is that they are working, and when issues come up, the association's landscape vendor comes out and resolves those issues on site.
All right, thank you. And thank you, Elizabeth, because if
Yes, so I know there are issues, and I think that's part of the system is being bypassed. I don't know enough about it. So it might be something to be addressed separately, or, yes, okay. So thank you for now, Mr. Hofer. Thank you.
okay, so is staff confident that there are no issues that would require changes tonight to the inclusion of these irrigation systems?
We find no issues for the approval for tonight.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right, you finished, Councilmember? Okay, let's go to Councilmember McCarthy. Thanks for being patient.
Thank you, Mayor. A quick clarifying question and a comment. Do we know if the CCNRs will allow for public parking on the public street?
In the current phases of the Dunes, public parking is allowed on the street. And it will be in this area, there will be some areas that they will restrict commercial or public parking just because they don't want that spillover. But for the most part, they allow parking on the public streets.
Okay, thank you. And then my comment is just, and I've mentioned this to the council before, I'm really fascinated at the power of CCNRs and kind of how often they are a little misunderstood. So I just want to make a plea to Shea and the city attorney that when these are being reviewed, that you really spend the time that's appropriate in doing so, with the understanding that these are likely to affect residents in our city for many, many decades to come, because CCNRs are very expensive and almost impossible to change once they're written. So that's just my comment. Other than that, I'm ready to support a motion when someone makes one. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. So to go back to what Brian asked, Lane, you answered that, I think you said commercial or public parking will somehow be restricted to reduce number of parking.
There are some areas where they'll have restrictions, like in some of the commercial areas, it will be restricted. So the residences cannot permanently park in the commercial areas. And so they'll have some restrictions like that. But overall, the CCNRs do allow residential parking on the public streets.
Okay, so in this final map, in most streets, will parking be allowed on both sides of the streets?
Yes.
Okay, so after our last discussion about Sea Haven, that we spent about an hour and a half, I got pictures taken of Bonte Road with parked cars on both sides of the street, and it looked really sketchy to envision two cars opposing traffic passing each other, or if an Amazon truck parked, how cars would get around because it would be almost completely blocked. and bad drivers or distracted drivers, whatever, it could easily have accidents. And so how is this final map street design different or the same as Sea Haven?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, so it's very different from Sea Haven because most of the residential streets in Sea Haven, because they're so narrow, restrict parking on one side. And if you go through the Dunes development, parking is allowed on both sides, and you'll see that throughout the development.
Yeah, so that's kind of why I'm asking, because if they're allowed on both sides, and on Bonte Road and Sea Haven, they're allowed on both sides, and it looks really
Yeah,
tight.
but Bonte Road, they aren't allowed on both sides.
Well, I was showing pictures after our meeting of parked cars, and there were no space on both sides of the road. It was completely covered with parked cars.
Yeah, and that's an enforcement issue on our police end.
Okay, so in this final map tonight, are the streets wider than Bonte Road?
Yes.
All right. Now we have gone to public comment. Okay. So I think we're ready for a vote because I don't see any. Are we ready for a motion? Sorry. Who would like to make that motion? Okay, Kathy, thank you.
And I think that Edry had his hand up to respond to the previous issue.
I'm just wanted to include there in the design for the promenade, they have designated stalls on all the public roads. It's all marked and teed, and as our city manager said, there is parking on both sides. But they
So,
are
Edry-
designated, yes.
Okay, so with the markings on both sides for parking stalls, essentially, do you agree that there's plenty of width to the street to allow passing cars opposing traffic?
Yes. Oh, yes.
Okay.
I believe we have at least 12 feet for travel lanes.
Okay, thank you. So let's go back to Councilmember Viala, if you'd like to make a motion.
Sure. So I'd like to make a motion to adopt the resolution number 2023 XXX approving the Phase 1B Promenade final map for the Dunes on Monterey Bay Development Project subdivision, formerly University Village, and authorizing the city clerk to execute the final map on behalf of the city, subject to the final review and approval by the city attorney.
Councilmember Vischer seconds that. And are there any final comments or questions before we go to a vote? Councilmember Vischer?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick comment, because I haven't mentioned yet that I'm also very excited about this project going ahead, and that soon Marina will be able to enjoy this beautiful project.
Can you see it from your house?
I can see it from another house that I have been working in, so I have had a view of it at night. It looks very good. Thank you.
All right, so if we could have a roll call, please, Anita?
Councilmember Biala,
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
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 Yes, so that passed unanimously with the 5 of us voting. Thank you, everyone that had to do with this project. We're going to move on to the Dune City Park. And I think we should start with a motion, how late we want to go. And I want to ask our city manager if we also need to address the objective design standards tonight, or can those be postponed without much difficulty?
Yeah, we can put that off to the next meeting, no problem.
Okay, so we have one item left on our action agenda. So council, how late would you like to go on this? I could easily see it taking an hour, but probably more. Okay. All right. Okay. Would someone like to make a motion to continue past 10 to a time certain or to the end of this item?
I'll go ahead and make a motion that we continue this matter. I'm sorry, that we hear this matter until it's resolved, until it's done.
I second, Mayor, but can we clarify that that means the library parking lot is postponed for another?
That was pulled from the agenda. It was on the consent agenda and it was pulled.
So we won't discuss that tonight.
Right.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Second.
Okay, can we have a vote, please, Anita?
Yes.
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 Yes. Okay, that passes and we'll move on and everyone can know that we're going to finish this tonight. So this is to consider input to the Dune City Park. And I presume that we're going to provide direction to staff. Okay, or we may if we choose to do so. Okay, so we're going to go over to our Public Works Director, Brian McMinn. Thank you, Brian.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, we do have a presentation tonight. With us tonight, we have Derek McKee from Verde, the landscape architect for our Dunes Park. And go over real quickly the agenda introductions. We kind of hit that. City Manager Elaine Long, myself, and Derek McKee will be making the presentation. We're going to cover the master plan goals for our Parks Master Plan, parks funding, existing conditions, and preliminary design plans, and then our landscape architect will be taking us through those, and the parks elements, kind of the recreation elements that could potentially be going into the Dunes Park, and then it will go over 4 options, design options that have been developed up to this point and received input from the public, cover some of that community input, and then we will go on to next steps. So, Lane, if you want to take this next section here.
Sure. Yeah, we have a Parks and Recreation Facilities Master Plan that was adopted in 2005. And so the plan is definitely needs to be updated, and that's something we'll be proposing in our upcoming budget. But these are some of the key goals from that plan, and I think they're very pertinent to this discussion where it talks about the need to create a unified city by linking central and southern and northern Marina. And so when we look at these parks, and even though that we're talking about the Dune City Park, it really is part of our whole park system. And so as we talk about this, we also need to be considering Windy Hill Park and Vince DiMaggio Park and the Sea Haven Park and the Hilltop Park and the recently approved Marina Station Park, and because each park has different unique characters and designs for that. It's interesting, the Parks Recreation Master Plan, it projected the city would have a population of 40,000 by 2020, and so the elements that it was recommended in there, we don't even have close to that population. And so when you look at that master plan, you need to look at that from the perspective that we haven't doubled the population that we thought. So some of those things that it talked about, we just don't have the population. And in fact, our population for our school age children have actually decreased. And so as we talk about that, just look about it in the context of a whole system. Now, when we talked about and approved the Marina Station Plan, there was a soccer field and a baseball field that was part of the original design, but because those were in open space, protected areas and detention basin, that was not approved, and the council asked us to look at other places in the city that we could potentially accommodate that soccer field and that baseball field. And we looked at Gloria Jean Tate Park, and it really doesn't work. And so later on in the presentation, the consultant will has a slide where we're suggesting that we really look at our Preston Park ball fields as the place to build a sports complex. And what we're showing later on will be additional 2 soccer fields, 2 baseball fields, and that really works out well for everyone in the city, rather than putting soccer facilities scattered all around the city. And if you have multiple kids, you're driving all around. If you have them all in one location, if you have your ball fields one location that really works really well. And so that's one concept that we'll be discussing tonight, and that is directly applicable to your discussion with the Dune City Park, because one of the or a couple of the options are ball fields there. And originally in the Dunes design, it talked about ball fields being there. And if you go back originally in the Sea Haven design, it talked about ball fields being there. And so we've had ball fields always discussed over the years, but we really haven't moved forward with a plan to do it. And so one of the suggestions that we're going to ask the council to consider is to maybe formalize and say, let's look at the Preston Park area and make that our athletic and our soccer and our baseball field sports complex. And if you go to the next slide, I want to just talk a little bit about funding. And this is really on a high level, that's important to the whole discussion, because a lot of these amenities for these park improvements, we have park impact fees that will pay some of it, but as you look at the total dollars, park impact fees will not cover everything. And so we're going to have to look at general fund contributions at some point down the road, or we'll have to look at phasing in the improvements. But this will give you a sense of what we do have right now. So our current park impact fee fund balance is $6.3 million. So that is currently unallocated. So we've allocated dollars to Gloria Jean and Windy Hill and these other parks, but we currently have 6.3 unallocated with just the Dunes and Sea Haven and Marina Station developments. And right now they're projecting that they'll be built out over the next 7, maybe 10 years max. We'll collect $19 million in impact fees from those projects. Right now, I think the Dunes and Sea Haven are expecting to be built out in 3 to 5 years, and Marina Station will be a little bit longer than that. So we do know that we will have an impact fee revenue stream coming in, and impact fees can only be used for new park improvements that are caused by the new growth. So it's demand caused by the growth. We can't use impact fees to fix existing deficiencies in parks. So like repairs to Gloria Jean Tate Park, generally those have to come from the general fund. We are looking at expanding uses there, like the pump track. That's a new use, that's an expanded use, and so we use park impact fees for that. So we can use it there, but generally impact fees are building new facilities that are caused by the new growth. And next slide. This will give you a big picture of what we're looking at, just cost, and you'll see that impact fees will not cover this. And so it's going to have to be a combination and phasing in to achieve the goals. But right now, Sports and Aquatic Center with the sports pavilion, we're talking $20 million plus. The consultant is working on final numbers for this. We should have it by the end of March, and we'll be having that discussion with the council probably in April, and making our final decisions on moving those projects forward. Gloria Jean Tate Park, we're estimating $7.3 million to complete that whole park as planned. We have $1.7 million already allocated. Sea Haven Park, it's $5 million already planned for that park, and it's already fully funded from impact fees from us and from contributions from the Sea Haven developer. Now that will give you a sense of, so that Sea Haven Park, and you're familiar with that design, it's about 10 or 11 acres, parking lot, playgrounds, restroom, couple dog parks, pickleball courts. That park is being completely constructed for $5 million. And so you see these larger dollars for some of these other parks. And so we can certainly scale back some of our designs and some of our ideas, but it can give you a sense. We have a beautiful park in Sea Haven, and we're able to build that for $5 million. As we talked about the Preston Park Sports Complex, if we or to add 2 additional soccer fields, 2 baseball fields. We're estimating that for about $10 million. Council's already allocated $1 million to that, and that is just sitting in our capital project budget. We have $750,000 already set aside for Windy Hill Park. That's for a restroom and for upgrading their playground. Lock Padding, we have $250,000 set aside for that. We're working with the Regional Park District on developing a master plan for that park, and we'll be coming back to the council with that. And then Dunes Park right now, we have we'll have 8.6 million contributed by Marina community partners. And so once we're ready to move forward with the development construction, we'll have those funds fully from Marina community partners. Now, our consultants, as they'll go on later on, they'll explain the estimated cost for the parts and the different options, and those are large numbers. And so to meet that, we may have to scale back designs a little bit, may have to phase in the project, may have to cut out different elements, but that just gives you a dollar sense of the cost and our impact fees, and we're gonna have to have other revenues to be able to move these projects forward. The good part is we have a lot of different money set aside, and we have unallocated fund balance in the general fund, and at the budget retreat, we'll go into a lot more detail about these. I think that is it. Oh yeah, this is the, and Brian can jump in. Our Parks and Recreation Master Plan, this is kind of a typical rule of thumb. You have neighborhood parks and you want to be able to walk within a quarter to a half mile. And so we identified a neighborhood our parks, and you see that little circle, and that's a half mile radius. And so you can see Gloria Jean Tate Park up here at the top of the screen. And you see that services that part of Northern Marina, picks up part of Marina Station. And then you see the Marina Station park that's going to go in there, that services that, and also part of Marina. And then you have the Vince DiMaggio Park and Lock Padding Park. And so you start to see those half mile circles, and we're really covering that part of the city really well. What this doesn't show is we also have Olson School, we have Crumpton School, we have the different schools that also have playgrounds and open space and the ability for the neighborhood residents to use it. And so when you start to look at those circles, you go really central and northern Marina, we have really pretty good coverage between the existing parks and the schools. Then when you come down to the new areas under construction on the southern end, we start to have gaps in the coverage. We have a gap at Abrams where the Preston Park is. So there's a gap between there and the Salinas Avenue area, Marina. So this would just give you a general gap analysis of the proximity of where we are. And anything to add to that, Brian, or?
I just think the way they're colored, there's the light green is existing park with ball fields, and so if we're looking for where the ball fields are coming in, also in the Marina Station, the park they have planned in there, there's room in there that some field sports could be added to that as well. And I guess we'll go to the next slide, and I can show where there's room for expansion at Preston Park itself. So we asked a consultant to look at this as far as just a quick space planning. There's the existing ball fields on the the northeast side there of Preston Park. Those are already in use. And just down the hill from the concession building, there's an existing soccer field that's there. But what this is showing overimposed on that soccer field are two dual use fields that can be used for soccer or for ball sports. And then also an expansion of parking to the south of that as well. So there is some land there with the ability to expand in that. It's gonna, it's gonna be, it requires some environmental analysis. But I think there's enough land to the south of that to potentially, if there's any mitigation needed for those expansions, that we should be able to meet those requirements. So I think it's just kind of showing that, yeah, we're going to talk about ball fields in the Dunes Park here as well, but it's not the only place that we have for expansion of ball fields in the city. With that, I'll ask Derek to come up and take the next part of the presentation.
Thank you, Brian. Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Derek McKee and I'm with Verde Design. Thank you. Yep. The last slide was not done by us. This design was done by another firm. I just want to point that out. Our name is up there, but we did not do that one. So I'll give them Steve Sutherland's office credit for that. So for the existing additions, the area on the left was our survey, and it showed where the buildings were. And then you can see pictures, some older pictures, some recent pictures of what the buildings look like. And obviously they, were vandalized, and there was the hazardous materials in them. And so they have been torn down. So what remains now, in the bottom picture, you can see the trees. We still have pretty much most of the hardscape out there, the old streets. There are utilities out there that are in the ground that'll need to be removed. So there's some work that's been done, but there's still other work that needs to happen out here. The trees are important. The city hired an arborist to go out and study the trees and provide an arborist report. Out of that, they found 21 significant trees. And 6, in addition, were legacy trees. Some communities have different names for them, but they're, the biggest, most elegant. And 5 of those 21 trees do need to be removed. And I don't know if any other trees were removed with the removal of the buildings. The other thing too with these trees is they have not been cared for a long time. So there is a lot of work still that needs to happen when this is turned into a park to make it safe underneath these trees. There's a lot of dead wood up there. You can go out there and see it. And you can kind of see, we do have some elevation changes on this site, and you can kind of see it in the middle picture there. We'll talk more about that in a minute. So the buildings to remain, or the buildings that remain now, include the chapel, the aquatic center, and sports center. And those, and the other building was the sports pavilion. The architecture team has been working on those, so that's separate from us. We were not involved in that, and my understanding that went through a separate process. So we're not talking about any of those really tonight, but the sports pavilion was one that was brought up recently at the Public Works Commission meeting last week, and we'll hit that at the end here. So this design was the design that was created a couple years ago with the community, and some of this has been brought forward, and some of the designs I'll show you tonight. But we did have courts, we had ball fields, we had an accessible or all-inclusive playground. We had the aquatic center, the rec center in there. The other big thing that we had in this is we had the 4-tag trail traversing the site from 2nd Avenue up to kind of the corner of 9th Street and the future street names, which I'll show you in a minute. We had ball fields there. They were planned to be synthetic with baseball and softball in the corners. We had, other park elements like playgrounds, restroom building. We did have a couple of the buildings being repurposed to be looked at as potentially a museum, like option 1 we'll have for you in a minute. And then we had some other hard courts. We were also providing quite a bit of parking. But with the arborist report and then attaining the survey, the arborist report and those tree locations would not work with this design. So we talked to the staff and came up with some other options and developed and refined these that we are presenting tonight. And then the other component to that too was the topography. And this design would have been rather expensive to construct in this manner. So for the park elements we're looking at, one of the items is that's being shown on some of the designs are multi-use fields. So we do a lot of these types of fields. This is with synthetic turf, and the baseball, the softball infield areas are all synthetic turf. You can see here multiple sports, multiple age groups for soccer. We have lacrosse. I think we had rugby on this one. We have multiple age groups for the baseball and softball fields on these. The other component to this too is that we typically light them. Definitely having synthetic fields and lighting them provides, more opportunity for use and getting them off of your natural turf fields too. So we left out softball, but softball should have been included in that too. So it's baseball, softball, all those types of things. The inclusive playground is still here. One of the nice things is Tatum's Garden is going to take that over. We do quite a few of these. In fact, pretty much every playground we're doing now is all inclusive, but the ones we've done with Magical Bridge have been, larger, bigger construction budget. And on this one here, you can see in the TV, one of the things we do in a lot of those is we're creating elevation change. We're taking the kids up through ramps to get them to different areas. And in some of our designs, we are looking to use the topography to do that. Instead of having to build it up, we would use the topography to step it down. So I'll talk about that in a minute. The amphitheater is in all the designs. Amphitheaters can have a lot of different appearances and layouts. We have 2 different sizes and options 1 and 2 compared to 3 and 4. We have tennis and pickleball. One of the things we're seeing is a definite growth. Tennis has picked back up since COVID. Pickleball is being requested at every park we work on. The other thing we've learned too is to separate them and to not stripe pickleball and the tennis so that their users can each use separately. So that's one of the things we're looking at. Other items include a courts for either basketball. One of the things we've been looking at on quite a few parks are these multi-use courts. It can be used for basketball. It can be used for futsal. It can be used for U6, U8 soccer. It can be used for roller hockey. Actually handball too, if anybody plays handball here. So there are other games or other types of courts that can be set up that are more multi-use for more diversity in the community. And then sand volleyball was included, at least 1 court. And then we do have some elements maybe that can go into the picnic areas like bocce. In the past it was horseshoes, but horseshoes has seemed to go the way of bocce. So what's nice with horseshoes and bocce is they really don't cost a lot of money. They're not a very expensive item compared to some of the items we're talking about. So for the concepts, we have concept number 1. And concept number 1 is unique in a couple of ways, but there are items in concept 1 that are also in all the other designs. So I'll go through those first. We basically have the inclusive playground. We set it up to be a similar footprint in all. This has the amphitheater in the northwest corner. We have tennis and pickleball courts. We have a basketball court, beach volleyball, and then we have picnic areas. So the one unique thing with this design is that it moved the sports pavilion over. So the sports pavilion on the other designs is going to be located above the aquatic center or west of the aquatic center. And that parking area around the aquatics and the rec center is going to be for the architects intend that really to be for those buildings in that program. So the other parking lots that we're looking at are going to be for the park users and what we're setting up in the concept. So the other item that's in here is the historic buildings. It was kind of something that we had on our original design, bringing back a barrack, a mess hall, and some other elements from the buildings for to kind of recreate what life was here when Fort Ord was here and active. The one thing with this site is we do have a lot of terrain change. It's almost 50 feet from the the northwest corner down to the entry into the parking lot there on Second Avenue. I'll show you we have some elevations or sections here in a second just to show some of the differences. The other big thing here is the Fort Tag Trail. The Fort Tag Trail is not crossing at grade. It's proposed to cross underneath Second Avenue. So that means it's going to be, 16 to 18 feet down, and then we're going to have to bring that up. So when you look at the plan, all of them have a pretty similar layout, and we are creating a slope walkway that will not be a ramp. It'll be underneath 5%. But by the time it gets up to the corner on this one, we're calling like an entry plaza, will be at grade. Okay. So I'll show you some sections of what that'll look like here in a second. So there's a lot of open space here too. We're planning to use that to pick up the terrain. We have a lot of trees here. This design includes all of the designs, include the significant trees or legacy trees. And this one and option 2 include the rest of the significant trees. And then option 3 and 4 have less of the significant trees. We'll talk about that in a second. So with option 2, we don't have the historic buildings in here. We also keep the sports pavilion to the west of the aquatic center. In this design, we added a multi-use field there. If any of you have been out to Catino Park and Seaside, we did the field there, and that field would be pretty similar to this field here. The center area has playground for group, individual. We could also do playground areas around. The level of detail in these plans is really kind of showing the bigger program elements. So items like park benches, drinking fountains, bike racks, those types of things. At this scale, we're not showing those, but those will definitely be included. The parking lots on option 1 and 2 are smaller than options 3 and 4, and that's because of the existing trees that are there that we're trying to retain. So the trees, we can't develop typically underneath their drip line. So these 2 options have fairly similar parking quantities. The third option was created after we did option 4. So in option 4, we set up a design to work with the site. Did not pay as much attention to the preservation of the existing trees. So this one impacts more of the trees. And in option 3, we were able to move things around a little bit more and study this to be able to keep more of the significant trees. So again, all the designs keep the legacy trees, which there are, let's say 6 of them. And then there were 21 minus 5. So there were 16 significant trees. And then we have a chart here next that shows how many are remaining on each one. But this design, option 3 and 4, have the inclusive playground in the northwest, have the amphitheater in the southeast, and then the fields in the center, which could be full-size soccer, baseball and softball for all age groups. The other big difference between option 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 is we created more of a promenade to the north of the fields there, between the fields and the aquatic center and the rec center. And we did that, 1, to give more space to the trail and the users coming through that are going to be on the trail. And then to create kind of a civic space there that could be used for, special events, fun runs, holidays, etc. Place for food trucks, plenty of space for everybody to be in there. We kind of looked at what was done in Cannery Row in some areas where there's a bike path going through, but there's a lot of extra room and shoulders so that, it's not everybody trying to fight down a 12-foot wide bike trail. So we gave them a lot more room in these 2 options than we did in options 1 and 2. We do have some buildings in the designs. We have concessions and restrooms, at least in option 3 and 4. And then I don't know if we did a concession in this design, but option 1 and 2, I think, just had 2 restrooms. And we did 2 restrooms just because of the size of the park. Just for the park area we're talking about here, it's about 11.5 acres, which is pretty good size. So options 3 and 4 have more parking. 4 definitely has the most parking, and it impacts some of the trees that were on the south side there. So we set up some elevations or sections And you can see the topography. Section C is along basically option 3 and 4, kind of where the fields would be on the left and the aquatics building and parking lot would be on the right side. So that is the area where we've located the fields in options 3 and 4, where the site is a little bit more level. But you can see in section D, this is the one that traverses the whole site with the idea of having the inclusive playground in the northwest. You can see how much elevation change we have, and we're showing walls, we're showing the existing grade, and the amount of cut and fill we're going to have to do with the earthwork out here. The other item is the Fort Tag Trail coming underneath 2nd Avenue and coming up to the site. Here you can see what the difference is. 18 feet is substantial, and then getting it back up to grade at approximately 4.9% is going to take a long walkway. So you're going to be really down low. We're going to use some space and buffer for embankments to alleviate some of the needs for walls, but definitely right where it comes underneath or out of 2nd Avenue, there's going to be some substantial walls there, and then it'll reduce as you get up to grade. And we went right because that grade is falling away, which is easier for us to meet than going left, which is going uphill. So we set up a summary of the designs and what's included and what's not included. I can answer questions related to that. But the big item is the tree quantity, talking about the existing trees, the mitigation required for any removal of those that the designs have. We did show some other trees on the designs that were not numbered. So those trees are trees that would be added. The other item is we would definitely have more trees being added in what we're showing. I think this is substantially light of trees quantity wise. So we quantified what's in here for fields. We're assuming option 1 would have the least amount of walls, and then option 4 would have the most amount of walls. And then the amphitheater capacity for option 1 and 2 would be similar, and then 3 and 4 would be similar and a little less than the other ones. And then the parking count is a big item because we counted the amount of parking we're providing with new parking lots, plus the adjacent on-street parking. So if you look at the streets, the engineers have been working on it with the development, and not able to go backwards. Where's the go? Oh, I can't go back. Is it on that computer? Yeah. All right. So anyway, the engineers showed the current drawings for the streets, and so we're that's going forward. The streets have on-street parking. The other thing is that the streets are have a parkway strip between them, so it's going to be a nice greenway, and then there'll be a one-way street on each side going in each direction. So we quantify the parking in those to be applied to this, and then in our next column we have kind of we estimate the parks program demand to be, and then a reduction of 75% of that to compare it to the parking counts that we quantified there. All right, so we had a community, we had 2 meetings. We had an open house meeting at the site on January 26th, and then we had a meeting here that evening, and then out of that, we had a Q&A session, a presentation. We also provided them comment cards. And then from those cards, they provided input that we tallied. So there was not only the ability to select an option that they liked, but also kind of the programs and things like that that they wanted to see here. But essentially, it split. Basically, the community was either focusing more on option 1 and 2 or option 3 and 4. And people within those 2 groups would be, based on their comments, happy with either of those. So group 1 and 2 was together, and group 3 and 4 was together. So option 3 was preferred, obviously, by families with kids playing sports, or they were coaches or running some of the leagues here. And then option 2 was seen by many to be a good option that provided some fields, but also provided a lot of other activities. Some like option 1 for the open lawn, and the museum buildings. And then some also thought the playground location on option 3 and 4 would be more expensive, and it could be. But as I said before, on those playgrounds, you're doing a lot to get kids up, and through the different events. And sometimes using the topography of a site may be more beneficial than having to build it the other way. So we had a Public Works Commission meeting last week, and comments coming out of there. And Brian will talk about the maintenance costs and need to hire more labor. But there was a discussion about natural grass and synthetic grass we can talk about. But the dune settlement does require this, if there's fields that go in here, to be synthetic. And there was a comment from the community at our meetings for more fields, and also to make the fields safer that exist. And they really liked having the synthetic fields, obviously. The amphitheater in the northwest corner was preferred. I think that should have said northwest corner. And then more pickleball courts were desired, a minimum of 4. There was discussion there at that meeting about removing the sports pavilion, which really has not been part of our design until we were asked to include it in option 1. So we really have not been involved in that programming for that, or the input from the other community meetings for the building work. And then the commission themselves liked options 2 and 3. And again, like to not have the sports pavilion be part of it. So costs, our costs are here. And I think option 3 would be a little lower than option 4. We're very comfortable with our cost. I haven't had a park bid over our estimates, and we've had a lot of material and labor increases in cost. And so these costs are good for a year, but beyond that, it's going to go higher. But we have a lot of parks that we're building all across California, and we have a pretty good understanding of where we are in cost in the current market. Turn over to Brian, talk about the maintenance.
Yes, one thing that's come up in presentations and discussions with the community is, we're focusing on building a new park here, but we have a lot of deferred maintenance in our existing parks. And what would it take to bring those up? Just from the staffing level, we know just on maintained acreage throughout the city on landscaping, we're short about 4 maintenance workers right now, which require ongoing revenues roughly of about $440,000 a year. On top of that, specific to this park, if we wanted to maintain this going forward, we would have to add, at that point, we would be looking at adding a lead maintenance worker and an additional maintenance worker at about $260,000 a year ongoing expense year to year, and then as well as about $100,000 worth of equipment and materials that would have to go into the maintenance of the park itself on an annual basis. So about $360,000 a year for this particular park. So there are currently unmet maintenance needs, and this park, if it, when it's built, will have ongoing maintenance requirements as well. Next steps, we're looking for a city council input. Ultimately, the city would move forward with a option and kind of settle in on something so that the landscape architect can work towards that and develop construction plans for the park itself. And associated with the development of those plans is refining the estimates for the construction of that, and then the big ticket item is actually finding the funding to program for the parks themselves. So with that, be happy to take any questions that City Council has.
All right, thank you, Derek and Brian. Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for this very thorough presentation. I have a question for Mr. Tell me your name again.
Last name is McKee.
McKee? McKee?
McKee. Yeah,
Okay, thank you. I was going to call you Mr. Vista Verde.
that's fine.
You've mentioned that that you've done a good amount of parks throughout the state. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And in looking at what you presented, one of the things that struck me is the ability to recover some costs. In your experience of these designs, which might provide ability to recover some costs, whether it's using fields or the concession?
Yeah, the cost recovery is typically not substantial. We're talking about some group picnic areas. The amphitheater can have some events that could potentially do more. But a lot of times it's the group picnic, and that's not gonna, help offset a substantial amount. Renting the fields out, typically, most municipalities, when they rent to youth sports groups, they rent at a lower rate than it was adults. I live in Santa Cruz, and between the school district there and the city, they're competing to get these people in to rent these fields. So there is some big money, especially if you have nice fields. There are some groups that are going to pay some nice money, to use them. So we do see that, but there is an investment. We showed you that tonight, what it takes to build one of these fields, especially being synthetic with lights. So you're not going to see a lot of rentals on the tennis courts or the basketball. That's not going to happen. You have a partnership with Tatum's Garden, so that's nice too. That's not included in these costs either. That's a separate item. We would do is basically kind of grade it out, probably plumb utilities into it, and they would do the rest. So the other things you obviously have are the things next door with the aquatic center and the rec center. Those are, on a whole different level than what the park would be able to generate.
What I was thinking specifically when I was looking at option 3 and 4, in your opinion and clarifying here, might those fields be used for traveling ball or other? We look at the portfolio of what's there.
Yeah.
And the proximity to hotels. Can you speak to that at all?
Yeah, definitely. For those of you who don't know what travel ball is baseball and softball, and all the teams do is practice and go to tournaments. So they don't play league play. And my kid does the same thing, but he does volleyball. So I know what the schedule is. And so these fields are set up to be used for multiple age groups. So baseball and softball can use both of these. You could also do practice backstops in the corner for more play, but practice is usually the one thing that is needed the most. You can do potentially tournaments out here with some of your other facilities or some of the other fields and some of the other communities too. This is probably not going to be enough by itself to do a tournament, but the travel ball is big, and it's also in lacrosse. I think I said baseball and softball, soccer. As I said, my kid's doing volleyball, so there's a lot of sports that are doing this, and it's like every other week we're going to a tournament is what it works out to. And we're doing facilities in Tracy, in Roseville, in other areas that are these big sports complexes just to meet that demand.
Places that are hot.
Yes, they are. Yeah.
And you're looking for cool climates, I would imagine. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and hold on, I think I have one more. Yes, if we look at the map of the option that's up right now, there's a chapel / community building. Had any concepts been presented for using that as a museum? Because in concept 1, there was a museum option. So I'm just wondering if that had been brought to anybody's attention to use that for that space.
I think historically, I think it's just been talked about as a community building. But I don't know that we've specifically identified that for museum.
Right, the direction from the council is originally we had 6 historic military buildings, and then the cost was too much, and so the direction from council was to bring them down to 3. And so as we talked about, one would be a barracks, one would be a mess hall, officers' quarters. You couldn't do that with the community chapel. So if you went that route, then we aren't restoring any of those old historic buildings.
That's all my clarifying questions for now. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Councilmember Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have some questions about option one. I would like to know what the plan would cost if we would eliminate the pavilion, the Historic Buildings Museum, and one bathroom.
Okay, Derek, maybe I'll take a stab at it here. The sports pavilion, that's about currently estimating about 3.5 million for the sports pavilion. The historic buildings are more around $3 million for those. I think those are the numbers that were included in this estimate. A restroom, prefabricated restrooms, about $350,000. And those are construction costs. And so there would be soft costs on that could also be backed out. Typically, I'm looking in the neighborhood of 30-40% soft costs on stuff like this, but so those are kind of the rough numbers.
Thank you. And one more question for now. It's so options 3 and 4 offer more room for a promenade for the Vortex Trail, a wider area. That could also be created in option 1. Am I correct? That
Yeah,
shouldn't be too hard to-
That's one of the things I didn't say earlier, but there is an opportunity to combine some of these elements. So you don't need to just pick option 2, 3, or 4, whatever. There could be some things like the promenade that you could introduce into some of the other designs. And I think with option 1, we have more of ability to do that. With option 2, we could make that bigger along the edge, I think there, but it's not going to be as big as it is in option 3 and 4.
But option 1 would be no
I
problem.
think we could do more
Yes.
in option 1, yes, and we didn't address that here.
Thank you. I think that all my other questions are more for later. Thank you very much. Thank you, Matt.
Okay, the Preston Park design that we saw tonight, what would be a reasonable timeline to expect it to be usable?
Development of these projects, I don't know, Derek, would you say at least 1.5 years?
Yeah.
If you were funded and moving forward with designs. No, I would say, I don't know that the environmental process may cooperate with that, but as far as the design and construction, you're probably looking at 1.5 years at the soonest.
All right, so environmental, does that include any complications that might occur due to sensitive plant species and habitat?
Yes, definitely. And we're working through that on Amgen Parkway right now. That timeline has been impacted by COVID to a certain extent, some backlogs on staffing at the agencies, but that's been a considerably long process, much longer than we anticipated.
Okay, we've heard a lot about the rare plant Sanguilea. Does that Preston Park area, which is like a big rectangle south of the existing ball fields, is that considered suitable habitat or occupied habitat or not habitat?
In surveys, they have found a couple examples of Sanguilea to the south of there.
To
So
the south of where we showed.
where we show the
potential development.
fields, yeah, and so that's one area where we're tending to avoid going that far south. But I'd have to refer to the biologist to say if this is suitable habitat for it. It may be.
Okay. Lock padding was said to cost 100 grand. Can that be augmented if lock padding is in the coastal zone with our coastal impact fund?
I'm not familiar with coastal impact fund. That 100,000, I think, is just what's been allocated to the project so far.
Yeah, and it's 250,000 allocated. But I believe potentially we could look at that.
And approximately how much is in that coastal zone impact fund?
Juan, do you have any idea?
Okay. Option 3 didn't have a price. It said it was, well, it kind of did. It said it was between option 2 and option 4 in the text of the staff report. And then in the slideshow you gave, when it got to money, it didn't include the cost of option 3, but is 25 million about approximate, since it would have to be between the 24 million of option 2 and the 28 million of option 5?
Yeah, it'd be somewhere between a 25 mil and 27 mil. Yes.
Okay. All right.
It should have less walls, which will help us out, but the program is pretty much the same as option 4.
Okay. I didn't see any restaurant design. So I want to ask the question,
Concessions?
sorry, restroom.
Oh, restroom.
So there's a fairly modern design that's great for when you have a lot of public using it, maybe occasionally people living in it or sleeping in it, where it's like a silver dome, like a phone booth almost, and it's completely washable, hosable, so it's really easy to maintain and it's easy to wipe off. the
Yeah,
booth.
so we've done a couple, if you go up to Morgan Hill, go up to their Magical Bridge and the Railroad Park. Right there on Monterey Road. We've done a couple of these buildings from New Zealand. Actually, Watsonville has one too. We just put one in at Ramsey Park. So they are unisex restrooms and they wash themselves down. So we're typically not putting in as many stalls because they are more expensive, but they do clean themselves and they do have a timer, so the door will open at a certain time.
And if you're not ready, too bad.
I haven't been in there to see what happens. I haven't figured that out. I don't want to do that.
Okay.
But yeah, so there are some other options, but these are typically the ones we use, and these are prefabricated. They're typically from a company called Public Restroom Company, and they're made for public environments. We use them a lot. They're very good buildings, and we would typically install more stalls. We can still do unisex restrooms as well, which is required now too, but we would generally have more stalls going that way.
All right. When you did mention funding for maintenance staff, is that current funding or is that funding that would have to be allocated, for example, during our upcoming retreat?
That was funding that would have to be allocated on an annual ongoing basis. It's not included in the budget right now.
Right. So that would be something we would want to deliberate about in a few
Yeah.
days, I guess, on March 30th. Okay. I asked this and other questions via email. Thank you for answering them. One thing I want to know about is what is Seaside doing? And I guess I'll save that because it's more than a clarifying question. I'll come back to that. All right, that's all I had right now. Any other council members with questions?
I do, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Kathy. Sorry. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. The first question is, could you go back to the map of Preston Park?
It's ways back here. We'll get there.
Yeah, it's back there. Sorry.
There we go.
Okay, so I'm not as familiar with existing, but what is existing today?
So at the upper part of the screen, they colorized it, but there are actually existing fields that are in those locations there.
The two baseball fields that look like
Yeah,
fans?
the two, yeah, they look like fans. If you go to lower on the screen, you're seeing two soccer fields. Well, right now there's one soccer field and it will be rotated 90 degrees and tucked up closer to where they are. And so it's extending down about the width of another soccer field. To fit those two soccer fields are multi-use fields in side by side. And then below that is additional parking.
Okay, and where's the current parking is up above the fan there? I see
Yes,
those.
there is. Yeah.
I parked there. Okay, all right. So does the current baseball fields need improvements right now? I mean, are they in good condition or poor condition, or what's the scoop with that?
They need improvement and they need regular ongoing maintenance. And, I think if you had the sports users here, they would say they're probably not in good shape at all.
Okay. All right, thank you. And then the next question is, do we have a sense, because as Lane said, we never met our targeted 40,000 population. So we're still a little more than half of that only. But had we anticipated, or based on our current population being half of what we predicted to be, what is the normal expectation for the number of baseball fields that one would expect in a city that of our size? Can anyone give me that? Because I don't know how, if we had for the options that we've been looking at have maybe up to 2 baseball fields, and then we have 2 already and possibly 2 more at Preston Park. That would be 6 baseball fields. Is that excessive by population?
Well, typically, I think we have more than just our fields. In cities, they often share with the school districts. And so we have a lot of ball fields with our schools. We have joint sharing agreements with them. And so a large part of it are with that. Actually, the Park and Recreation Master Plan did not call for any construction of any new baseball fields, even at the 40,000 build out level. That was based on a lot of it was just using the existing school ball fields.
Okay.
But I don't know if there's a standard rule of thumb out there.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a standard rule, but we can look into that and get back to you. But the National Park and Rec Society would be the one to look at. What we have done with other communities is we do field assessments, and the field assessment is not based on population, but it's based on the population of the sports user groups. And not only with that, we look at quantifying what the facilities are. We do assessments of the facilities and rate them for play and safety and those types of things. But the other component is really the need for practice facilities and game fields. So there is a difference. There are definitely fields, a lot of the elementary schools would be great for practice. But the reality is, especially for the upper age groups and more competitive age groups, those aren't game facilities, so there is a difference, and that's something else to look at. So again, what we look at is what the groups have, what their age groups are, what field sizes they use, and then you can also increase that demand based on your expected population growth too.
Yeah. But in the same way, the question is, Lane, how many soccer fields do we have currently without 2 extra ones? What kind of soccer field do currently exist in Marina?
I would have to get back to you on that. I'm not positive.
Okay.
Well, just to jump in, we have Preston Park, and then we have the lower Los Arboles. Those would be considered game fields. Preston Park could probably be divided into multiple practice fields, and upper Los Arboles would probably be considered a practice field. I mean, it is used for practice now for soccer.
Okay,
So
so
that
we
would
have
be
like 2.
2 game fields, soccer, and maybe 4 practice fields.
Okay.
Something like
Without any of these new developments.
existing today,
Right.
used today.
Okay. Okay, great, thank you. Okay, and let's see. The option 1, I know, was a design that came later. It's the only one that doesn't have the baseball, soccer elements to it. What was this based on, this idea? I mean, were you asked to put something together without a field, or is this your own idea? How did this get conceived?
So I think as we started hearing different public feedback, and we looked at several things. It wasn't just the trees, but certainly maximizing and protecting the trees was one part, but the other part was going with the existing topography rather than, because most of the dunes development, it's all cut and fill. And so this also keeps the existing topography in place. The other part of it is that this is still a neighborhood part for all the residential part of the dunes development. And so as we showed you the other park plans, the other areas of the city, they have public parks where they have open space. They go and play frisbee and catch and run and things like that. And so it was also saying, okay, we have all this residential development in here, and this is the only opportunity really to develop some open space. And so it was all those different components as we looked at trying to protect the trees, keep the existing topography, but also for that whole residential area, give them a neighborhood park where they have some open space that they could do things. And so that was kind of the thought behind developing that concept.
Yeah, it's a very different concept from option 2, 3, and 4. Okay, my last question for the time being is, this space is directly next to a huge sports center and what will be a swimming and aquatic center too. So these are all active sports indoors, but with the exception of the sports pavilion. What do we have, just looking at this one, option 1, what is duplicative on these sport things that are also you can find in the sports center? Like, I don't know if we've got pickleball in the sports center. I presume we have basketball in the sports center, but I don't know. Can somebody answer that for me?
Yeah, I don't know all the uses that potentially going in there. Basketball is definitely one of them. If you have people walking, exercising in the park, looking at the possibility of an indoor walking path in there. Trying to think of what the other.
Do they have
uses that might
pickleball
be.
in there?
You could potentially do it. But if you shifted all that in there, then it takes away the other programming. For the
Right, no,
volleyball,
I'm
other
asking the
activities.
opposite. What is currently being planned in the sports center that is duplicative of what this option 1 is? So do they have volleyball in the sports center? I'm not asking if they don't have it, put it in. It's the other way.
They could set up for volleyball. It wouldn't be beach volleyball as is proposed in this concept here. But yeah, volleyball would be one sport played either one.
Okay, and pickleball and basketball.
And basketball.
Okay, got it. And bocce ball, is that part of the sports center?
Bocce's pretty, it's pretty dependent on the actual surfacing of it. And so I don't know that there are places that have bocce indoors, but it's dedicated to bocce. That's the only thing you play on it is bocce ball. So we wouldn't have bocce inside the sports center.
I see. Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all my questions for now.
The one aspect, if we put the sports pavilion on option 1 here, and they talk about the additional parking, it could certainly be shifted over to that area like the other ones. But this just had space that we shifted over there, but it doesn't necessarily have to be there.
Yeah, I think the other thing, I think the architects are concerned with their parking demand too. This aquatic center, the rec center, those could have a lot of uses out there. So they wanted to increase their parking, and that's one of the reasons why it moved over. But that on the topography, that pavilion itself is going to need to be pretty flat, and there is some terrain here. So a lot of this design blends in with the site topography better than any of the others, but there's still going to be some walls and things here, especially around the pavilion, I would say, in that area.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Kathy. Let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks to everyone for sticking with us. I know it's getting late. Looking forward to hearing from the public, but really quick question about the underpass. Yeah, how, and forgive me, but how is that relevant to what we're deciding tonight?
It has to do with the grading in the park itself. So as you see where that four-tag trail comes underneath, the grades are much lower. And so to get up to that grade at what we've been calling, what is it, promenade or whatever, going through there, it takes up a bit of space of the park. And so it kind of, you saw how in the cross section, the slopes were sloped back. So if you wanted to build, say in option 4, you're probably going to have more retaining wall in there to get that field out closer to that four-tag path. And
With no underpass, we need more retaining
no,
wall?
with the underpass.
So are we saying no matter what design is chosen, each one will have an underpass?
Yeah, that's the plan coming at that location, because you wouldn't cross Second Avenue at grade with the rec trail. Yeah, right there. And so one more. Okay, so this is kind of showing how that's sloped to get down to the underpass. And the more you program those fields where you have to have a flatter space, the more you're pushing that out towards it, increases your retaining walls there.
And the cost for this is not an increased cost for the park. This is going to be.
Yeah, we're anticipating it, but we also anticipate that there's going to be grant funding for the four-tag trail, like it's been funded in other locations where it's gone in. And so TAMC would be working along with us to secure funding for that four-tag actual construction there.
And are there any alternatives to that underpass? I mean, or is that a pretty tough thing to overcome?
You'd probably be looking at some alternative for crossing at grade near an intersection. But any of those really introduce that kind of vehicle and trail user conflicts. And so it's I think the four-tag is trying to avoid those types of conflicts and try to keep it a little bit more dedicated to trail users.
Okay, thank you.
Brian, let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have one quick question. Looking at option 3 and option 4, somehow I have in my notes that you said option 3 had the maximized parking. Is that correct? Because it's.
Option.
Oh, option 4 does. Got it. Okay, that seems to be the main difference between 3 and 4. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Councilmember Vischer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question about the parking or a remark. I think only option 1 offers sufficient parking. 2, 3, and 4 all will not offer enough for the demand.
Range say sufficient parking for the programming.
Yeah, if you can go to that one chart where you had that graph. It shows that one there.
It's a little hard to see. So parking demand, yes, option 1 is the one because it doesn't have the fields. So when we do the fields, we're counting on 4 teams being there in that overlap of time. So that's why there's such a difference. Because if you don't have the field, you don't have that many people out there with the team, the players, the refs, the coaches, the spectators, all that stuff. Yes.
Because you offer a field and then you need to put the pavilion in space of 33 parking spots.
Well, the pavilion is going to be the same in all of it. It's still going to have a demand, but the big difference is option 1 doesn't have fields, which have more of a demand for parking. Yeah.
And option 1 also has the pavilion in the park area instead of in the parking.
Yes, and it
So
gives you
that
more
it's a
parking at the
double-
buildings, right?
Goes 2 ways.
Yeah,
Right.
and we were looking at a 25% reduction. We're hoping, obviously with four-tag trail coming in here, we want people to find other means to get
I
there,
know,
which would be
we want
nice.
There's
Yes.
a bus stop as
Yeah.
well. But thank you. So
Yeah.
just as a recap, option 1 is the only option that offers enough parking for the demand. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen.
Thank you. So you just said based on demand. Do we know the demand? Because if we're looking at the options, option 4 has the most parking at 349 and option 1 has it with 326. So are you already projecting the demand? Is that what we're doing here? Or are we counting which has the most parking spaces? Can you clarify, please?
We did estimate out the demand based on the program in each of the designs. So for example, group picnic has a number we assigned, the tennis has a number. So we went through all the programs in each of the designs and came up with numbers. So option 1 has a demand of 273, option 2, 419, option 3, 420, and option 4, 420, because they're the same program. So we show what we have calculated out, the quantity of parking to be that we're providing, the on-street parking is providing, and not including any of the parking around the buildings.
Thank you for clarifying.
Okay, one thing I was told by the public is that, oh wait, we were in clarifying questions, right? Okay, yeah, so I'll wait till a little bit later. Okay, I think finally we can go to the public on this. Let's start with those here in person. Please come up to the podium.
How you doing? Good evening, council,
Hey,
mayor. I came in here tonight wanting to go full on option 2 because I thought it'd be, something for everybody. But I tell you, it seems like with the questions and the presentation, it seems like we don't really know who's coming to any of these things. And it, with 30 million some odd dollars, I'm a little concerned that we're going to spend money building something and we don't know who's going to fill it. I know there's parents out there that would love brand new fields for their kids to come and play. There's a lot of things I would like too, but what you can't afford, you can't afford. I don't know if are you making a decision tonight on what you're going to pick? I don't know if that's what's going to happen. But it seems like there's a lot of questions to be answered and a lot of moving around. That being said, I can tell you that cramming 2 fields into that area and pouring a ton of concrete and 8-foot retaining walls here and there and reducing the amphitheater, which I think would be a great draw to the area, to a small footprint, I don't think is a very good idea, really, especially when you have options at Preston Park that's already existing and just needs some remodeling. And with the population of children potentially shrinking and a massive miscalculation of what the population was expected to be here by 2020, and you can't blame COVID because that was, pre-COVID. I'm a little concerned that that we're going to get convinced to build 2 giant fields that can't be sold, so to speak. Renting out fields doesn't make a lot of money. They just don't. I've looked at the prices of what it costs to rent a field, and it's not a lot. I don't even think it would cover the maintenance, honestly. And I'm not sure that travel ball would even be appropriate. Are these fields even appropriate for somebody that was willing to pay a little more? So that's my input. It just seems like there's a lot to pour into 2 massive rolls of plastic turf all over that topography. But anyway, that's my input. I don't envy you guys. You have a pretty serious decisions to make, and whatever it is, I'm excited to see the progress and the growth. Everything we've seen tonight, the promenade and some of the other things. I look forward to it, whatever happens.
all right, thank you, Mike. Leslie?
Here to Marina about 5 years ago. I came from a nice East Bay community, but not as nice as being right along the coast here. in my former community, I was accustomed to just easily being able to walk on a nice stage of tennis courts and bat away. I miss them. And was excited to learn from the late recreation director here, Terry Segrist, with whom I communicated before his passing, that in fact tennis courts were part of the upcoming plans for the Dunes Park. And then that was confirmed when the Verde group presented the design. So I was very excited. I encourage the council one way or another to please retain a couple of tennis courts in the plans. And as Derek was mentioning, now considering dedicating those 2 courts just to tennis and segregating pickleball courts, if there are going to be pickleball courts also, for various reasons, one being to avoid balls from one sport crossing into courts from the other. Sometimes the pickleball courts are sideways to tennis courts, and then there's conflicts. And also because of the growing popularity of both sports, according to the U.S. Tennis Association and the Association of Pickleball Professionals, both sports are growing, pickleball even faster than tennis, but both are growing. And because the ball courts planned at Sea Haven are apparently going to be all for pickleball, I would particularly like to see a couple of courts at the Dunes Park dedicated to tennis. And then if you can add pickleball courts as well, great. And retain the bocce ball courts would be nice. And in closing, I'll just use a little analogy that I used the other night at the Public Works Commission meeting to stretch an analogy, but we all probably remember the baseball film Field of Dreams. If you build it, maybe they'll come. Thanks.
Thank you, Leslie. Okay, seeing no one else in the public to comment, we'll go to Nancy Amadeo. Good evening, Nancy. You should be ready to go, but we don't hear you yet, Nancy. You might be having difficulty on your end, but it looks like you're ready to go on our end. But in a moment, we'll go to Jeff Markham and then come back to Nancy, unless we hear from you, Nancy. Okay, let's go to Jeff Markham and try Nancy again later. Welcome, Jeff. Welcome back.
Thanks, Mayor Delgado. I don't know if any of you have been able to drive by the plant. Can you hear me?
Try again. Yes, I'm
All
sorry.
right, thank you. Thanks so much. Thank you, Mayor. I don't know if any of you have been able to drive by the site now that the barracks have been removed, but the legacy trees that are there are really remarkable. And one of the things about options 3 and 4 that sadden me are the number of trees are going to have to be removed in order to accommodate the very large sports fields that are there. I think if we could think about Mike Owen and what he would say here, is that, you know, there are no replacement trees. You know, you hope they're going to be able to survive when you plant a tree that's going to take a place of another tree, but there's no guarantees. And these trees, even though they need maintenance, are remarkable. And they're close to the ocean. They're in a remarkable spot. And I would hope that everyone would want to honor these residents as much as our flesh and blood residents here. And the other thing I'd like to say is that I forwarded a poll that we did on Nextdoor with residents here, and it skews a little bit different from the Public Works survey that they did. In fact, option 1 was the most popular. And I think it kind of skews to the people who are more sports oriented versus in wanting to have an open space and walking space. So anyway, I hope you will look at them and listen to another source of information. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jeff. Let's try Nancy again. Okay, Nancy, go ahead if you could. All right, let's go to Tommy Balea. Welcome, Tommy.
Oh, yeah, good evening again. Yeah, I looked at the options. I definitely like option one. It preserves a lot of the existing trees, which is nice. And one of the councilwomen mentioned something about what could be brought into indoors, which makes sense too, because that will be the colder side of Marina, definitely.
Excuse me, Tommy, you're very unclear. If you could adjust something, we might be able to hear you better.
Stand by.
We can barely make you out, but not well.
Is it better now?
No,
Is it better now?
now it is, yeah.
Yellow. Is it better now?
Yes.
Testing one. Okay. I definitely like option one. It preserves a little bit of everything. It has a little bit of everything. I definitely would add that kids park in option one. Kids are definitely the future and they would be climbing all over that thing. I mean, put the kids park in option one. I don't know what the pavilion is. Is that an indoor? I guess the first question, is that an indoor facility? And I guess, like the city council mentioned, some of that stuff to be brought indoors to those indoor buildings, because that will be the colder side. Now, compared to Preston, now you're talking warmer, slightly warmer, which would be more enjoyable. But to have big open fields on the other options, if that was all natural grass, it would be taken over by gophers, and then the maintenance. Okay, you put all synthetic. Now, instead of using lawnmowers, you have to use vacuum cleaners because all the fallout from the trees land on the astroturf. It rains and then the weeds grow. So now you've got this, it's not like it's just maintenance free. You would have to cut all the trees down and put all astroturf. Then it would work. But then the winds come along and they blow the weeds. So weeds are going to grow on top of the astroturf. So you're going to have maintenance. And that's something you're going to have to forecast for. And that underground thing, that doesn't make sense at all. That is just a haven for homeless. I don't know what the objective is, but it's going to be very expensive and add costs. I wouldn't even do that. You put a crosswalk with lights, done. I don't know what that pavilion thing is. If it's indoor stuff, then try to move some of that stuff indoors. But definitely bring in the kids park in option one. The playground for the kids is definitely, and you've got a lot of indoor with the sports center and all that. So there'll be a lot of venues on the inside. There's plenty of parking. It will be the colder side of Marina, but if you're moving and sweating, as long as you're moving and sweating, it's okay, because it's actually perfect climate to be physical and to have fun. I know I ride through there, and then I ride through Fort Preston. I wouldn't even bother expanding that. That's got plenty there now. You got tennis courts, you've got the baseball field, and you've got two other parks in there. I ride in there. They got dog parks. I mean, the Fort Ord really set them up good. I mean, it's set up really good back in there. But as far as the one, I would pick option
Thank you,
one.
Tommy. Tommy, I'm
Thank
sorry
you.
to cut you off.
All right.
Okay, take care.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to Grace Silva Santella.
Hello, Mayor and City Council. At
Hello.
first, I want to express my appreciation that you did in a staff presentation discuss the population numbers, and that you council members have also asked questions about population numbers, because that's critical about how we develop parks and ball fields and soccer fields and recreational and sports needs in Marina. And also that we recognize we're an aging population, and that sports needs are for not just those who use large areas of turf, but for those of us like myself who are avid pickleball players. Secondly, I want to speak for the memory of Mike Owen, which Jeff Markham mentioned. The architect spoke about the health of the trees and that the trees are going to need some work. And this is absolutely correct. They've been neglected. Mike Owen, from his own money, paid to have professionally trimmed the tree that is at the corner of 8th and 2nd Avenue on the north side of Water City roller hockey. That shows you what these trees can look like and will look like when the budget has been set aside for proper maintenance and care and cleaning up of them. In the presentation, you're seeing images of children around playground equipment with tall, beautiful, mature trees on the outer edges. The trees are critical to this park. It's not just a ball field, it's not just a soccer field, it's a park. The Recreation Commission in their meeting, the reason they sent you a recommendation to remove the sports pavilion was to address the parking needs that can't be met by any of the options and maintenance costs. So I do hope you'll seriously consider removal of the sports pavilion. And I think it was Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen who had suggested possibly looking at the chapel for being of some historical value. Pickleball. As I said, I am an avid pickleball player. I was just playing in the Marina Civic Center this morning, and I'm only playing in that Civic Center when the weather's bad. As soon as the weather is clear and good, I am playing at either private clubs or public courts that have at least 4 pickleball courts available to play with. A local private club in Seaside has just expanded from 4 pickleball courts to 14. There is a growing desire and interest and need for pickleball, and it will bring people from outside of Marina into Marina, and they'll then spend money at our restaurants and shop at REI and shop at our Target. The amphitheater, I strongly urge you to keep it at the higher number for seating, which is 240, and up in the
Grace, I'm
southwest
sorry to do
corner.
this, Grace.
Thank you very much.
All right. Good evening, Grace. I'm sorry. All right, let's go to Karen Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council and everybody. It's a really special time to get to talk about the parks. And I live in a section of Central Marina that's under facilitated, I guess would be the word, for parks, being up at the eastern end. And I'm really excited about this park, but I'm more excited about the possibility of the swim center. And of course, everybody mentions it as if it's going to happen, but we have to pass a bond for that. And that's a really big endeavor. And so the swim center is way off in the future. So about the rest of the Dunes Park, I prefer option 2. It does give ball fields and it maintains the amphitheater in the southwest corner where the topography really fits it the best. Also, I think the church could be the museum. So it doesn't matter to me losing that out of, option 1. So I really do prefer option 2. And I'm glad the other commission last week preferred it over option 1. So thank you very much. That's all.
All right. Thank you very much, Karen. Let's go to Vili Matthews.
Hello, thank you for having me again. So I am strongly for option 3, being that the fact that we haven't fulfilled our fullest extent. There's still homes being built. Just alone, I don't know what kind of readings most public have had, but we have over 21 teams locally here in Marina, 8 of those teams being Shetland teams that are 4 to 6 year olds. We have had kids that are currently playing high school baseball right now that have been playing for plus 15 years. So I don't understand where the need for not having sports and having this, but we also, and then going back to your MOU that had mentioned that having a certain percentage, having them being served from Marina, we do have over 75% in our MOU that is contracted for us to be able to serve youth sports. We serve over 80 to 90. Including those have been East Garrison community, those have been the Sea Haven, those have been the people from the Dunes that have registered just recently. Let me see if I'm forgetting anything here. I know that trees are a big issue. I know we want to save trees, but so are our parks. I invite anyone to come out and look to see how many community people come out that are gathered together at one time. But I can truly tell you guys that it's way more than pickleball, tennis, Bocce ball, or any of those sports that you guys have, that baseball, softball, and soccer actually have and need in this community more than those 5 to 10 people. I mean, we serve about 300 children from 4 to 14. Soccer serves about 500. So I just really hope that the city leaders would learn to take and actually really incorporate this into our new and fix our new existing fields that we've been trying so hard to maintain and keep up with. It's just, we need more. And I just really hope that you guys really consider these options for our youth and have this opportunity to have that, because it helps so many kids in our community and our members to stay out of trouble, especially our youth. So I really invite everyone to go out and take a look at what our youth sports nonprofits have done for our community now. That I just don't think that most just don't have the recollection of what we're doing for our community and our children here. So if that can be considered for most of you guys to take a look at it, speak to our board members, to our families, to come out and see what the actual number of people interested in these fields would be, I think that would be something that the council really does should really take consideration for, as a poll has stated before. That is it, if I'm not mistaken, if I'm not reading anything else this long night. Let me see. Anything else? I think that is it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Feely, for all you're doing for the youth. Okay, let's try Nancy Amadeo again.
Can you hear me this time, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, loud and clear.
Oh, thank goodness. I've never done this on my phone, so I apologize. But my internet service is not working, so I couldn't use my computer. I actually prefer one. We only have one passive park here in Marina. That's Lock Padden Park. Option one, although not a passive park, it does leave more room for quiet recreation. It isn't entirely sports oriented. The other thing that I really appreciate about one is it does maintain those 3 historical buildings: a mess hall, a barracks, and an orderly room, which would be the offices, that were representative of our military history. When I was on the council, the entire council voted unanimously that the Fortag Trail in Marina would be called the Veterans Memorial Trail. Part of that meant that you would be able to walk that trail within Marina and visit places that were a reflection of our military history. By incorporating those 3 buildings, not only do you incorporate that military history for people who live here, you will draw people to the area who trained here before going to Vietnam. This actually was all constructed in 1941 for World War II. So we have this strong military history, and we have a few buildings that we currently use at the Equestrian Center, the old Red Cross building, which is the Goodwill building, and the Veterans Transition Center. Having a mess there, we could actually ask the Veterans Transition Center if they would operate it as a mess hall for people who come to visit, where meals are served at long tables. Everybody eats the same thing. It's truly family or community style. And because they train there for all sorts of careers, they might be willing to operate it for us. It would therefore generate the revenue to help maintain those buildings. I think it would be a huge asset. I would also like to say that I love keeping the amphitheater at the 240 seats, moving it down to 80 seats. You can't even have a musical performance there. So one of the things that Terry Segrist always wanted was to have music in the park, specifically jazz, but could be blues, could be country, could be anything. Our kids doing their rock music. But 240 places to sit in order to listen to that music would be wonderful. Schools could perform there. Our high school students could perform there. Our middle school students could perform there. You could have community bands. I
right,
just think
Nancy,
it's a
I
great
hate to cut you off.
opportunity.
All right. Thank you very much, Nancy.
Thank you.
Your passion distracted me from cutting you off.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. So let's keep these good comments going. Let's go to Don Hofer. Welcome.
Good
Okay,
evening.
Don, looks like.
Can you guys
Good
hear me
evening.
okay?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, perfect. Good evening, council. Great presentation and great work by staff. I really want to thank everybody that has been involved. Just a few comments, and I wanted to make these comments tonight so you guys could all hear them. And then we'll continue to work, of course, with staff on more of the details on how we interface from the Dunes development to the park. But the two comments, I think, from MCP, the first being the parking that's along the west side. I think the plan showed about 108 spaces along the west side we are concerned about. It seems that parking should be along 2nd Avenue. And I know there are constraints along 2nd Avenue with other things that are going on, but the concern really has to do with the fact that the streets in that area are, essentially neighborhood streets in a lot of ways. You have homes facing this park on the west side. And so putting all that traffic into really essentially a one-way neighborhood street where people will have to be making U-turns and, putting all that traffic into that area seems to be a little bit potentially problematic. And we'd appreciate it if there could be some analysis as to whether or not the major parking fields could be accessed off of 2nd Avenue as opposed to the streets within the neighborhood. The second comment has to do with the amphitheater. Love the idea. I think it is fantastic. Again, from a sound and noise perspective, the amphitheater siting that is on the southwest corner there ends up facing right into the neighborhood. And so I think there are concerns about, noise conflicts with homes right there facing it. And so options that would locate the amphitheater further to the east or further to the north are preferable to help avoid conflicts with the neighborhood. So really sort of those two major comments. The other comments we have are associated with the utility corridor that's in the existing 8th Street corridor. And it doesn't seem that the plans necessarily respect that utility corridor that will include undergrounding of overhead electrical and water lines. And so, again, we'll continue to work with staff on that issue. But I think the two issues regarding parking and the amphitheater placement are probably our most significant today. So that's it. Thank you, everybody.
Harry Burley.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Harry, you look like you're ready to go.
Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay, so I just wanted to start with a couple of things. I guess really part of it is the population concerns, and I heard that there's a decline in population with our youth. I'm very curious as to where that came from, because currently we have Crumpton, Olson, Marina Vista that are all busting at the seams with population. as well as Marina Child Development, as well as all the daycare and preschools within Marina that all have a wait list. So I'm very curious as to where we got that our populations are dropping with our youth. We both, I know Belly gave her population with Marina softball and baseball, and I am with Marina soccer. And we're at about 450 to 500 kids that we have within our league from the ages of 3 to 17 that we're always having to close down registration. And those kids play soccer August through November. And so I just wanted to kind of get some clarification and set those numbers out there, because I think that that's transparency of who will be using these athletic fields, who's needing them. And it's those kids. If we have fields, we can have more kids play. It's just we're running out of field space, and it's becoming a problem. So with that, I also wanted to throw out, there are 0 softball fields built in the city of Marina. 0 softball. They're baseball fields that have been brushed over to look like softball fields, but 0 softball fields. So I'm really upset as a society that's bringing up women. We don't have softball. We're not supporting the softball girls. Also, Preston Park. So we don't have a soccer field at Preston Park. That is a football field. We have measured it several times to see if we could have kids play up there, and it's not big enough to be a full soccer field for our 12, 14, and U18 kids. And the last couple of years we've tried to go out there, it's not playable. The field is either dry or it has hole, or when we do have kids practicing there, they're jumping over dog poop. The fields are really run down. The thought of having fields put at Preston Park really concerns me, because it would be butting up against a whole bunch of rehab facilitations, which is great. I love having that opportunity for adults, but I don't feel it's a safe place for kids to be, especially when we're having to have practices late at night. Oh goodness, I had so much more. I just really feel like, where are we headed? I'm totally excited about bocce ball and pickleball and tennis ball. Oh, that was the other thing.
Vili, I'm sorry to do this to you, Vili, but we have to.
Oh, it's
Carrie, I'm
Carrie.
so sorry, Carrie. It's getting late, but Carrie, yeah, your time is up. So we're going to move on to Mike Kennedy. And thank you very much, Carrie. Very good points. All right, let's go to Mike.
Thank you, Mayor Bruce, and thank you, council members and staff. In deciding which park option will be best for our town, it seems to come down to 2 choices. One, a more passive park that presents the opportunity for a more relaxed enjoyment, such as option 1, or athletic facilities that accommodate sports like soccer and baseball. And that would be options 3 and 4. There is an exceptionally good compromise, and that's option 2. Option 2 will accommodate those who will enjoy more passive elements of a traditional park, the trees, walkways, vista points, and an amphitheater, while also providing an athletic field to accommodate the more active elements like soccer and softball, baseball. Option 2 will be a good hybrid environment, a win-win decision that keeps everyone happy. The elements of a traditional, more passive park, and also some athletic components. Option 2 will also keep most, if not all, of the legacy trees and other substantial trees that provide tremendously beneficial optics and passive enjoyment for everyone, 24/7. There are many residents of our town who feel very strongly about the favorable optics that these legacy trees provide. Thank you.
Great input, Mike. Thank you. Let's go to Jason Companion. Welcome, Jason. We're trying to unmute you, Jason. All right, Jason may be having trouble on his end. There you go. Welcome, Jason. I think you still need to unmute. Someone's saying *6 if he calls in on his phone and hits *6, or if you hit *6 now, if you're on your phone, Jason. Here, I thought we were saving the best for last, but we're trying, Jason. I know, Jason, we'll move you over as a panelist and maybe that will help you. We didn't suggest that, Chief Account. So Jason, we're trying to move you over to panelist, but that's something you have to accept on your end. And he just recently put his hand up, so I think he's there. All right, Jason, we're going to have to move ahead now. Oh, there you go, Jason. It's looking better and better, but we still can't hear you. Oh, I see what, yeah. I thought that was progress, but no. Oh, got your microphone back, Jason.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, hallelujah.
Okay, sorry about that. Okay, my name is Jason Companion. I've been a resident for the city of Marina since 1988. So I'm coming at the city as a young teenager growing up in Marina, going to Seaside High School. My father was in the military, and I was fortunate to be the athletic coordinator when Fort Ord was open. So I took care of all the active military sports when Fort Ord was open. So I knew the sports arena or the Marina Sports Center when it was a sports arena back then when Fort Ord was open. I also took care of all the military swim meets when the swimming pool was open when Fort Ord was still active. I was a park and recreation coordinator for the city of Marina. So I've been involved with youth sports for the last 30 years. I run a pretty well-known youth volleyball organization, both indoor and beach volleyball. And it's sad to say that I'm providing services outside of Marina because there's nothing in Marina that can provide or accommodate the services that I can with my organization, whether it be an indoor gym, a facility, or beach volleyball courts. And I know beach volleyball courts was not in your agenda, but you're talking about an athletic program that's low maintenance with sand. It's the fastest growing NCAA sport in history, which is girls beach volleyball in college. And I can't use anything here in Marina, so I got to seek elsewhere. I work with the city of Monterey. My junior beach volleyball tournament is the largest in Northern California, and this year will be my 10th annual. The city of Morgan Hill had asked me that they wanted to build 26 beach courts in their facilities so I can run beach volleyball in Morgan Hill. I'm working with the Salinas Regional Sports Authority to build me beach courts at their facility in Salinas. My son plays travel soccer. He also plays travel basketball. So I'm very involved with youth sports, not only as a coach and a director, but also a parent as well. I'm all for the option 3 and 4, building these fields. You build it, they'll come. And with organizations like myself, I just need the facilities and I will bring the people. I know what it takes to bring the people to City of Marina. That way they can stay overnight, hotel accommodations. They'll make money staying here in Marina, and they'll stay for the weekend in Monterey as well. My partners are 7-on-7 football organizations. I work with all these AAU basketball organizations.
Excuse me, Jason, I have to ask you to stop because you've reached 3 minutes.
No problem.
But you
Thank you.
provided a lot of input and we appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. So anyone left who hasn't spoken that wishes to, we'll give you a moment to raise your hand. But I think most everyone who's remaining here has already spoken, except for Kathy. All right, so we'll close public comment. Mike kind of questioned if we did a demand assessment and suggested we should if we haven't. Tommy asked if there was going to be any indoor activities, and the Tatum Treehouse, Tommy, would be outdoors for the all-inclusive playground, but soccer and some other things could be played in the outdoor pavilion, give it a lot more protection than being 100% outdoors. And of course, there's some sports inside the sports center planned. Carrie mentioned that the youth was declining. I'm sorry, Carrie mentioned that the youth was increasing or very robust, but I know we have a problem with Olson School. They're down to 350 students, and if they get to 320, they might not be able to continue. They might need to close. So I don't know the estimates or the current projections going forward on the other schools, but unless we get Marina Station built, Olson is in some trouble. She said we had 0 softball fields. Staff, can there be softball fields in options 2, 3, or 4, or do they necessarily need to be baseball fields?
The fields can be baseball or softball.
You mean they will be designed to be both? Or
Yeah, it'll be designed to be both. So the youth baseball and fast pitch softball basically use the same dimensions. 60-foot bases, 200-foot outfield. The only difference is girls fast pitch uses double first base or safety base. So we incorporate that into the designs. Yes.
Okay. So I'm confused because she said that we don't have any softball fields, given that we have several baseball fields that they play softball on. What am I missing?
So traditionally, a softball field is going to be one with a skinned infield.
A what infield?
A skinned infield. So Los Arbalest Park, that one has a skinned infield. That's basically a softball field.
Does that mean dirt?
Yes, dirt infield. So baseball is typically going to have a grass infield to slow the ball down because I don't know if there's any difference in speed between baseball and softball, but that's traditionally why baseball has it, especially at the older age groups, to slow the ball down a bit.
Got it.
But with synthetic turf, it doesn't matter.
Okay,
It's
so why
synthetic
wouldn't
turf.
Los Arbalest be a softball field since it has a skin infield, a dirt
Yeah,
infield?
that's your one softball field that I've seen.
Okay, maybe because it's not city property. Okay, Don Hofer talked about the noise level. If we had a amphitheater in the southwest corner, facing southwest and cresting over the hill into where there's.
Yeah, so I think there's a couple of people that commented on the softball being in the southwest corner, and it
No, we're
is.
talking amphitheater.
Yeah, I meant the amphitheater. It is in the southwest corner. I may have said northwest before, but it is in the southwest. And that terrain there, so the highest point is that southwest corner. That's the highest point of the site. And everything is sloping away. So the step seating there for the fans, they would be facing the opposite direction. They would be facing the rec center. The band or the stage would be facing southwest. So that could potentially go, but your train is there as well. So you're going uphill. So
So if you had a music event generating noise going uphill from the band, can it crest over and be a problem with the nearby residential across the street, across First Avenue?
I do not know that, but a sound consultant would be able to assist you with that.
And we would probably have to do CEQA and figure that out, right? California Environmental Quality Act. Okay.
But there are, with the amphitheater, we do sports stadiums too. And we do these high school stadiums and even with the PA systems, there's limitations, there's volume settings. You don't even have to do amplified sound too. So there are other restrictions or a closing time. So there are some things that you can do, or set up to work better with neighbors.
Yeah. Okay. I know that my house backs up into Los Arboles where there's field lights and there's lots of noise and I love it, but everyone's different, right? Okay. So that's kind of responding to public input. Besides, everyone had their options that they chose, et cetera. And looks like most people chose option 1. And then one person chose option 2. And Vili and Carrie, and probably Jason, though he said that they prefer options 3 and 4. Did anyone note any questions that I didn't answer yet or respond to yet? Okay, so now we go back to council and let's start with Councilmember McCarthy. Did we lose Kathy?
One question I didn't ask earlier, just involves dark sky. Are you familiar with building dark sky certified sporting facilities? And is that doable regardless of what option we choose?
I believe it is. We've been working on the Monterey High School one, which you've seen in the papers. And I believe everything that was set up there is to align with dark sky. And Musco is typically the company we work with, Sportfield Lighting, and they can work to meet that if that is a requirement. I know there's the
observatory.
Yeah, the observatory next door. And the lights definitely have come a long way than where they were before. So we're now, all the lights are LED, very precise, and much better than they were before.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councilmember Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So many questions. The Vortex Trail, it already was mentioned. My question was also how serious are the plans for the underpass and who will pay for it? And safety, lighting, just like Tommy, I thought, the crossing with a pedestrian light will be way cheaper.
Best way to get hit.
No. So anyway, but that's Vortex. So
all right.
I was surprised about it.
Can we address that concern question now?
That would be good. Yeah. Okay. Yes. Safety.
Yeah. And so, TAMC's been taking the lead on the applications for funding and moving the Vortex Trail forward. They have received grant funding for overpasses and underpasses already along the Vortex Trail. And this is grant funding supplemented with countywide Measure X dollars that are connected through the 3/8 cents sales tax. So it's not something that we're, planning in our budgets at this point. It's something to attract grant funding.
I can see that it has pros and cons, but yes. So, but if there would not be an underpass, or even with an underpass, people will come also at sidewalk level from 2nd and 8th. So I would like to see a wider entrance from that area. And that's more like next to the sports center. So it might be the other consultant who's the other designer. But to emphasize just that pedestrians have the right of way. I've mentioned that before. I really would like to see
and that will be wider all through that sports center area. And so that's our plan, is until the Vortex funding comes through, that'll be the main corridor at that signal, and you'll cross there.
Yes, okay, thank you. The pavilion has been mentioned before. Also, I think Councilmember Biala already mentioned that it's not sure whether the roller hockey players really would think that's a good plan. I don't know. So I think I would propose to postpone that part. That would save money for now. I'm trying to save money here for Preston Park, because I do understand that fields are needed. And I think, I wish we could have asked the parents, sports parents, if they would have the option, the choice between having all the fields in good shape and additional fields, 4 fields at Preston Park. Wouldn't they prefer that instead of having one field at a different part and having to travel to a different area? So I definitely think we need to get more fields and get them in the right condition. We all know there's a backlog in maintenance. I've walked those fields. There's a lot of gopher holes and ground squirrel holes and gopher mounds. So that needs to be addressed, whatever happens with these plans. So I would propose to postpone the pavilion to save the money for now. I would also propose to wait with the museum, because if you add that up and if you do only 1 bathroom instead of 2, then with the, as you call it, the soft cost.
Soft cost, yeah,
It
non-construction
will
cost.
get us close to $10 million, which happens to be the estimate that the city manager gave. And there was already $1 million allocated for Preston Park. So I think we would be coming pretty close to being able to realize that there. Plus that at Preston Park, maybe, I don't know what the condition is of the current building with the restrooms. And I don't know what else is in there. Maybe that could be used until there's enough money to build a new one. I don't know. I think the fields are the most important part for now, to get those as soon as possible. Okay. Tennis, tennis and pickleball. I think that our city should have at least 1 tennis court, preferably 2. And I know that people play pickleball, and I know many of my friends play pickleball, but I hope that extra courts could be added to option 1, and preferably perpendicular to each other, I think, because the pickleball players play the other way. I don't know. So hopefully that could be added to have both those sports. Lights, please work with the Monterey Institute for Research in Astrology, MIRA, when designing lights. One of those, their reps has called in, I think, at an earlier meeting. They have decades of experience working with architects and councils. They can help. And they are close by, and they can even host astronomy events at the park when it's completed. Yeah, my question was for the option 2, the ball field there. If it's for organized sports, I think the logistics are just not logical to me to go from one place, from Preston Park to here. I do like the great lawn in option 1. We have a park next to our home, and I see that has a large lawn, and I see that being used every day, even on days that it's not really warm. People they put up a volleyball net. They have parents bring little goals for the soccer. I see lots of parents with kids playing there with balls and frisbees. Yes. Yes. So I'll stop for now. Thank you.
We'll come back
Thank
to
you,
you.
Mr. Mayor.
And I just want to insert one comment. It'll take me 30 seconds that there's a whole unique constituency that play hockey, and that hockey pavilion can be used for other sports if it's too foggy or windy outside the pavilion. So I would hope that tonight we don't ditch that pavilion without even hearing from the many people that use the hockey pavilion. And they still give me a hard time whenever they see me, because they felt like their lobbying efforts and their petition efforts fell on deaf ears. But like the equestrian center, it's an opportunity to have a whole nother kind of event that's unique to our peninsula. So I'm not saying that we have to do it. I'm just saying I hope that tonight we don't put that whole idea, that we don't ditch it. But anyway, okay, let's go to Councilmember Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just on that point, I kind of agree with Councilwoman Lisbeth Fischer, just on terms of delaying it until I think we need a better needs assessment, because if there are a lot of people who will use it, then it's great. But I just, some people who were very accomplished in hockey were saying in public comment that it would not suffice, that pavilion would not suffice for real hockey teams. So that was my concern. So as long as we get more information about that, because I certainly want hockey teams to come. And if they're saying, the people who do this are saying that, it's not the right standard of facility, then I think we need to get more information. But anyway, I have one question before I get into some overall thoughts. When, and I thank Mike Kennedy for advocating for option 2, so I was looking more closely at it, but I wanted to ask, in option 2, we're looking at artificial turf, correct, for that baseball and soccer? Is
Yes,
this correct?
artificial turf is required by the settlement agreement for the Dunes Park.
Okay, so that's a little, it has a negative connotation for me in terms of the overall park. When you have that sitting in this park, there's no fences around it, right? So people, when not in use, that sports field is not in use, people can just walk over it, they can sit down or whatever they want to do, correct? Is that, it's not a protected space?
No, there should be fencing around it. And the reason why you put fencing around it is the friction coefficient on synthetic fields is substantially less. The ball really moves. So whether it's baseball, softball, or soccer, it's nice to have a fence just for containment of the balls. For baseball and softball, you would have taller backstops and taller features to try to keep the foul balls in the field. But generally, yes, there is fencing around these fields. And we're trying to kind of limit the footprint, so we're not oversizing it for the runoff. But we're doing parks where we're doing low fences for soccer and like 42 inches, but then we're doing kind of openings, no gates and things like that. So the fields are open, but the fences are there to help keep the ball close to play, which is important for practice and games and umpiring and all that stuff.
Okay, so essentially, you don't want people in the park coming into the area as well, correct?
No, I didn't say that. It's that you can operate them however you want to operate them as a city. We have worked with other municipalities where they lock them down and it's only used by permit. We have other ones that are completely open. So it does vary by community on what their operational goals are for this. So you can have it either way.
When you say completely open, you mean with gaps that they can enter, but still with fences?
Yeah, there can be gaps or fences or gates, but they don't have to be locked, or they can be low. It's really just about ball containment, is what we try to do to start with.
Okay, so I want to make note of the discrepancies between the 2 surveys that have been made. And the first one is by the Public Works or our city. And by the way, it seems like when I add up the numbers, it's not 124 respondents, it's 116. And then the next door one, I think it was manned by Jeff Markham, was a total of 146 samples. And they were very, very different. And I don't know how the survey is conducted on Nextdoor, if it's reliable or whatever, because it's a third-party application. But when I added the 2 together, I still get 46% liked option 1, 18% like option 2, 30% like option 3, and 5% like option 4. So it's hard for us to just take one survey because they seem to have been so different in terms of their outcomes. So I'm just proposing that we might look at combining of those. And what's sad to me is that we did both surveys without the knowledge of Preston Park having those opportunities for 2 soccer fields, 4 baseball fields. And so I think that any of these surveys were missing an important piece of data before we ask people to weigh in on whether these 3 of the options have soccer and baseball fields. So there's a dilemma there for me in terms of saying how much of these surveys are valid when we're trying to make a decision ourselves on the dais. So that's a real concern for me. And when I think about a turf and a sports field, they're obvious artificial turf. They're obviously flat. If you're walking by, rather uninteresting terrain because we've just flattened everything in order to accommodate this sports field. So I have to say I have a personal preference for a much more natural environment. And the lack of other fields, baseball fields and soccer fields at Preston Park gives me more emphasis to honor people's preference for the option 1, because if we use as a real high priority both funding resources and other to really improve the Preston Park and make it a very valid a sports center for as suggested in the staff report, that is much more preferable to me than trying to put in 1 or 2 soccer fields in the student park. And I'm also basing this on our decline in youth population. And as Grace Dentella said, is that there's also a concurrently decline of with the aging population as well.
Excuse me, Kathy.
Yes.
I think you're about 5 minutes. Are you close to wrapping up or you want more time later?
No, no, that's it. So those are my thoughts at this point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will watch the clock as we're approaching midnight. So I am going to put on a couple hats here. I'm going to put on my mom hat who plays sports and takes her kids to play soccer and takes her kid to play softball and knows that the people who did speak on behalf of our fields are absolutely correct. There are hundreds of kids, hundreds that use very cramped and not sufficient fields. I worry about Preston because there's no parking out there. It's a neighborhood. So you're just going to be putting an emphasis in a part of town where is already clogged and congested out there. And there is no parking in those neighborhoods. So I worry about reconfiguring or thinking about an option that is going to create more problems. So I'm going to tell you right now, putting on my mom hat, knowing and being out on those fields, personally picking weeds out those fields and doing cleanups, that option 3 is the best for our community because we're going to look at who's talking to us. If we're going to go by a next door poll, no offense to next door, but there's no kids on there. There's no young families on there. Everybody's working and not chiming in to those polls. And I did ask that question, how many of you are here with children? And so you're going to have a very different demographic on next door than you are going to have on, say, going to one of these games and asking the kids themselves. Did anybody ask the kids? I don't know. The other hat I'm going to put on is having the same conversation years ago with our beloved Terry Seacrest. And he saw the writing on the wall and he said, it's going to come down to people who want to save the trees. And it's going to come down to people who actually play the fields. And I always lament, my sister lives up in the Bay Area, Newhall Park in Concord. It's just this beautiful park and all you see is kids playing soccer and sports. And I'm always so envious of that. And I've always said, we're never going to get an Olympic athlete out of here. We're never going to get optimizing our sports abilities of our kids who just, I'm sorry, I'm going to get a little passionate here. The basketball team just went to playoffs, okay? First time in history. And that's because they have a gym. They have those facilities to do that. So if we're going to balance the needs of our very diverse community, we've got Hilltop Park here. We've got a passive park coming online thanks to the mayor and hundreds of volunteers that are making it a beautiful park. We've got Sea Haven with pickleballs, which Mr. Leslie, thank you for being here. I agree, we could use another tennis court up in there. We've got the parking issue. I'm looking at the clock. We're going to create out at Preston, population increase to come with new homes coming online. Promising you that. What else do I've got here? I go to the Constitution and in Salinas. There's a soccer field out there. And you won't believe I've been out there twice now, and they're going to charge parking because it's so successful. It's over by the hospital. And it is just amazing what they're doing out there. So yes, I don't think we're going to have to worry about who's going to come. I also really love the idea of the ball fields in option 3 because there's hotels right there. So we can capitalize on people who are going to come to town. My sister's kids play travel ball. They have to go all the way to like hot Las Vegas and Reno, and I can just imagine this being a destination as part of this footprint that we talked about earlier for recreation. What else do I have to say to you? These numbers don't lie. 400 kids in soccer, 500 kids in softball and baseball, to the fact that they have to turn them away. And I know that for a fact. So if we're going to look at polls and needs assessment, I just say, go out to a game. You're going to see it. We can't even, I can't even imagine the potential that's here that we're going to waste. I don't mean to be waste. That will be diminished by going with an option that is extremely passive. I worry about that. So that's all I have to say. 5 minutes.
Yeah,
Thank
you'll
you.
have another 5 minutes as soon as your time comes around, if you wish. Okay, on the numbers, I thought I heard 300 for baseball and 500 for soccer, or were the numbers different? Christina, you mentioned 400 and 500. What did you mention?
I have 300, let me see, a second. 21 teams for Valley, I believe 75%, 80 to 90%.
So do you know the number? Could you
400
mention-
for soccer. 400 for soccer is what I see.
And isn't baseball less than soccer?
I have
300 for soccer, 300 for baseball.
Yeah, I have 300 and 500, and then I have another 400.
Okay, so 300 and 500.
But remember, these are caps, so they can go beyond that. Sorry.
Okay, and then Marina Station, is that planned to have new ball fields, or did we take them out because of the vernal pools, et cetera?
Took out one soccer field, one baseball field, but they do have a big park on the top that should have a soccer field and potentially a baseball field there.
Okay, so a soccer field coming, but we don't know if a baseball field's coming in the north part of town. Okay. Well, just the punchline of what I'm going to say is I agree with Mike Kennedy that it seems like the best option is a compromise for various reasons, not just to be a compromise. But now going to the details, I would like to minimize, as probably everybody would, and a few people that have spoken, minimize those retaining walls as much as possible. And maximize the dark sky design, do the best we can with the restroom design. It sounds like Derek kind of had that nailed. I think we need the wider entrance to the 2nd Avenue, 8th Street area that Councilmember Vischer brought up. I think we want to keep as many trees as possible, especially the legacy trees. I think we need to make sure that the noise level is mitigated to the extent possible, but I love the idea of a 280 seat amphitheater in the southwest corner where you can maximize utility of the elevation difference at the highest point of the whole property there. I think that we are a little bit blind, like Mike said, our first speaker, that we haven't looked yet at the standards, either the California state standards of population, age, children that are going to use these and dictating, at least giving us an estimate of how many fields we need. If Seaside has a whole bunch more kids and they have fewer fields, kids, I mean, playing age kids, and we don't know that, I think we should find that out. We should do a good job of getting an assessment of our needs. And if we were to add one more ball field in this option 2, and Marina youth softball and baseball are turning away 40 to 100 kids, how many ball fields do we need to accommodate those children? Do we need 1? Do we need 2? Do we need 3? Do we know? And so, like I think our last speaker said, who agreed with our first speaker, why would we be building fields if we're not sure what the demand is? So if the last time we did an assessment was 2005, and we based it on a $40,000 population projection, and we've only got 22,000, with Marina Station, we might end up at 32,000, but we may never get to 40,000, but we still have new ball fields coming in at Marina Station. So I think that whatever we do tonight, it should allow us to relook at this after we do an assessment of what's needed with current numbers, and a look to our sister city to the south, and a look to statewide standards to see what we're talking about. If we were to put 2 fields in here, like option 3 and 4, does that get us way above the state standards of our need? And if we also add fields at Preston Park, you know, are we building too many fields, or can we have too many fields? Maybe we need 4 or 5 more fields, but it'd be nice to know what we need before we make a final decision. Mayor Pro Tem, you mentioned that there's no parking at Preston, but you didn't acknowledge in your comments that there is tonight we heard that there's more parking planned in Preston Park if we were to build more fields. So do you think that if we build more parking in Preston Park as presented tonight, that would help with the need for parking if we added more fields?
Yes, that would help, but we also heard that there may be some sensitive habitat. I will not say its name, but I'm worried about that too, because we know that it lives there.
Right. Yeah. So that's a great point. So I think that before we get close to promising or telling people that Preston is an answer for ball players, we should have a better idea about the possibility of doing it. I mean, we were hot to trot on the 2nd Avenue extension, El Monte Avenue extension, and you know, it's really at a questionable stage right now whether we'll be able to do that for that reason. I've probably gone 5 minutes, so let's go back to anyone else. Let's go to Councilmember Viala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did hear, I thought I heard that from Brian McMinn that the Sangalia is probably not going to be a problem. So we just need to confirm it. So based on the map that we saw.
We asked Brian about that. I heard him say there's been a small number found in that area.
Yeah, I don't know that I'd ever say that Sangalia will never be a problem, but
it's an opportunity.
an opportunity. You know, the problem is you can sit down as California Department of Fish and Wildlife for a consultation, and they'll tell you about the process, and you'll get far enough down that process and do a lot of studies before you can actually give them the data that they're going to look at and say, yeah, this is what your mitigation is going to be. So it's never simple, cut and dried that you can just kind of look at it and say, you know, what's going to be required here.
Can you confirm if it's been observed to exist there or not?
Yes, it showed up on our surveys.
But in a place where it would make it impossible to do the plan that you put up on the slide.
No, the examples that were found were south of there.
Yeah. So where the ball fields are, it doesn't look like there's a lot of Gilia there, but we would need to do more in depth. But initially, where the ball fields are located, it doesn't appear that there would be a significant problem.
Okay, great, thank you. I thought I heard a little bit more optimism there. Okay, the difference between option 1 and 2, notably, is that 2 does not allow the space for the museum. And I think that that's a good thing to have at a park like this. Because after all, we have taken down tons of these barracks, and we have right on this space now sort of the museums that sort of highlight that. So I don't know whether that there is another place that kind of thing would be appropriate if we were to go to option 2. It seems like it goes by the Fortag right there, the trail, and so it would seem like a really good place to have it. So that's one thing I would miss dearly from option 2 that we would have in option 1. And I think in only option 1 are those museums planned. And also, if you look at option 2, the sports pavilion is now shifted to a place where we thought was going to be problematic because of the parking issues, as I recall. So now we have it back and have limited space for the aquatic center. And for me, the important thing, I have to keep stressing this, is that we have to give priority and financial priority resources to the improvements at Preston Park. I think so much hangs on that. There are already 2 of the baseball fields and a so-called soccer field is already there. We just need to fix it up, and we need to improve it and expand it. And that's already there. And it just seems kind of like an ideal situation there. So I want to stress that as a high priority. That's all, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Councilmember Vischer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I forgot to ask one important question for Mr. McMinn. You said we're short 4 maintenance workers. Why? Is it the budget issue or?
It's that we haven't had them. Historically, I don't know how far back when there were budget cuts, if there were maintenance positions cut before, but we're also a growing city. And, we've had landscape medians that have been added, as the city's grown out. So the maintenance demands have increased. And so that's kind of how we got to where we are right now.
So why have we not hired more people?
It requires an ongoing revenue source.
We've never allocated them in the budget, but we'll be discussing these at our retreat.
So okay, because that's the question for this. I mean, why do we have fields that are not maintained? I mean, if the fields at Preston Park would have been maintained, they could have played there without any injuries. And
it's strictly a budget issue.
So we need to
there were not fundings. The priority of the council, as our funds increased, were to fix the roads, pump our dollars into the roads, and then the other priority was to add public safety, and so that's where the funds have gone. So now that we've kind of done that, we'll be talking about
thank you,
maintenance
because
workers.
like I said, financially, I think if we can delay some of the elements. And Mr. Mayor, I did not mean to ditch the pavilion. I definitely want to reserve the space if we would choose option 1. And just postpone, delay until we also know more about the finances, because Preston Park needs to be, I think Preston Park needs to be brought in good condition as soon as possible. And I don't think we should choose a design based on, choose option 2 only because we didn't know how to, or we did not maintain our fields at Preston Park well enough. So I agree with Councilwoman Biala. We should improve and expand Preston Park, have all the sports there, have the parents there, but make sure that they have well-maintained fields. And then they can have it all together there. And then option 1 can keep most of the trees. It will be natural, and there will not be any synthetic material in a park that for the rest can be really natural. So I think those are I think this is it. So thank you very much.
Okay, something else might come up, and that's okay too.
Yes.
So my recollection of our priorities that we passed 2 years ago at our retreat and subsequent meetings till we had a table was that we had $5 million that we wanted to put into parks, but our number one priority was to hire the staff we needed and for staff to tell us what that was. And I don't think we've made a lot of progress on being told what the staff needs are to do a better job maintaining the city. But there was a $5 to $6 million specific mentioned in those priorities, or maybe we actually budgeted $5 or $6 million to improve our parks.
Yeah, that was money budgeted in the capital improvement program, one-time dollars for advancing the designs at Gloria Jean Tate, some money at Windy Hill, some money at Preston Park. And that's where, you know, the money to start these, like we had the concept for Preston Park put together.
And the pump track came from that $6.5 million recreational impact fee fund.
Right, and another million was allocated towards the medians on Del Monte.
Okay. So there was pretty hard priorities and good funding allocated or projected for that, for park improvements. But are you saying that we haven't allocated money for public crew staff to increase?
Correct, and there's a difference between these one-time funds that were allocated for one-time expenditures, and we haven't had the ongoing revenues to support the ongoing expenditures. This year, as we look at the budget, our ongoing revenues have increased to the point where we can have that discussion.
Okay, now we also had a lot of discussion that we could be creative, and for a number of years, example, 3 years, we could dip into our one-time only monies in order to pay for unmet needs such as parks or streets. And then after 3 years, we could let those people go who take care of those assets, if indeed we didn't have an increase in incoming revenue to make it a ongoing ability to pay for those ongoing costs of more staff. And Brian, the other day I asked you, do we have 8 people on Public Works crew? And you said, no, we have 13.
We have 13 on the maintenance side. We've got 2 leads, we've got a mechanic, and the remainder are maintenance workers
So we have 13 on the maintenance side?
on the maintenance side.
Okay, because it was just about 6 months ago when we were down to 2 actual people out of 8 potential people, because people were injured and fraternal and things like that. But there was a time when we were down to 2 people trying to do what Public Works crew does out in the field. And that
Yes.
changed. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't recall when that was. That doesn't sound,
Okay,
that doesn't sound like anything that's happened recently.
all right. Do you recall having 8 people, whereas now we have 13? Or is that also bad
Well-
information I'm spouting?
I'm trying to think back over the years. I think we might have added a position
Okay.
in maintenance. There was one budget year that we added a maintenance position.
Okay. All right. I think I've done my 5 minutes. But I'm gonna need a bite at the apple. Does any other council member have anything to say right now? Yeah. Oh, yeah, sure. Councilmember Medina Dirksen.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone who's still with us. I just want to say that I think we definitely have a duty to listen to what we've been told tonight, you know, whether it's an extra tennis court, which I completely agree in, maybe another sand volleyball, but more so importantly, like what we put on some workshops, did we not? And we got people to come out and give our opinions. So I think we should be very cognizant of what we were being told. I do appreciate the concept of fixing up Preston Park, and I think that's so necessary. But I also think that we've got to listen to people. So for that reason, I mean, I guess I'm willing to compromise. I shouldn't say that just yet, but for right now, I mean, I'd like to make a motion that we adopt number 3. Not sure I'll have the votes, and I might have to compromise, but and my point of view is that we are going to be having hotels come online. We are in a position where I know that I personally ran on a platform of expanding recreation and listening to families in this community, and being a family in this community and having a lot of friends who have their kids involved in things. We can't all make it to the sports center, I'm sorry, the youth center after school. But what we can do is come together at a beautiful park, and whether it's watch our kids, our grandkids play sports, listen to some music, play tennis, and plan for the financials. Council member Biala was lamenting that there's no opportunity for a museum. Well, in number 3 and number 2, the chapel could also be doubling as a community building. And why couldn't we use some of the renovated buildings to showcase some of that history, whether it's through the artwork, display, outdoor sculptures, those kind of things that are, I think of downtown Seattle that has a firefighter memorial made of bronze. I think we could tell its story through outdoor art. So that's where I'm standing. I'm inclined to support option 3. Thank you.
Thank you. So something we haven't talked about is apparently when Gloria Jean Tate changed from being available to ball sports to kind of let go to demise, because we were going to usher in a dog park and a pump track and other non-ball field uses. The sports community was told, hey, you're losing Gloria Jean Park and you don't like that, but that's okay because Dune City Park is coming online and we're going to put ball fields there for you. And that was probably about 4 or 5 years ago they were told that. And now Preston Park is kind of like the new shiny object to meet their needs. And so we're saying, to some extent, we're saying, you might not get what you were hoping for at Dune City Park, but that's okay. We're going to do our best to give you new fields at Preston Park. And the Gillian mitigation process that through California Fish and Wildlife Service is changing in Marina. And Brian kind of led into that, segued into that by saying, you really never know when you sit down with these fish and game people what is going to be the result of what their demands are going to be. But I heard from Fred Watson and Scott Waltz in a long meeting we had the other night that there are 60 acres being required for mitigation of Imjin Parkway, which is a lot more acres, maybe 3 times the acres. We used to think it was going to be up 20, is I think what they told me. And they said it was because Fish and Wildlife Service told us that approximately 8 out of the approximately 10 mitigation projects for Gilia in the last 15 years have failed. And so we, the city, have been told, so we got to try something different from the Fish and Wildlife Service agencies. And so that's one of the reasons why they're greatly increasing the mitigation ratios. And so when we come to Preston Park, where there's been maybe a small amount of Gilia found, but they might say that the rest of the habitat that's there, natural maritime chaparral habitat, is suitable habitat, and that has to be mitigated at some ratio. So I just don't think that Preston Park expansion is a slam dunk. And so I wouldn't want to bait and switch from Gloria Jean to Dune City Park to Preston Park and then have unexpected delays in Preston Park. And we could be here 3, 4, 5 years from now with no new ball fields, except maybe at Marina Station, if they don't get a ball field or 2 at the Dune City Park. I have a question. Someone said there were no soccer fields in Marina. Does the Marina High School play their soccer games at Preston Park soccer field? Does anyone know? Because if they play high school games there, I don't know why we couldn't have youth games there.
I'm going to quote Ron Powell. Currently, Marina Youth Soccer has 2 fields they use for games, MPUSD fields, Marina Vista and Lower Los Arboles. Says Marina Vista Field isn't in very good condition.
Gophers.
Yeah.
And so they have Los Arboles is a real soccer field and it's used by youth to play games. But he doesn't mention Preston Park, which is the largest soccer field. I think that's larger than Lower Los Arboles. And I think it's where the high school plays their soccer games. They don't play it there. Where else would they play it? At the baseball field, the new baseball field? All right. But that's I guess that's not made available to the youth soccer. I don't think youth soccer plays on the high school game, on the high school field. Okay, I think I've got another 5 minutes. I'm done for now, but I probably have another 2 minutes of comments. Does anyone else want a bite at the apple? Kathy, Councilmember Biala?
Yeah, I have a quick question. Are we supposed to focus in on one of the options tonight? Is that
It's our choice. We can, or we can postpone a final decision pending information we want that we're specific about what it is, but it's really up to us. Yeah.
That's my preference. I think we have so many questions that I feel like I can't answer, can't choose at this point. That's all.
Okay, well, it turns out that I don't have any more comments or questions, so I'm done. Let's go to Councilmember Vischer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree that postponing the decision will be best until we get more answers, especially about the option to do expand Preston Park or not. So the St. Gilead.
Okay, so Preston Park expansion feasibility.
Yes.
And do you have any others, Councilmember Vischer, that specific information that you want found before we?
And how soon can we get Preston Park?
Okay, so
into
feasibility
commission
and timeframe.
Timeframe.
And that could take a long time to answer that question because
Okay.
we might have to go deep with the Fish and Wildlife Services before
Mhm.
we get an answer to
But
that.
we make a big decision to either, add a synthetic field in a park that can be natural.
So
or
not
not.
only, well, the
So-
ball people have to wait, but everyone's gonna have to wait for 2 years.
Yes, why not? I mean, I agree. That's
Okay.
why I was trying to save some money for option one to be in order to be able to help Preston Park
Okay,
as soon as possible.
you're
Yes.
right. Anything else that you want answered or information that we don't have today?
Thank you very much.
Okay, so why don't we go around? Let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've been around in these chambers long enough to know that we've been talking about these parks for a long time. And Mr. Mayor, I think you know that as well. I strongly oppose delaying this any longer. We've had so much time to talk about these parks. At this point, I'd rather see any park than no park. So that's kind of where I stand. I was hoping one of my colleagues would make the first motion, but I would certainly make a motion if no one else is willing to put forth at least an effort to pass a park plan design tonight.
Maybe I would suggest that you and Mayor Pro Tem discuss who should get the motion because you're both, and you can make substitute motion too, but she did mention she was ready a while ago to make a motion. So maybe the two of you can just work it out and wants to make the first motion.
And I do want to make just two more comments that if a motion is made to approve a plan tonight, that I would ask that we include a provision that the plan be dark sky certified and that we work with the sorry, I'm drawing a blank here, the observatory, yeah, Mira, to come up with a policy that they're happy with on the staff level. And if for some reason an agreement can't be reached, that they have a right to appeal to the council.
I'm gonna go ahead and make a motion then. I'm gonna make the motion that we have received the presentation about the Dune City Park and that we adopt option number 3 with the provision that we work with the Mira and other observatory folks and that the plan include 2 tennis courts and that we concurrently work to see the viability of improving Preston Park.
You said viability of Preston Park
Yeah,
or
the viability of adding fields at
adding.
Preston Park. And we come back with information and estimation of park usage at the Dune City Park, specifically as to the ball fields.
Can you say that last part one more time?
And that we come back with estimated use numbers for the ballparks that are being suggested in option number 3.
Okay, I'll second just for discussion. Do we already have estimates, Derek, that you per program and you add them all up? And I thought earlier we were talking about. Oh, that was for parking.
We have it for parking, and the programs for what we're showing on each of the designs. It's not based on the community need for fields or additional fields.
Is the parking related to the number of people coming?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
So couldn't we estimate tomorrow what the numbers are, who would be coming, if we know how much parking is based on who's coming?
Well, yeah, I mean, generally, we estimate 60 to 70 cars for league play. And then we estimate,
But as far as the number of people, do you have like two?
we can work that
2.3?
backwards to people.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think that's kind of what that's a way to get to that, right?
you can maybe reverse engineer it that way.
Yes, I'd like to see that.
But typically we look at, it's complicated. The way we look at it is we, even though you said like there's 400 people playing soccer, right? That's all different types of field sizes. Okay. And so not only do you need to look at that for the different field sizes, but you need to look at where they're playing, how often they're playing. And it's a big formula that has to go into this. So it takes a little time to figure it out.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay, Brian, Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's going to be a little bit odd, but I fully support Councilmember Medina's motion, but I am also going to make a substitute motion that we adopt Park Plan number 2 with the provisions that is dark sky certified, that we work with the observatory to develop a usage policy.
All right, Councilmember, the original motion said to work with Mira and other observatories. What does your motion say on that point?
Just Mira, the observatory that's near the park.
And you said earlier to certify, go along dark sky certified elements and make Mira happy.
Yes, create a policy with staff, city staff. And if Mira is not happy with that policy, they have a right to appeal to the city council. And so what I'm thinking of is with dark sky certification, for example, you can implement a policy that says the lights have to be off at a certain time or during certain events. And
okay. Is that clear to staff? Okay, yeah. You might need to repeat it when you're all done. Anything else to your motion?
no, but if I can get a second, I can just kind of explain why quickly I made the
Okay.
motion.
Is there a second for
I'll
Brian's
second.
motion?
I'll second.
All right, thank you, Kathy. Go ahead, Brian.
And just for discussion, I just want to make sure that, this body had every opportunity to pass something tonight. And so that's why I made a substitute motion, because I felt there's a good chance that the original motion may not pass. But I would support either motion.
Okay, so are you to friendly amendments?
Yes,
You can say
absolutely.
yes or no to them. Does anyone have any friendly amendments they'd like to ask Brian to include? We'll go to Councilmember Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I just want to clarify. So Councilmember McCarthy, you said option 2?
Correct.
Did you, okay. So if you would also include some of these other things to research. I'd like to know about Preston Park, about realistic timelines and assessment of the Gilia, the presence of it. I mean, I know there's a process, but if there's if we find that there is even a small amount of concerning population of Gilia on the places where the map for Preston Park was presented today, I think that would help us know a little bit of the challenges for the future. And that.
Sorry, Kathy, can we hold off on that and see if Brian's amenable to that friendly amendment?
Yes.
I would be happy to accept the amendment, but I just want to be clear that if we're approving a plan tonight, whether it's 2 or 3, I mean, it sounds like we're moving forward. And so barring some really strong new development that we're not aware of today, I'm just not sure what value adding the amendment creates.
Well, because it might lead to even more fields at Preston Park, but at least it would tell us, can it happen, or are there Gilead complications, and whether or not there are complications, what's the timeline? Because one field in option 2 might not be enough to satisfy the demand for fields.
I see.
But you don't have to accept the amendment.
I accept the amendment.
Okay, does the second hold, Kathy?
Yes.
All right, go ahead.
Although
please,
I'm a
Kathy.
little confused, I have to say, because we want more information, and yet we're choosing one of the options. But if this is the best we can do, so be it. Maybe I can go on and see what else can be considered. Because there's the pavilion on option 2 is back where we were saying that we had some issues because it would decrease the parking for the aquatic center and the sports center. I think we need to have a report about that. I mean, how difficult will this be for jeopardizing the parking at the pavilion? And because that's the difference between option 1 and 2.
So Kathy, if that's a friendly amendment suggestion, can you repeat it, please?
That we get information on the impact of the way that the pavilion is situated in option 2.
So get information on impact of option 2 pavilion.
Yeah, yes. And should I go on here? Brian?
No, let's first ask if Brian's amenable to that friendly amendment.
Yes.
Kathy, does your second hold?
Yes, it does. And the next is because there is no museum on option 2, can we get some suggestions of alternate spots for that conceived idea of the 3 barracks? Is that acceptable?
Brian, it's acceptable. I think we're already doing that, but absolutely acceptable.
Okay. So that's the second and the amendment is okay. Can we word that to be clear?
You want me to restate?
Or Kathy, can you word it to be clear for Anita and everybody?
Yes. In the
For me.
configuration. In the
So
configuration.
it's to look at alternate sites for the
Yes.
museum,
Okay.
Yes.
for the military museums.
Yes.
And the museums might be rebuilt from scratch, replicas of
Right.
buildings,
That's
or it could be indoor museum. There's no buildings.
right. The plan right now is to build replicas, but like we could potentially say, look at the equestrian center or.
Okay, so
just look at
alternative sites for replica military buildings. Okay.
Okay. Did Brian accept that?
Yes.
Okay, you did. Okay, and
And you did.
Yes.
Okay, Kathy, thank you.
Okay, and then the fourth thing is kind of with Don Hoffer's concerns is that could we look at the noise factor of the not pavilion, what am I talking about? The
Amphitheater.
theater, yes, the amphitheater, and also consider, is the parking the best location per Don Hofer's concerns? I think he wanted on 2nd Avenue versus where it is now.
So
And-
Kathy, let's be clear here. There's already parking available on 2nd Avenue. That's a public street. So I'm not sure.
Well, let's see.
Can you be clear about? I think he was saying, don't park on First Avenue, park on Second Avenue or something like that.
Is there?
Yeah, the parking on Second would be difficult because we have the Fort Tag Trail there coming up and underneath. So that's taking up a lot of that
Oh,
Okay.
street.
but
edge.
what's left is going to be a public street where they can park.
Second Street is, yeah. but-
Second Avenue.
Second Avenue, sorry, but the Fort Tag Trail being a tunnel coming up is taking up a lot of that space.
Okay.
Right, got it. So let's eliminate that. He was wanting to move the new parking lot on that side somehow. But let's look at examine the noise and the location of the amphitheater.
When you say look at the location, what do you mean, Kathy?
Possibly have relocation of the amphitheater within that option 2.
Okay, so because of CEQA, we would already be looking at the noise factor, but now we would also be approving a motion to reconsider alternate locations for the amphitheater.
Yes.
Okay, Brian, are you amenable to that?
No, I think what I heard was that CEQA is going to address that noise issue. And if that's true, then that's good enough for me. I think that it gets a little too complicated and ambiguous.
Okay,
So I
no
wouldn't-
problem. I accept that. So scratch that.
Staff just sighed a sigh of relief.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. And I think that's it. In addition to all the ones that you outlined, Brian.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Brian, for helping us to compromise here. I very much appreciate it. But I am going to throw something out here in the spirit of compromise. We did have sand volleyball player, Mr. Champion. And looking at this map, I'd like to know if you'd be open to adding one more sand volleyball. We can move basketball somewhere else.
If staff believes that's doable and affordable, which it sounds like it would be.
Yeah. Just to be clear, we'd be swapping the existing basketball and deleting it and adding a second volleyball.
No, what we would be doing is we'd be adding a second volleyball, beach volleyball. So see where basketball is?
Yeah.
We'd add one there or somewhere, and the basketball can move over here towards the bottom where the soccer is, where the baseball is in those fields. So kind of some of those sports could be, or just somewhere within the
Okay,
design.
do we suggest that staff and consultants consider doing that
Absolutely.
rather than tell them they have to do it?
Yes.
So the question is explore adding the second volleyball court somewhere.
And moving the basketball.
Or doesn't matter where. I'm just saying,
Okay, so
add it. I'm just thinking it would make
Just to
sense.
clarify, we're talking about option 2 right now.
yeah,
That's
so
correct.
Correct.
so consider adding a beach volleyball court to option 2, but keeping basketball somewhere.
Yeah.
In the option.
That's right. Thank you. If you would be open to that.
Absolutely.
Okay, Kathy, does your second hold?
Yes, it does.
May I make something really quickly?
Yeah, you've got the floor.
I'm so sorry. And just ensuring that we have the 2 tennis courts. Are you open to that since Sea Haven's going to have all the pickleball courts? Would be okay to have?
Are there any tennis courts?
There'd be 2 tennis courts in option 2. Ditch the pickleball here. I don't mean to say ditch for all you who like pickleball, but have them both be tennis courts. So the pickleball courts are all at the other Sea Haven Park. So we don't have competing interests, as Mr. Leslie shared with us.
I'm looking at staff, but if that's something that's,
How about if we looked at and potentially look at tennis courts, maybe somewhere else in the city too? Or do you want them there?
Most of our heat. So what's the answer to that question? Do you want us to have staff look at where alternative locations for tennis courts? Or leave one here and look for another one somewhere else, or what?
I accept the amendment.
Okay, can you repeat it, somebody?
The amendment is to remove the pickleball concept in favor of a second tennis court. So the design would have 2 tennis courts.
Okay, does your second hold, Kathy?
It totally does. I think we might be overdone on pickleball, and I think we are lacking in tennis courts. So yeah, my blessing.
Okay, anything else? All right, we'll go to Councilmember Vischer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. How does this work? Can I make a substitute motion? Or no?
You can, but let's finish building this motion with friendly amendments.
I'm okay with it. I don't
Okay.
have anything to add.
Okay, it might be that my only friendly, well, no, I do have a couple. Okay. Brian, Councilmember McCarthy, would you be amenable to a friendly amendment that we enlarge the entrance, widen the entrance at Second Avenue, 8th Street, as Councilmember Vischer suggested earlier? And staff and consultant, is that within the realm of possibility, or is there a big flaw there?
I think we'll need to look at that.
Okay. Can we say to ask staff to look at the possibility of widening that entrance?
But if it's not possible, then with the understanding, yeah,
Right.
I would accept that.
Okay. So if possible, well, look at the possibility.
My second holds.
Okay, can we ask, as a friendly amendment, Brian, that we ask staff to compare to investigate by state standards how many ball fields we need and do some comparison to some comparative analysis to what's going on in Seaside. My understanding is they have a lot more kids and we'll end up with more fields than they have. And so it might be that we might get too many fields. So I just think a needs assessment of how many fields we have. I guess that's it. So my friendly amendment would be asking you to add that we do a needs assessment for our ball fields with some understanding of what Seaside is doing and their numbers compared to ours and what state standards might be. Are there state standards? Does anybody know? Like firefighters and police?
I don't know about state standards, but the National Park and Rec group would probably have it. as a
Okay.
for
So we'll say,
NRPA.
This national standard.
so national standards and take a look at what Seaside's comparative numbers are.
Yes.
Okay, does the second hold, Councilmember Viola?
Yes.
She's not.
Okay, I hope that's all because I'm running out of paper. Is it not helpful to say that we'd like to keep as many trees as possible? How does that sound? Is that not needed?
I think the plan includes retention in 2 of
Yeah, I think that retention, option 2 kind of retains as many as
Okay,
possible.
but if you're moving around basketball, beach volleyball, or anything else that we talked about, I just thought that like dark skies, it might be nice to keep that in mind, especially the legacy trees. But if you think it's too petty, we'll just leave it out.
Well, no, I think that I will say that, and looking at too, that the assumption is we're not going to take out any additional trees at expense of moving things around.
Okay.
Right.
Well,
That was my.
That's a big assumption. I just didn't know that we had that assumption. Okay. That's it for me. Anybody else with any final comments before we go to a substitute 2 motion? We're done with building this one. Okay. All right. Councilmember Vischer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to make a substitute motion to choose option 1. Consider widening the entrance at 8th Street and 2nd Avenue. Postpone the pavilion. So keep the space for it. I mean, postpone the historic buildings museum. Postpone 1 bathroom building.
Keep 1 and postpone 1.
Yeah, sorry. No, postpone 1. If it turns out.
There's other 2.
Yeah, there are 2. There are 2 in each plan.
Postpone 1.
Yeah,
Okay.
postpone until turns out that it's needed. Wait until save some money. consider adding a beach volleyball court, have 2 tennis courts, consider adding 2 pickleball courts, work with Mira, and immediately start working on plans to improve and expand Preston Park and budget proper maintenance for both parks or all parks. Preston Park and this new.
Okay. All right. Is there a second for that motion? Substitute motion. Okay, so that motion dies for lack of second, but I like that part about the Preston Park maintenance. Can you repeat that? And I'd like Brian to hear it as a possible friendly amendment to his motion.
Yes, because I forgot that. And immediately start working on plans to improve and expand Preston Park and budget maintenance, proper maintenance, how did I say it?
So immediately start to improve the maintenance.
Improve and expand Preston Park.
Yeah, so I like the maintenance part because Brian's substitute motion already talks about getting a realistic timeline on Preston Park and a sense of the Gilead complication. That's going to have to happen no matter what before Preston Park goes anywhere. But that part about, I don't know if it's legal, Heidi, for us to throw in that we immediately start to improve the maintenance of Preston Park.
Plans.
Oh, we're gonna be bringing that to you at the retreat.
Now, I don't think we can wait 6 days. Okay, well, I'll drop that. Okay, so we had one substitute motion and we have an original motion. We will vote on the substitute motion first, as long as everybody's ready to vote. Oh, sure, take your motion off the table. That would be fine. Okay, so we have one motion on the table, and that is Brian's option 2. Anita, do we need to restate that motion? Okay, so everyone ready to vote? No final? Okay, so no final comments or questions. We're ready to go. Okay, can we have a roll call vote, please, Anita, before 1 o'clock?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, go ahead, Kathy. I didn't see your hand. I looked for it.
Yeah, no, I just thought, I just want to clarify that if the next meeting, we get more information, then what happens? Does the original motion maker, Councilman McCarthy, does he get then to say that he's going to modify that motion, or how does this work? Because we got so much coming again that may modify the decision.
Yeah, so we kind of start over. So we would have a meeting, we would hear the new information if there is any, and then we would say, do we want to stay the course or do we want a new motion to modify the course? And anybody can do it, including Councilmember McCarthy.
Okay, great. Thank you for the clarification.
Yeah, but at this point, we'll be moving forward with option 2 plan and design, all those different things with it. Getting some of this information on Preston Park and demands and things like that, that may take several months to get that. And so is the intent you want to hold up moving forward on option 2? Because if you approve option 2, we're giving direction to the consultant. We're looking at relocating volleyball and things like that. And we're moving forward to getting that 100% construction drawing and getting that project moving forward.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I think.
I'm sorry, Brian, Mayor Pro Tem had her light on. Let's go to you next, Councilmember McCarthy. No, you didn't have your light? Okay, go ahead, please.
Okay, I was just gonna also say if we could possibly, I don't know if it's too soon, but direct staff to consider when it comes to naming it, possibly naming it after our late rec director, Terry Seacrest. I don't know if I'm putting cart before the horse here, but I just wanted to put that on the table that as we move forward with this project, we consider.
Okay, is the current name Dune City Park or is that just a placeholder?
That's just a placeholder.
Okay, so that could be a friendly amendment.
Here, from here on out, be called something in honor.
Can we say that will be some building in the park, whether it's the park as a whole? I mean, the staff decides, or is the intent that you want it to be the entire park?
The entire park.
Okay, before we answer that question for ourselves, let's let our city attorney weigh in here.
Thank you, Mayor. The naming isn't on the agenda tonight, and so I'm just wondering if you're getting too detailed. You know, it's really a presentation and providing feedback, and so that's just a comment.
But we're okay choosing an option.
Yeah, I think that was contemplated within the approval, but just,
Name will come later. then.
right.
Okay. Where were we?
I had a feedback. One, I appreciate the comment. And I think it's very valid and I'm looking forward to having that discussion. But two, in terms of the amendments, I think the assumption in approving them was that staff has done all of the research involving those amendments, but they're going to just take one more stab at due diligence, have a conversation. If they come across something that's just dramatically was unconsidered, then they'll come back. But it doesn't sound likely that that's going to happen.
Okay. Thank you. Let's go to Councilmember Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think this is my only option to explain how I'm going to vote, I guess. That I just think that we do not have enough answers to the questions, and that I, at this moment, cannot vote for an option that will require us to to decide that there will be ball fields that we don't even know whether they will be needed or whether we have an option to both to construct them or expand another sports complex. So
Okay.
thank you. Just
All
an
right.
explanation.
And I'd like to say that the look into Preston Park timeline and Gilead and the look to our national standards and Seaside is more going to help us decide whether we can or need more ballparks at Preston Park. But I feel fairly confident that we need at least one more ball field. And so I don't think that we make much of a mistake by moving ahead with option 2, which includes one ball field. And I think we would get tarred and feathered by all the ball field families if tonight they found out that we voted 0 ball fields. So anyway, that's what I was thinking. Okay, so let's go to Councilmember Bayala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I completely agree with Councilwoman Vischer, because I originally thought I really need some more information. So we have tucked all that information in an option, which is not exactly what I wanted, but I think I feel comfortable that it is a compromise. I think we could go on for another 4 hours and we wouldn't get to a place where we could decide. So that's the reason I'm going to be voting for option 2, as we have outlined with recommendations.
Thanks, everybody. So we're ready to vote? Okay.
Councilmember Biala.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. I want to say goodnight to Juan and Commander Cox. Thank you for being here. And Chief McCowan, our fire chief, thank you very much for being here all these hours. And thanks to Derek and the public, represented by one person at 22,000 and 8 people left online. Thank you, everybody. Great work, everybody. Not everyone will be happy, but all right. We are
Thank
adjourned.
you.